Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the Klimapolis Symposium. It's a pleasure to have you back here. We have a day full of activities about our theme of the symposium, which is the climate and the real world. We do have the simultaneous translation, so for those of you who wish and need to hear the translation, you can go outside and get your headsets, your radios. For those of you watching online, we have two links, one in English, one in Portuguese, and we will also have a certificate. So if you need some sort of certificate, you can go to the website of the event, and then we will issue that for you, okay? I think without further ado, I'd like to begin our second day by calling the two directors of the Klimapolis Institute, Professor Itayonoe and Professor Anita Engels, so that we can start our first session about the videos of our partners to give you a better overview of who we are. You're very welcome. Please take your seats. Good morning, everyone. We have come to the second day of our event here. I'd like to thank you for being here. And today we would like to pay give honor to our partners because we started this project and we came to several things here so that we would like to provide that to them. Right. So I'm going to do the presentation of our partners here in Brazil. So on your right here on the map, we have UFRN, our great partner. But as you can see, our partner institutions are in the southeast region of Brazil, some of them in the northeast. And one of our missions at INCT is to cover other regions. We will also try to have more participation from the states of the northeast of Brazil, but we have several partners to which we're very grateful. Você gostaria And before I pass to the next slide, I'd just like to say that we began with partners with universities and in the academia and research institutions. But afterwards, we expanded to secretariats, development institutes of the states. So this is a very important matter for us. They are our partners. And here we have our list of partners. So we have many of them here. It's a pleasure to welcome you here in person. Thank you.
as well as the 3D effect of clouds. My contribution to Klimapolis will be to analyze trends of atmospheric pollutants concentrations retrieved by satellite remote sensing measurements. And I hope to learn more about the real-world experiments. Thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone, I'm Anita Engels. I'm a sociologist by training and I am from the University of Hamburg in Germany. I do research on real-world laboratories about climate resilience, how to combine, for example, urban development with climate mitigation and to create a lot of co-benefits for the people living in specific sites. And what I find most important in this research is that we acknowledge the very different perspectives that people have coming from different backgrounds with different professional logics and socioeconomic interests and all that. It's very important to recognize that and not to try to gloss over all the differences, but work productively with them, bring them into an encounter and facilitate the exchange. At Hamburg University, we also have a large cluster of research on climate, climatic change and society, where we work with a lot of natural scientists, modeling communities, geographers, ethnologists, and people like me, sociologists. And it's a very fascinating research that we are trying to do there, coming up with global assessments on how the climate changes and society changes with it. And I'm very happy that I have been involved with the activities of Klimapolis in the past years. I have learned a lot from comparing the different sites in Hamburg and in Sao Paulo, where I am actually also, and to compare very different countries, regions in the global north, the global south, and learning from each other. And I look a lot forward to working with you also in the next 2 years.
Hello to everybody. I am Pedro Roberto Jacobi. I am Senior Full Professor at the Institute of Energy of Environment of the University of São Paulo. I worked for many years on issues linked to social movement, urban social movements, working on issues linked to public policies, environmental education, and issues linked to education for sustainability. And I have been working on issues of governance, of environmental governance, of water governance, and linking also the issues of climate and water in the last year. I consider the importance of dialogue between areas of knowledge and also linking the aspects of climate justice reveal an essential agenda for the years to come. We have to be more aware of the links between governance, environmental education, and climate emergency. That are the issues that I consider fundamental.
Hi everyone, my name is Eduardo. I am a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Hamburg, more specifically in CLIX, our Excellence Cluster for Climate Research. And I'm a part of Klimapolis since the beginning, 2018. And I'm very glad to be part of it and to have known a lot of interesting people and also research topics. My research interests are in sustainable development governance, climate futures, and also Brazilian studies. And for me, it's difficult to mention only one thing or one idea, but I can highlight the interface between social and natural sciences in climate research, especially in governance studies. And in this context, I look very much forward to continuing our collaboration and to seeing you all in Natal.
My name is Leila Drobinchinsky Martins. I'm a professor at Federal University of Technology, Paraná, in Brazil, in the graduate program in environmental engineering. I have been working with air quality, climate, and health interactions by doing measurements of air pollutants, analyze the impacts of atmospheric emissions on atmospheric chemistry, and also using air quality models for different urban regions. My research interests are improve the knowledge of the impacts of human activities on atmospheric chemistry in urban areas, provide stakeholders and community with useful information and tools to manage and mitigate environmental pollution issues. For me, the Klimapolis network makes clear the necessity and the importance that you work collaboratively with research, stakeholders, students, and communities. And also make me clear how difficult it is due to several reasons, such as different visions, priorities, socioeconomic conditions, educations, and so on.
My name is Henrik Elbern. I'm affiliated with the Rhenish Institute for Environmental Research at the University of Cologne, Germany. We are developing the European Air Pollution Dispersion Inverse Model, which is a continental to local scale complex air quality model, which is also part of the European Commission's CAMS consortium. They are providing regular forecasts on a daily basis for the public. Our research focus is inverse modeling and data assimilation, where we combine in situ data and satellite data with our model, aiming to provide optimal simulations. Further, our work on Klimapolis includes the simulation of the metropolitan area of Sao Paulo in collaboration with the University of Natal and Professor Judith Hölzermann. There, one of the research focuses was the distinction between locally produced aerosols of the metropolitan area with background inflow of other pollutants like biomass burning products.
Hello, my name is Lia Lugon. I worked in 2022 as the Klimapolis manager and researcher. My research interests are focused on air quality modeling in urban areas and population exposure, especially in the street level. Collaborating with the Klimapolis was really important for me to learn more about a real-world laboratory approach. It was very interesting to push me to collaborate with different domains, to analyze real-life problems in different points of view, and work together with a great team of scientists in order to collaborate and learn with the local communities. Thank you very much to all the Klimapolis team. Hope you have a great meeting.
I am Maria de Fátima Andrade. I work with air pollution, mainly with particles and photochemical smog in the atmosphere. I am from the Atmospheric Science Department from the Institute of Astronomy, Geophysics and Atmospheric Sciences. We have a group that have been working with analyze the composition of the atmosphere and also developing modeling models to describe how the pollutants are emitted and are transported in the atmosphere. In the last years, we start working with not only with people from the chemistry and physics sciences, but also with people from the social sciences, because our knowledge now must be prepared to be applied and to be simulated by the population and also by the political institutions and people that are going to take actions in applying this social and the scientific results. Klimapolis allowed us to start working in a more interdisciplinary way, and also to learn how to transfer, how to talk to people from the community, explaining the results we have achieved. One example was the interaction that we did with schools, and we trying to explain to the students and to the community the results we have in this air pollution science, in our case. And it was very important to work with different groups from Brazil and from other countries, mainly from Germany, and to have this connection and to be possible to have this long period of collaboration. And now we are amplifying this project and the participation of more groups, having this funding from the Brazilian agency to develop not only in southeast of the country, but also including the northeast and other states that want to work together. We hope that we can create more groups, and then we can have students participating and producing results that can be also applied in our areas of science. Let's work together in Klimapolis.
Bem, eu gostaria de agradecer imensamente.
Well, I'd like to thank Martin and Julia. They were here because they edited this video. And so I'd like to wish everyone a wonderful second day with good lectures and good discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Anika. Thank you, Anita. Is the Oscar accepting academic videos now? I think we would have a great chance. I think the special effects were particularly enticing. Anita, I think you can remain there. I'd also like to thank Professor Rita and the entire Klimapolis network. I think several researchers were not able to come. So thank you for those of you who sent the video. We're going to leave this video here, and the complete videos are going to be on our website. We have a page there with all of the researchers in our entire network, and their videos are going to be available there. So I'd like to continue our event, going to a roundtable with the most expected discussions from our 2 days, no pressure. And we're going to discuss real-world laboratories, talking about the lab Itaim Paulista in particular. And for that discussion, I have the pleasure of inviting Professor Ana Paula Curi. She's a professor of the postgraduate program in architecture and urbanism from the professional masters in civil engineering, and of the graduate programs in architecture and urbanism from the São Judas University and also Mackenzie University. So please, Professor, if you will. I'd also like to invite Mr. Martin Kohler. He is a coordinator of the Hoyd Digital Lab and also a professor of urban photography in the HafenCity University. Thank you for the video. He's one of the people who were responsible for the edition, and our director of Klimapolis, who was here and will remain here. So I pass the floor to you. I think you have a microphone, right? Oh, good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. We have collaboration with the Klimapolis project that has been very fruitful to us. I believe you're all very curious to see the experiences of the real-world lab, and this panel has the purpose of bringing to you what we've learned in this dialogue about the real-time labs, what they are in theory and what we've learned as researchers in our practice, so that these labs could be in different urban settings. It's been a very interesting and productive dialogue. And it's a dialogue that brings to our event the people, the cities, the spaces, they're produced by people. So this interaction between the physical environment and the social environment is what interests us today.
I brought for us, for our little discussion, 4 different projects that you can see here, the logos. They seem very different, but they have one thing that they share, that they have in common. The first is about a project doing in Constance. It's a German town. It's about how to reduce for private households the carbon emissions and climate gases. And they used playful competition. So it was a bit like the Olympics. So each household could play against each other to reduce their carbon emissions, and thus finding new ways where you can actually reduce it. The other was the structural diversity between forest patches, a study from Forest Science on 22 broadleaf production forests in a temperate climate, mostly consisting of Fagus sylvatica, Buche, and trying to find ways how to attempt and change the canopy to, well, make them more productive, basically. The Downstone is a case study for anti-malarial combination treatment, an evidence-based medicine approach, and trying to also find how actually the treatment itself actually could be integrated in a certain part north of Dar es Salaam with the different tribes and society, how they use treatment like that. And the last one is a kind of a larger project. It's about for a German federal state, Sachsen-Anhalt, where different institutions from the municipal organization as well as big providers of energy are working together to come up with an energy transition of the whole region towards renewable. So they're super different, but they all use real-world labs and real-world experiments as their main mode of coming up with new knowledge for different areas to get a sustainable transformation going. And that is what we would like to talk about. That's why I brought them here. We'll see. What we have here, and that's why we mightn't want to use real-world labs, is that all of these questions are kind of highly intertwined over different disciplines and different areas and different levels. So it's a kind of very complex system where you cannot isolate anything on a kind of laboratory experiment. It's about complex sustainability challenges, we call them. And the interesting part is that they are structurally different from normal problems that we can solve in academia. Complex sustainability challenges are can never be solved. You can never solve poverty. Poverty is something that has to be continuously adapted. You have to deal with that. We have to find new ways of managing and reducing poverty, but it will never be solved. The same thing is for sustainable. There is no sustainable city. Point. There's only ways of trying to make them more sustainable, and that is actually something that also is a problem for us because we can't report in papers because we don't have actual results in terms of now it's finished, we move on to the next. So in that sense, it really changes the way how we have to continuously engage with these issues. And this engagement means also that we don't have well-structured problems, but now we have ill-structured problems. So there are ill-structured or ill-defined issues. That means at the beginning, you don't even have a problem that everybody can agree upon and where you can say, this is the limit of my problem. And now I do my research to solve, deal, find new ways of it. It will continuously evolve. It will continuously come up with new problems that are part of the problems, and where you have continuous to think about if you want to reduce it, if you want to include it, or if you want to take it apart. And that is what it's called from Rittel and Weber in a very old paper, wicked problems that actually in the end like flipping the soap in the bathroom, always flipping away, and then you are constantly trying to grasp it and find new ways. And all of these, and that's the second part or third part, the most important one is they involve other people than only academia, but thus it becomes a transdisciplinarity as the main frame how you actually have to tackle them. Transdisciplinary research is providing concepts and methods for conducting research on complex real-world problems, and this is what we have to deal with. Anita, I think you have something to say about real-world transdisciplinarity. I guess you have the most profound experience.
Yeah, I think we should talk about transdisciplinarity. The idea that we had with this session is that we really engage with you and discuss together how a real-world lab might look like in Natal and maybe in other places. So probably most of you all come from very different perspectives, and we need to be on the same page to discuss in a useful way. So yes, transdisciplinarity needs to be explained. What do we mean by that? I mean, this is really speaking a little bit to the scientists among you. I know that some of you have experiences with transdisciplinary work, but by far not all of you. And I am afraid a little bit that it's really different from any normal research mode, even different from all the interdisciplinary research that we are doing here in Klimapolis, where we bring different scientific disciplines together. Trans in this context really means transcending scientific disciplines and academia, leaving academia, so leaving the comfort zone and collaborating with non-scientific actors all the really important actors out there in the world who have some saying on the problem that we want to look at. I think it's a very inspiring shift of perspective for the researchers, but it's a very different role. So we need to be aware of that. The normal mode of research is a little bit like that. So the researchers are the ones who have the perspective, who know what to do and what to ask. All the others are lay people, non-experts. So it's an asymmetrical situation normally. And the research addresses questions that are really asked and invented by the researchers, driven by a scientific curiosity, always on the cutting edge research, and it's not so much interested in what is going on in the world, but it's an internal process where I get my research questions from. And then I apply, of course, theories and methods according to really established scientific rules, even if it's new theories or new methods, but it's still in the scientific way of applying things. Also, of course, quality control plays an important role in science, and it is mostly done by peer review. So by other scientists, and it's clear scientific criteria. And what you get then are more or less abstract, generic results. They are scientifically robust, and therefore they can be generalized. So in all these points, transdisciplinarity is a bit different. First of all, what Martin said, you need to get in contact and have an exchange and work together with all these other people. And what you need to accept in the first place is everyone is an expert. You're not special. No? The public administrations, the governments, they know far better than you do how policy processes are organized, how the legal framework is constructed, and so on. And civil society groups, people living in these areas, they have a site-specific expertise that's very important for understanding the problems. All kinds of private or public service providers, all kinds of practitioners, they all bring in their expertise. So you have all these different groups, and so at first you really need to get used to that. You are not special. They are all important. These partners, bring their own questions. So you need to accommodate with a situation where non-scientists ask the question and make you work on questions that you might at first sight not find really cutting edge research. Now, in my case, the real world lab in Hamburg that we did, public administration, really wanted to work on the question of waste management. I didn't find that super sexy and not really in my own internal scientific interest, but it was very important for them. So obviously, if you co-design a research project, it's important to ask their questions. And then, of course, it's still research. You know, it's a way to ask questions and look for solutions. But and scientific theories and methods can be helpful there, but they do not have per se a superior legitimacy or a higher value than other ways of approaching problems. And I'll show you one example how we approached one problem in Hamburg, where we wanted to find out how to change the towards sustainable mobility framework. So here, that's actually me helping to build these wooden furnitures with a group of artists. And these used to be parking lots. So we transformed them and we built something together with the community. And it's a totally different approach, but it allows to experience a shift in the public space and to find out how this feels and how we can move on to a different state of the mobility system and using public space. Then, of course, the quality control in such a transdisciplinary project might be very different. You could have other criteria that are also very important, even emotional quality, aesthetic value. And so this is one depiction of a part of the project in Hamburg that is considered to be extremely successful because we did so many nice things together. And that's what counts. And in the end, so the results are socially robust, very site-specific. No, it's really always about the specific actor constellation that you have and the very local conditions of transforming something. And it's therefore a bit difficult to generalize the results. But what you get out of this is I would really like to push you towards accepting this new role. I'm very convinced that it's a great method and process of extended social learning. I learned a lot about administration, for example, and about how people live their everyday lives, how that affects transformation. And so vice versa, this way of doing research really influenced in a very positive way my other kind of research, the basic research stuff that I do, because I have now a much better understanding of the world. The process itself can be very cumbersome, but I think the results are really relevant for all the actors involved. So it's not a top-down approach, and that's a huge advantage. And then, of course, it can really become transformative research. You know, you don't only look at and talk about transformation, but you're part of the process. So new networks evolve, social agency is built, the administration changes its way, the way they work, and so on, and you can be part of that transformation. So I think that's a really very good reason to engage in that.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So now we know much more about transdisciplinarity and what it does with you, despite the fact that it also teaches us that I'm not as special as I conceive myself to be. Well, I think that is something everybody has to go through, I suppose. So there are, for these kind of working in situ in a context, this kind of transdisciplinary research cannot be somewhere in abstract. It always needs a place, and that naturally, of course, there are different ways of trying to do research on the place, in not also as a field trip, but as a laboratory. And I brought you here, or brought us actually, a kind of a short definition what a living lab or real-world laboratory could be. Living lab is maybe the most close Anglo-Saxon term for laboratories, like what we understand as real-world labs. So it's there are policy attempts, not pure research, but there are research infrastructures that provide this infrastructure for the societal learning, not social, but societal learning. So the society as a whole has to learn to the transformation towards sustainability. And the attempt to do so is because you never have enough knowledge for actually coming up with a plan. That means you are forced to use the kind of experimental mode of trying things and learning from what you do, and in order to carve and find your path towards a sustainable transformation. And by thus, it includes the learning of all actors, the research done by all actors towards a policy goal, which is in that case using innovations to come up with a different environment. And it's always, as said, with everybody. Of course, these labs for sustainability, there are more types than only the real-world lab. And I just brought you from a recent study overview of different ones. You're not supposed to read everything, and I'm not going to explain everything, but just to show you that apart from the real-world labs, there are different types of labs that are all going into this direction of sustainability transition in communities. So we have the urban living lab, we have living lab in general, we have the real world lab, we have the evolutionary learning lab, we have the urban transition lab, which is also called sometimes transition governance by experimentation. We have change laboratories, we have transformation labs. So we have quite a bunch of different labs, and they all go in a different direction, but they have different audience, they have different points of view if they want to be active or not, and they use different policies, and some go more towards change, others more towards agency, and some more towards learning from that. But in our case, very important is the real world lab that is transformative, transdisciplinary research. So it is about research, it is about learning and coming up with theories and producing methods for that can be also used in science, but at the same time are part of and target towards the transformation. It's about real-world problems. It uses the intervention into these contexts as a way of study. And it has the three very important terms: co-design, co-production, and co-evaluation. So the design of the research project is done already with all actors, also citizens in our case. It's the co-production means whatever is produced, scientific results as well as material embedments, is done together, and it's also evaluated together. So in that sense, it's a kind of very true way of working on eye level with different partners. The real world labs itself, what we focus upon, has these characteristics. They're coming from that's a hallmark publication, I would say, for real world labs that you see here. They all contribute to sustainable development. They are focused on three different types of knowledge: system knowledge, target knowledge, and transformation knowledge. System knowledge is what comes about what we know about the system, the urban, by example. That is maybe so more what is close to us as scientists. The target knowledge is about the knowledge where you want to be after the transformation. And that, of course, includes everybody who lives there as well as people from the science, because, everybody has a way to influence this path towards something. And that is a hard time to do, and that's always different for each of the different settlements, of course. And the third type is transformation knowledge, knowing about how to get there, how to use policies, how to use interventions in a riverbed embankment, by example. It also includes how you actually do talk with political decision makers and who is actually one who can influence the process. All this kind of knowledge is actually, in the transformation knowledge, is necessary to transform such a site. It uses the problems of the real world lab, real world as starting point. That means not what I come from a disciplinary background, but rather, is there a problem that is so relevant for all of the actors that they are willing to work on that? And that also means sometimes my knowledge is just not wished or not necessary when I have to bring somebody else into the process. It's always spatially and timely limited, hoping that the ongoing process will continue. It's transdisciplinary collaboration with defined roles for science and practice. So you have to define your role within the process, uses the real world experiments, as I just said, and it's a kind of cyclical way of always going to the next round and learning from what you just did. And it goes for empowerment. So these are some cases of like things that are integrated in a real world lab. So it's about sustainable development. You have research, transdisciplinarity. It has to transform something. Civil society is a main actor. It uses the lab, but in the wild. Education naturally a part of it. Model prototypes are important. Develop models and prototypes you can test, and on the long term. To get an understanding what these real-world labs work about, this is from a recent study that analyzed 59 real-world labs from 1996 to 2018, what they are actually working upon. So this is the topics that they use. So some are concerned with water, health, waste, education, food, mobility, agriculture, lifestyles, participation. So very much towards our SDGs. But as you can see, urban development, the built environment, energy, these are actually the main modes that usually are taken up by these 59 labs. It's also interesting to look at on what level they are located and where they intervene. I mean, many of them have different levels, of course, but there's only one on the transnational, none on the national, and it starts with the regional, with a high, I mean, most of them actually work on the municipal level. And I think that makes sense because it's all about in situ research. Together with government on the neighborhood, so you can see. And this is also interesting, the distribution on continents and countries shows that it's super prominent in Germany. It is definitely something that gained importance in Europe for quite a while. It is less known up to the moment in other parts of the world, and I think they made a fault, or they forgot your lab, because there's none in South America. So maybe you would like to see something about the real world lab, or maybe we learn something about why it's not included here, or why it should be, maybe.
Quando Martin e a Anita me apresentaram esse modelo do laboratório,
Martin and Anita presented me the real world lab model. We were discussing very much, and I was quite surprised by the amount of diagrams and definitions, and I was like, oh my God, what is this? Is this possible to do so? And when we were advancing in the dialogue, it seemed to be very interesting for this model of real-world labs was precisely the possibility to break the cycle of perception of the actors involved in public decision-making when it comes to the very space and model for cities, which is really a game that is quite interesting about the experience that I'm about to show you. We don't have Professor Guy Brasset. He was complaining, do you have a before and after picture of your site in Paulista? We don't have a before and after just yet. But what we do have is a different perception by local managers when it comes to the territory we're talking about. And you'll see how many of the elements I'm going to present to you of the lab in Paulista, they're not precisely according to those diagrams and models that we saw here, which are theoretical models. So for each of the interpretation of the real world labs, we must reinvent this way to approximate with the real world. But I just want to make it really clear that what really matters right now is to break the cycle of perceptions which make these indicators persevere, such as the carbon indicators we see in the models and the disasters we find in the territory. They are produced socially by a certain model and perception of how a city or a society should be in the work relationship people have. This is all within us. So in this sense, we are all agents and producers of this form to produce the cities. So I asked Martin, but Martin, this real world lab model that is being so strongly adopted, mainly in Europe and in Germany, do these work for our cities in Latin America? Why am I asking? Because in Latin America, we have a domain of social urbanism as a model. And what is the difference between the real world laboratories to social urbanism, which is so popular among our schools of architecture and also the governors themselves? Social urbanism works within a mandate to build public policies, devices, residences, to improve the most sensitive aspects of Latin American cities, which are the peripheral areas. The real-world laboratories, they start by building a scientific problem inside the territory. And the way this problem is built engages actors of public authorities, the communities, and the very research we're doing at the universities. So when we started the lab in Paulista, it started from an analysis of the problem of city planning in a large scale. And then in 2009, after the policies for inclusion at the university, I received many students from very precarious communities, including from Itaim Paulista. They came to engage as architecture students with qualifications, thus as agents of territorial transformation. So they have been following me and formulating those research problems together. So what we built as an alternative model for a city includes understanding how the social vulnerability in the peripheries of Latin American cities, including São Paulo, where the lab Itaim Paulista is located. They can be an opportunity for a new model of city. And what is this model? The first thing that we disrupted were the borders, because we're not working nor in the local scale, nor in the municipal scale, not in the state or regional scale. We're working in the scale of a small water basin, the water basin of Ribeirão do Lajeado. This is a basin that crosses two municipalities, São Paulo and Ferraz de Vasconcelos, and four sub-city administrations of the city of São Paulo. But the advantage is that this is a small basin with 7 kilometers long. And then we started from the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals, these aims that governments should be complying with for international reports. So our model included having more resilient cities, more humane, more sustainable, inclusive, and safe as well. Dealing with this more sensitive aspect of the territory, which is water, and using the climate change as a motivation to build an action plan, a climate action plan for this basin of Ribeirão do Lajeado. So this plan, then, it is multi-directional. It is not, as Martin showed, there are several themes. The plan for the basin includes an aspect of mobility, water management issues, and also community organization locally. So it starts from the idea that in the Ribeirão do Lajeado Basin, there is an access planned for urban transformation when the investments predicted by the São Paulo Master Plan, and there are also resources from the state government. So there is an imminent transformation to take place in the area. And we do imagine that this transformation may associate the mobility plan to an environmental urban corridor, which will preserve the areas of permanent protection along the creek and at the same time overcome the vulnerability of those precarious houses, water management, and changing the perspective of local actors in territorial management. So, as I told you, in the periphery of the city of São Paulo is where there are more than 50% of the population that is brown and black in the city. So there is this large prevalence of precarious homes with a very high rate of children mortality due to diseases communicated by the lack of sanitation, and they live an average of 15 years less than the rich side of the city of São Paulo. So indeed, we are working with a territory which is highly vulnerable socially. So the major problem is the concentration of floods in an area that is very famous, which is a former area of marshes that is always underwater, really, because there is this very high concentration of water coming at the same time, very fast, when it rains to the same spot, due to the very high level of urbanization of this basin. This basin is now 90% occupied. So from the perspective of scalability and the ability to replicate this project, it is really prone to become a pilot, as I see. This is something to consider when we choose a case for the real world lab. Itaim Paulista has 6 creeks next to this one, this main one, and as the precarious occupations are so common in the city of São Paulo, along those creeks, we decided to do this experiment during the pandemic, and as an experiment in itself, it is also very interesting. Because what matters here is not only the modeling. We've made the hydrological modeling to understand how much water would reach that point coming out from the basin, but also the way we assembled the model, the flow, because we did a course during the pandemic that was led by a hydraulic engineer, but this was presented for the set of students from different universities, though they had the necessary training for the model, but it also involves a coordinator of construction and urban development from Itaim Paulista. Even though they were not fully qualified to follow the model, he had very good knowledge of the problems in the basin, so he was able to add to the information that was needed with his knowledge of the area for the hydrological modeling. Also, in this course, we had high city planners, São Paulo Urbanism Center technicians who are experts, which allowed the dialogue between everyone. And there was a member of the community as well who was courageous enough to participate. As this course was open, a member of the community showed up, and he followed the course by providing suggestions. But above all, he gained perception and knowledge in his own ability, not a full knowledge of how modeling works, but knowledge enough for him to give his opinion. So when he goes to the participatory council and the participatory instances, he has the knowledge of the cause of the theme. So his formation, the scientific formation, is not only for scientists, it is important for all. So we did the modeling of the basin based on 3 scenarios. The first one was from 2017, when we had 90% of the basin occupied with precarious houses. And we compared to the type of flow and the time of concentration in the basin in 930, when the indicators show the opposite. I mean, 90% was free area and 10% of the basin was urbanized. So this shows that from 1930, we had only 50 millimeters per second flowing in the outlet of the basin, and 9 hours for time of concentration in the basin. And then in 2007, this is 130 cubic meters per second in 2 hours of rainfall. So we actually were joking about this. I'm like, the engineer was angry, but he accepted the joke. He says, let's get the indicators in the model and have them all looking wonderful, as if we are in the ideal city, as in Germany, that we imagine. They have all of the protection areas are preserved, where all the pavements done with permeable pavement, and the urbanization standard is perfect. So without perfect parameters, what did we find? We found 30% less of water volume. So we didn't do the concentration time. I'm like, just having a parameter, about how the proposals and guidelines we presented in this climate action plan for the basin had to be reaching minimally. So this is when the system of free spaces in the basin were identified. We identified the free areas where they are, and we are proposing to build then systems for sustainable drainage in these free spaces system according to the position of the terrain in the basin, by adopting the water sensitivity design principles based on the need to retain, store, and stock water in the basin due to the flow. So, out of the maps we have, Torresmo was selected as a community that has engagement, because they have suffered very much with water regimens and the extreme events. So we started documenting, and I have a whole lot of videos of the people showing the situation they face in the water basin when the rainy season comes. So I'm just joking here with heat. I'm saying when it rains more than 30 millimeters, they start sending me videos. Yeah, they do. And then we started to raise awareness in them about drainage, because so far it had never been a concern for them. So we tried to explain what a water basin was, what a draining device does, and why they lived in a risky area. So after the rainfall, they organized themselves to receive donations, because they usually lose absolutely everything: furniture, their stoves, and the food they had stored. So the first thing they want is they don't want any clothes, they want mattresses and food. So this is what we, together with the public powers, well, because we cannot do this alone, we always need the hands of all the engineer to do the modeling. Local actions will be the city hall administration that will do, but there is always public authorities and engineers and scientists behind it all to send a message. And we usually say that we have very successful local governance models in Germany to support our work, which has been very important support that the Klimapolis project has made in order to move public powers to do whatever we can. So they start after this raising awareness for the drainage problem. This is when the people in the city start to identify what were the strangling points of the local drainage system and providing suggestions for public authorities and participating more actively in the constructions taking place in the area. Also making changes in the construction that came after that. And it's obvious that I love this design, even though it looks very simple. It expresses community engagement to universalize basic sanitation, which the homes didn't have in the place. So now maybe this would be a result from our research. So we were able to connect the adductor of sewage of Sabesp and remove the illegal sewage connections to the creek. So now the citizen will have their sewage collected in this location. Well, I'm going to tell you that after this bunch of challenges that Martin and Anita placed in the beginning of the research, Habitat Paulista, even though it's not about a single theme or a different perimeter than the ones shown by theory, it is actually according to the main issues, the main characteristics of a real-world laboratory. It has community participation. It has transdisciplinary research. It has a long-term plan. We've been in the territory since 2015, and we are really using Itaim Paulista as a classroom for students to learn a lot, and not only that, but the research we do in the post-graduation program, both for engineering as well as architecture, they are really well informed by the governance problems we find and giving technical solutions in the chain of decisions that technical decisions imply. And these are questions that my students are asking, and we have tried to track the studies of the master's and PhD programs we are guiding, and we're trying to now promote dialogue between the social elements of the basin, because in the Lajeado area, we have made contact, and upstream of Torresmo, we've made contact with Jardim Campos and the Favela do Boi. So we're starting to build a social movement for the water basin due to this identity they have that includes water. So that's all. And Martin gave me a hard task, which is placing the lab here in this matrix. And as a good Brazilian person, I will try to do my part. Here, Martin, I think that the lab is basically on these two lines here. We have this part with curricular and social innovation, which is very strong, and we have one social learning that I think was really important with regards to the perception of decision makers who are local when it comes to the problem of water and sanitation and so on. I'll leave you to disagree with me if I'm saying something stupid.
Explain a little bit about that table before you answer the question. No, because I was really impressed when you brought the last slide. I mean, that I used already for this, with circle. It's really nice because our basic question was about if real world labs work so well in Europe that they are applied more and more, can they work also in South America, especially in Brazil? And if they have some opportunity and some potential, how they have to be adapted and transformed, and maybe parts of them made more stressed more than others, so they are really as performative as they are in Germany. And actually, you gave the first answer already by we have the cycle already in Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese, so we are starting with this process, which is really nice. And that's why it would be now interesting to see what kind of real-world lab might be something that be applied here. And for getting more into this direction of thinking, I brought this from Macquarie. It's also a survey on different, on the same 59 real-world labs, where they also tried to see if there are different types of real-world labs that they could identify, as said, mainly in European examples. And they said that actually, so you have the fix and control type, so the redesign and optimize type, the make and relate, educate and engage, empower and govern, and explore and shape. So even if you do a real world lab, it's not only one thing, but rather a kind of has a certain profile and some priorities. And that's why I wanted to ask you if you can actually identify yourself or the Eternalista lab somewhere. And if I reconsider, it will be...
Just interfere because I just heard that online it's not easy to follow if you just point. So we need to say what it is. So for the people online, you need just say, okay, it's practices and relations and so on. Yeah.
Yeah. So you said that it would be in this education for sustainable development. That is something, right? And because we have university-society relations, students as change agents, so this is definitely very, very important. And I think you also mentioned, please correct me, but this is empower and govern, also the government. So because you're working quite a lot with policymakers, with the local community, you pointed to the curriculum and learning, right? You can also say something if you like. So because it's also part of the way how the new experts in your study are developed, and it actually changes the curriculum in university. So it's not only that it's somewhere, but also it goes back then to well, to your own studies. Yeah, and I think that was basically what you pointed at, right? So then I have the next slide, but you have the power to move forward to the next one, yeah, because it's also coming from that but this comes from another survey on real world labs, or labs for sustainability in this case. And that was also interesting. As one result, they said that actually they found that there are two types, especially in terms of the target of these labs, and they are either going for building agency, so or they go for creating change. And that's a different thing, because on the one hand side, you are much more neutral. You just try to improve learning frameworks and improve capacity, but thus you could be kind of more neutral, but are not so much involved in the outcome. And the other ones, that what they said is creating change, they are focused much more on the actually starting and triggering the transition. That would be also an interesting question to you, if you could kind of, rate or position the Eternalista in one of these two, or if you would say, well, we do both.
Okay, I think you can. That's the last slide. Okay, great. Yes, thank you both. So that was the final slide. So we have a moment to relax now. And what we imagined now, as I explained in the beginning, that we have a conversation here in the room about, first of all, of course, if you have any questions of understanding. It was a lot of input. We tried to really do things, explain things well, and I think that I will go around. Thank you. We need the microphone up here. Thank you, Venerand. But you need to ask questions or make suggestions, because the ultimate goal here is also to set up a real-world lab in Natal, or maybe later in other places nearby or further away. So we really want to work together on this methodology. And I really encourage you, don't be shy and speak Portuguese. It's not a problem. It's a bilingual workshop. If you, se você fala lentamente, tudo bem.
So you can speak slowly and it's fine.
Just a hand sign, and then I'll come to you. And I'm very curious to hear what you say.
Obrigada, Anita. Na verdade, é uma pergunta que vem do YouTube.
Thank you, Anita. I have a question from YouTube by Evelyn Gregory. She's asking, what is the improvement in the perception of public powers? Maybe Anna could answer. Thank you. You can answer, Anna. Okay. Evelyn, the major change we have noticed is that the public power is now looking at the community as real people, not only a problem of responding to a call, but they actually became engaged with the community problems because we raised awareness by the situation we were able to show in the lab. So the kind of assistance we saw being given, it doesn't arrive at the community so easily. I mean, there are 6 creeks, the sub-administration doesn't have much money, the technical body is small. I mean, there are challenges. So they start building a perception of real people in the territory. And another point that I thought that was very nice, it brought me great pleasure to realize that it was related mainly to the draining issue, because the sub-administration of the city, it receives much money from parliamentary amendments, and the members of the parliament, they like to call the attention, so they just do it with grass, and they don't use the opportunity to build an entire system for drainage, non-structural system, to relieve, not to solve, because we don't have the silver bullet yet, but to start relieving the situation of drainage in a different direction. So the managers start noticing it. They come to me, hey, professor, I want to do this, because they imagine things. They say, okay, I want to have a course on drainage. So there is demand now from the public authorities coming to deepen the technical knowledge for their competencies in the community. So I thought this is really interesting. I mean, as I said, the lab is a small experiment. The results are small, they're sensitive, but I believe the change should be like this. It is more structural when it happens this way.
Thank you very much. I have a list here. I'm here in the back. It's as I said in the beginning, right? Waste management, wastewater management, sewage, drainage. It's not the most sexy topic scientifically, but it's really so important. So I have Henrik here. And then
Pardon me, but for the benefit of all, let me ask you in English. Based on your experience, this great presentation you made, over the years, is there something where you would change your focus as a lecturer for those who would do this in you, or would you repeat everything with the same emphasis as you did?
Let me see if I understood you. Are you asking me if I changed focus in my research project since I had beginning the project on L'Habitat Paulista?
No, if you have to do something, all this in you with the same target or aim, did you observe something which should be given more focus or less focus? Just your experience.
Okay. If I had repeat the experiment, if I should change something. Yeah, a lot. But everything mostly. But I'm not sure what exactly going wrong, because I made lots of meeting at public department, at secretariat of planning, of the climate change secretariat. I had a bunch of meeting. All those persons had invited me to talk about drainage system, and they built a terrible device on the channeling the river and worsening a lot the problem of drainage. And then it was a catastrophe, and they are very disappointed that I'm not approving that works. But professor, you asked works on the community. We did works on the community. What's going wrong? And so the dialogue is so difficult. And the transformative path, there is no, I think there is no right response, right answers for that. So if I begin, I don't know how to solve these problems.
Yes. Morning to everybody. May I give you a suggestion? I strongly advise you to read the new call for public policies research done by FAPESP, launched by FAPESP, because I think that is real world laboratories fitted perfectly well to the scope of your project.
Professor Paulo.
Funding, and also you can, including, there's some changes in the project that allows you finance the public authorities in order to put people to work, or even the community, so you can involve the communities in an official research call. I think this fits perfectly well.
I will find again, but I tried in the past, and the problem is the public administration, they don't sign we made all the agreements and then changed the government, and they gave up our proposal, and then I decided to submit alone as a regular research support, as I have now, and it is idealized first at this call of public relation between research and public policy.
Of course, we can talk afterwards in the coffee, but the project was dead. The public policies died because of lack of demand from the government. And I am a pathologist. They called me to see how the project died. I am professionally trained for this, and the project was now changed dramatically. I think you have a good chance, and allows international collaborations as well. And it's designed for young researchers that want to change things. So
thank you.
It's only a collaboration. Sorry.
May I just add a little kind of answer to or comment to the two, especially your answer on the two questions, because I think when you explained the story about that, you did so much work and the government actually, so they started to work on the community, and then they built this funny concrete slabs there in the river that violates everything we knew and we taught about how to work with rivers. Then you could see it as a fail, but also as a proof how far the different understandings of what it means to work in or for the community is. And I think in that sense is also a part of such real world problems, because otherwise you would not be aware. Sometimes you think you just have to educate, you just have to give information, you just have to. And I mean, this is a beautiful example where I think, no, there's just a very, very large distance between the understandings of how to deal and work on their daily problems. And without such direct encounters, even if they fail in this one time, it would give a lots of information about how to do it next time. So just for kind of adding to that.
Okay, thank you, Martin. But I'm very happy to hear that there's a revitalization of the project. That's very good news. So we have another question here.
Ana, parabéns pela apresentação, muito interessante.
Congratulations, Ana, for your presentation. Your project and your work is so interesting. I'm intrigued by a piece of data you presented about hydrological modeling. You said that in the scenario that you studied, in the ideal scenario, you would have a reduction of 30%, if I'm not mistaken, in the flow, right? And my question is, I'm wondering whether is this enough to avoid a problem with flooding as these populations are being subjected to? If it's not enough, what alternatives does the population have that the model cannot consider to solve or minimize the problem? Look, I missed your name, sorry? Zé Luiz. I'm a professor here at UFRN. Hey, Zé Luiz. Well, great question, thank you. But I cannot answer it because it's a question that includes technical reasoning, which I cannot have domain over. This was all done by many hands. But the idea is to basically raise awareness because we do know that the floods won't be solved only by non-structural changes, although they're necessary to have the large pools and holders. We must build great infrastructure associated to the local systems of retention and cushioning and stocking water on the level of the basin. So we do know that. But for us to be able to take these answers, more numerical answers, more refined answers, we need support, I think, from hydraulic engineers here from Natal, who will accept to go to the lab and help us build models for Natal and bring them back to São Paulo so we can refine those calculations. We should refine those calculations. These are not numbers that are reliable. These are figures showing magnitude. So what is our drama? The basin is 90% urbanized. It won't go back to what it was in the year 1930. So what would be good for the model if we reduced everything by 30%? Is it enough? No, but we don't have the answer, but we do have a number. If we are able to reduce by 30%, it's a number, it's something, right? So I think we still need to advance very much in the hydrological modeling so we can have more concrete answers. And I think we will have an opportunity to do this in Natal. Who knows? Anita is asking me to look at the camera so people can see us. Congratulations to all three of you. It was incredible. It's so ecstatic when we see a work being performed with such characteristics. And I'm really interested in many different points, but I'll approach one initial advice that maybe we could welcome from you here, which is how would we start this work? By choosing a community. Once we have so many communities listed and the problems are very cross-sectional, we have problems with the drainage system, flooding, we have air quality problems, problems with the advancement of the sea in certain areas, and we have communities now living basically counting on how the tide will be every moment, because with the high tide, the children can be dragged when walking to school. So there are many points. So can you advise us, Ana, in a sense, for us to start effective work by starting, is there a filter? Because we see how many problems there are. So when you came to work, you found countless problems as we did, right? And everyone is repeating those problems as fundamental for their well-being. That's a point. The second point is about the physical medium data. When you show the basin and all of its elements, the information, was it all collected previously with the support from the City Hall? And they put this in the database because the modelings regarding floods and etc. require their support, especially to build maps for risk of floods, so we can warn the communities, raising an alert, which is a fundamental point, right? Developing alert systems in situations of risk. So I don't know if it's clear. These 2 points are fundamental for us to answer right now, I think. Well, Venerando, your questions are quite strategic. There is this aspect of information which is strategic, and in the beginning, we wanted to build a model which the city of Hamburg is using, which is a Calypso model, which is German. But it required so much data that I decided that we need the less data in order to generate as data so we could later model them in the Calypso. So I think we'll be able to do it. But a very strategic aspect is to build databases for proper diagnosis of public policies. I mean, in São Paulo, we have the GeoSampa, which makes it easier, but we noticed that GeoSampa is really broad. It doesn't have much local roots. So there are information that the sub-administration has, but Sampa has, and the other way around, and we cannot store it all. So these function of the information system would be the worst enemy of good planning. So we should understand how we can do this, and I think the project could bring a platform for data, building a data platform, which is fundamental. And we collect those data, right? When it comes to choosing locations, I have made so many mistakes. I went to Mãe Preta, I made contacts in a school, and we were trying and trying, and at some point we're like, well, maybe here we'll have a more interesting case. In this case was a case Professor Renato Anelli was already working with. So we had accumulated information. So it's important to have a place where information is accumulated with some public power access so we can exchange the data. So at this point, whatever case you choose here in Natal, you'll have both things, public powers to support you and the community's support, which is the most simple to do then over there in São Paulo. So sometimes we do make mistakes. It's fine. It's part of life. You can't be afraid of making mistakes.
Okay, I'm trying to understand the signal. Just one more question. Okay, so you have the final question. Tem uma pergunta aqui. Qual é o seu nome e pode levar-se?
What's your name? Can you please stand up? Good morning, everyone. I'm really thankful for this moment, and I would like to congratulate Professor Anna for this project. From what she explained in the few minutes we had, this will have such reflection on the development of that region in São Paulo. It's so important. And especially, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Professor HCL from the State University of Rio Grande do Norte. Professor Anna, I just have a question about a possibility that I was thinking about, because we have developed certain academic practices about this transdisciplinarity aspect that we need to have to strengthen those actions. And these real-world labs, it's so good to have an engineer talking with a geologist and a sociologist and a political scientist. And there are many actions that we have recently developing, integrating different areas based on the curricular extension units. Because in practice, these are now covering all the fields of knowledge in the extension program. So it's a possibility for us to think, when we send our real-world lab projects, why don't we take all of this academic force we have with these units of curricular extension in the way they can provide us? Let's suppose we have daily discussions on floods. So we already have the conditions to integrate with the colleagues working with environmental management, talking about the more adequate projects for those flooding areas in the municipality. We heard it yesterday. Paulo Ferros, Professor Venerando said this was happening. So it's just an observation. Have you already organized something about applying those UCE aspects in your laboratory? Thank you. Well, yes, the lab Itaim Paulista is an extension project of the São Judas University, and now, well, it started in 2015. In 2018, it integrated the Klimapolis lab as a pilot project for real-world labs. This was when we got the methodology and started the discussion, Anita, Martin, and myself. And currently, it integrates 3 case studies of the group we have called Cian Clima. We work with social vulnerability, water security, segregation, heat islands, and food security versus mining in the metropolitan region of São Paulo. So yes, this does fit as an extension laboratory.
Thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you for your contribution.
That was a very interesting talk.
Muito obrigado, professora Ana, professora Anita, Martin.
Thank you, Professor Anna, Professor Anita, and Martin. I told you this was a very expected discussion for us. It's an interesting discussion. We've been working at Klimapolis. It will be very important for INCT. So, Anna, whenever someone asks what is a real world lab and how you do it, this is all recorded and will be available on our channel. Well, everyone, we have reached our first break. Let's take a 20-minute break, and I'll see you when we come back to return to the event. Thank you. Next table.
Jacob, tudo pronto? Bom, acho que estamos todos prontos. Bom,
So I guess we're ready now. Welcome back. Now we're going to continue with the morning of the second day of the Klimapolis Symposium with a roundtable called Towards Transdisciplinary Research Practices in Climate Urban Governance. I have the pleasure to introduce the mediator of this table, Professor Pedro Jacobi of the University of São Paulo. He is a member of the Environment and Energy Institute, the Advanced Studies Institute, and the Interdisciplinary Climate Investigation Center. And as participants, I'm glad to introduce Professor Renato Anelli, who was here with us mediating a debate. He's a professor at the Architecture and Urbanism Faculty of the Mackenzie University. I also invite Professor Moema Hofstadter. I hope I pronounced her name right. I did train, but she's a researcher of the Interdisciplinary Lab, Society, Environments and Territories of the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, and she coordinates the Forum for Climate Change and Social Environmental Change of the RN nucleus. We were supposed to have the Congresswoman, Mrs. Divaneide Basílio, but she had an issue, close relative passed, and she's being buried this morning, so Mrs. Divaneide could not be with us. And we also had invited Mr. Robson Henrique Pinto da Silva, who coordinates in the Environment State Agency of Environment and Water Resources of Rio Grande do Norte, and I think he had a problem and he's running late. If he arrives late, let him know he can come to the table. And we are also having Professor Ruth Maria da Costa Ataide, a professor of the Architecture Department at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte. And now I pass the floor to Professor Jacobi. Good morning, everyone. It is such a great pleasure to be with you here. I'm so thankful for the invitation by Klimapolis and the opportunity to coordinate this table. Before I pass the floor to the members, we only have three today. It's too bad we don't have a representative of public management here, but I do hope those who are part of public management feel provoked by the themes presented by the members of the panel. This table is very interesting because it is a sequence of the previous table, so we're now approaching themes related precisely to things that were said in the beginning of the first table, dealing about problems and themes that are complex involving sustainability, themes that are, how can I say, wicked problems, right? Things that are demanding from us. Can I interrupt you for a second, Professor? Robson's here. Oh, perfect. Let's invite him to the table then so we can continue. Please, Professor. Please, Robson. Very good. Welcome.
Robson, só para...
Just to... Diego, can you introduce Robson or he introduces himself? It's quite informal here. It's okay if he needs to. Yeah, I can introduce him. Since our audience is also watching online, it's important. Professor Robson, we are so glad to invite you to join us. Robson Henrique Pinto da Silva, he's a coordinator of the Environment and the State Agency of Environment and Water Resources in the state of Rio Grande do Norte, and I hope you have accepted this possibility to speak in case you want to say something.
Bom, então, como estava comentando, nós estamos...
So as I was saying, we are talking about things that make us precisely in this context of complexity. And the theme, the path towards transdisciplinary research and the challenges to build transdisciplinary approach to urban challenges and the existence of tools to support transdisciplinary experiences and what have we learned from the failures and what are the upcoming opportunities. These are themes that are really very provocative. I would like to start by giving a short presentation, provoking you from the very beginning by seeing both inter and transdisciplinarities. These are not fetishes, but an option for knowledge and social practices. And I think it's important to highlight because we effectively verify how knowledge keeps changing. Disciplines disappear, they don't make any more sense. Besides, there was a very significant hiatus established between humanities and natural sciences, and we're here precisely to show how this gap should be lessened. We need to create a cross fertilization, being more and more present in a process in which logic, traditional logic that had pieces of knowledge, it should be replaced by a process which is reorganization, which is already happening, right? In the organization of knowledge. And as Edgar Morin said, complex knowledge demands advancements in the disciplinary boundaries. And Boaventura Souza Santos called this fertilizer exchanges in the order of complex knowledge, and these new perspectives for the expansion of this interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary focuses constitutes trying to reestablish many times partially the character of totality, of complexity and hybridization of the real world, where we are and where we want to act. The new thing is precisely the hybrid scientific objective, and the theme of climate change is based on this perspective and as presented in the previous session. We are dealing with this rupture in the borders of knowledge and preconceptions, hierarchy of knowledges and suspicion between disciplines. So this should happen more and more through cross-sectional cuts and through collaborative dynamics between fields of knowledge and through the combination of methodologies that will allow a new setup of the connections between natural, social, and exact sciences. The dialogue between disciplines, experiences in education, research, and practices, educational and professional, they aim at looking at a field of knowledge that is able to capture the multi-causality relations of interdependence on the natural and social orders which determine structures and social and environmental changes. In contemporary society, the social spaces, they have traditionally been divided into the mass of executors and the experts that are authorized to deliberate, plan, and decide, legitimized by impositions of coercive character, both in the material and in symbolic planes, which was very well explained precisely in the previous session by saying that we are all experts, each one with their experiences and practices. In this sense, science and knowledge of the daily experience of authors as subjects of their own survival processes require strengthening, undoing the symbolic boundaries between different social strata that are more and more stratified, which is a huge challenge when we think precisely of territorial planning, social planning in the context of climate changes and what I prefer to call climate emergency. Because since yesterday, we have seen how much we're talking about an emergency context for the climate and its unfoldings. Therefore, we need to improve the potentials for dialogue spaces that are more horizontal and learning from the practice of participatory democracy, mediating experiences of different subjects, authors, social and local authors, building projects for collective interventions. And this collective making becomes important strategies that incorporate several actors and practices, which could be an innovative element to solve governance alliances for environmental management, fomenting understanding and accepting a new paradigm that will inform new choices from the public powers and society in a perspective for advancing towards sustainability in social and environmental aspects. As said yesterday, social environmental risk assessment allows the possibility to amplify the public involvement through initiatives which allow the increased level of awareness about the environment from the citizens, which ensure confirmation and consolidation in institutions of open channels to participate in a pluralistic perspective. This transactionality transcends the semantic arguments because it establishes a finality which is open to reflect about the problem by emphasizing collaborative practices, social learning, which will contribute to mobilize the different spaces where we produce, transmit, and multiply knowledge. Proactive and cooperative actions surrounding the environmental problematic because social learning promotes the premise of learning together to manage together by emphasizing collaboration between different social actors and highlighting a process that needs to contribute to create trust, develop a common vision of all the aspects at stake, solving conflicts and reaching joint solutions that will show to be technical and socially correct. I conclude by saying that in this context of climate emergency, we are not dealing with a context in which we have a game with controversial values and uncertainties and the need for more urgent actions and the fundamental component which is raising conflicts of interest, especially when it comes to the unequal risk distribution, showing an eminent need for all the parts involved, as all the social actors involved, including the subjects of the highest risk that should be involved in the process of recognizing uncertainties and engagement in searching for solutions that need to be more consensual. They will never be perfect, but more consensual. In this sense, we are dealing with the need to face a concrete fact, the controllability of collateral effects and dangers produced by decisions that have always been made. We should reverse this because knowledge should serve more and more to transform the unpredictable risks into calculated risks. So that's how I end my short provocation. And now I'll pass the floor to Professor Renato Anelli, who's going to put some slides on screen to have this dialogue.
Sim, cronometrando. Bem, primeiro queria agradecer.
First, I would like to thank for the opportunity to be here on this table with the debate. And before I consider Pedro's provocation about interdisciplinarities, I would like to say that I have a degree in architecture and urban planning. And when I graduated, we had a different vision. We had urban planning, urban projects, landscaping, architecture for buildings. So what we now internationally know as different disciplines and specializations, our training here in Brazil is still very broad. So there is this character which is very interdisciplinary in nature. It has always been, unlike in the international scenario, which allows us to transit easily in this debate and interaction or work with other disciplines, as we see here. This project is somehow the one we are inserted in Klimapolis. It is a large network involving different projects. One that we started 2 years ago, CM Klima, which is just a brand. It actually means city infrastructure and adaptation to climate change. It actually has to do with some international congresses of modern architecture. We should be resumed so we can deal internationally with climate change. The project is supported by CNPq and FAPESP, Mackenzie, and research with some projects of FAPESP inserted in this umbrella, involving Mackenzie, USP, DWIH, and the Institute of São Carlos, where I come from. São Judas, UFABC, in territorial planning, and restructuring, the Judith from the Federal University of Natal, and this is all in this umbrella of Klimapolis. And we also have a foot in India after this collaboration with the Indian Institute of Technology at Madras in Shamai through the UK University in Cambridge. So I decided to answer to the questions about what we've learned from our failures, because I think we have some long years of practice, and sometimes we don't choose our practices very well. So based on the choosing the rights and wrongs, we can think about the next perspectives and possibilities that we can see ahead. This project is structured in 4 case studies that are fundamental in a sense that we perceive space, as Ana Paula said, as reinforcing its own synthesis that we should be able to understand. What are the themes, the balances in these themes? So I'm bringing 2 questions for you. One that Ana Paula already presented, está em Paulista with Guanás de Morena, and the flow of the Tietê River, and you have Paraisópolis and Morumbi in the basin of the river Piajuçara and Antonico, where we're just starting there.
A pergunta todo mundo me fez assim,
the question was, how did you reach the basin of the Lajeado in Itaim Paulista? I want to thank Marcos from DWIH, the Center of Sciences and Innovation for the State of São Paulo, which funded a workshop in 2014 that we organized with HafenCity with Martin Kuller. It was quite decisive to learn in these workshops called New Urban Studies for the City of São Paulo, New Lines of Mobility, and we precisely dedicated to studying how this concept of Curitiba, that at the time IPCT recommended as a model for corridors and verticalization and more density in the corridors where the buses were circulating. So we ran the risk of having this dancing up in avenues built over creeks that had been channeled. So this dancing is what is happening right now in the more floods that we see in areas where it didn't flood before. Why the areas in Itaim Paulista? Because it has a bus corridor predicted to run parallel to a creek that was still open, with plenty of irregular occupations in the margins of those creeks. So why not thinking about the project as an integrated one?
Córrego, habitação social, drenagem sustentável.
Involving corridor creek, social aspects, sustainable drainage, and introduction of active mobility systems, which resulted in this first scheme, a concept at first that we call urban environmental corridor, which would be the reorganization of the creek by creating a linear park and sustainable drainage systems, and also the reallocation of businesses and social housing in areas involved in the construction of the bus corridor, which required displacements and required these businesses and people to be reincorporated elsewhere. Like in this area of Torresmo that Ana Paula mentioned, we didn't even know it was called Torresmo at the time. This is an area that crosses over the creek, and the reallocation of those people living here in this region in more vertical and dense systems would be released for a treatment of the creek in the area of permanent protection with the introduction of devices for sustainable drainage along the creek. So this concept at the time that we were doing, we had no one from Itaim Paulista there. So I came to Ana Paula and I said, Paula, do you have any student who lives in Itaim Paulista? And she's like, yeah, I have a lot. And I'm saying, so you have to join our project. So she owned the project. She's now the boss, the coordinator of the lab, with her students and many others. And they're doing this incredible work, which brings us a possibility for a reality and a kind of action that is not a student who lives away from the peripheries that are going there to do charity. It's important, but it's important really to empower people, allowing policies for inclusion at the very university to empower those citizens who live in the area. That's the disaster. We did all of this. Then the city hall keeps building without any project, and they're building a type of channeling for this creek, which reduces the flow due to a wrong technological choice that so far not even Sinubi knows the project that's being implemented. And this project caused the floods that Ana Paula showed us. So when public actions go wrong, they worsen things. And we keep having these processes. But anyway, we have developed in a scale of studies of planning together with Alexandre Vakov from USP, thinking about a sector where protection should be done by polders, where we can create this environmental corridor, and then we have this tributary system so we can work with linear parts, and there is this characteristic. A second case is a new case that we're talking about now, the climate justice concept, coming from our work at Klimapolis, really involving heat islands, populational density, and the renovation of the urban fauna. And this is due to the zoning changes in the region. This is the map of thermal stress in São Paulo in the theme plan of climate action. So I'm getting this hot ball, which is not the hottest of all, and I'm amplifying, right? So we see how this involves the neighborhoods of Morumbi and Paraisópolis.
Opa, voltou. No, volta agora.
Okay, can you go back one, please? It's because there are two different realities, right? But what I think is really important to see here in Paraisópolis is that we have more than 500 people per hectare. The estimate is 1,000 people per hectare now. And here in Morumbi, in the green areas, greener, we have less than 25 people per hectare. So the distance between these two realities, it is only 800 meters. So this means by using the local climate zones methodology, which allows you to estimate the production of heat, and we're going to be measuring on top of this area later to calibrate the methodology of local climate zones. So we have a difference of up to 2 degrees centigrade at the same time of day between these two situations. I believe if you live there, you feel the difference even more than it shows. But the point is, all of this region is now going to a change in zoning, and this is maintained, the situation of low density, as it is a strictly residential area for single-family homes. So the point is, how can we change the situation here, where you can better distribute this habitational density, not here because this is a historical house, and I actually curate this house. This is an institute, it's a museum, really. So, based on this house, we are looking together with research to have community associations working together with us for us to think how we can redistribute in the city in this contrasting condition the population here without losing the environmental and climate quality we have. So this is just for you to see here. Paraisópolis is very straight in terms of the divisions, but it is an absurd in terms of being crowded, and all the vegetable coverage is in Morumbi. When developing this work of researching in the past year and a half, we have decided to go back to São Carlos after a case study in the region of Coderópolis, but there are works done by showing solutions based on nature that we called green infrastructure. In the management that I participated as a construction secretary between 2001 and 2008. So we went to visit these two infrastructures and what happened to them in these 15 years, practically. This is a spring. This is an area where there was plenty of erosion taking place, deposits of trash, which is very common in these areas. There are always erosions near the springs and people are just putting trash there, and the very city hall does it. This happened for 12 years, but in our management, it stopped, and now they started doing it back again, because that's how people do it. We removed all the trash, we stabilized the soil with geotextile, we made an escape, which is a staircase for the water to run, and then we planted trees. So this is a situation 2 or 3 years later. In the above photo and next to it we have a drone flight that took place this year, and now the woods are back. So you see what Fatima said, how important it is to have a role for green areas in urban context as well, for capturing carbon and thinking about the effects we already know when it comes to heat and water problems. So these actions should be much more frequent and taking situations in which degraded areas actually demand this type of intervention. This other case is a canal. It had already been covered. It was channeling the creeks in order to have an avenue, and we decided to open the creek, even though it took a while to do this. It was more complex to choose a system with the proper technology. So we revegetated with geotextile, established channels and wood protection. This system worked very well until the maintenance stopped due to changing governments. And then the city hall stopped, and now there are critical erosion points appearing back because all nature-based systems require maintenance, and the problem is that this maintenance is actually quite specialized. So in contact with our foreign partners, we are now checking that this also happens in England and in other countries, and this makes nature-based systems be discredited as efficient infrastructure systems. So they need to assess and reassess these instabilities from a technical aspect to allow them to last, which is essential. So this is the next stage, a subgroup of projects which involve reviewing these experiences. That's basically all I had to show you, and I think this brings a little more action, like practical, physical, constructive actions that involve management in the debate we're doing. Thank you. Thank you so much, Renato. It was perfect. I always give you some extra time if you need, but with a little discipline, everything works. Now I'll pass the floor to Professor Ruth Maria da Costa Taide from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Professor Pedro, for coordinating this table. I would like to thank initially the organization of the event, the network Klimapolis that I met during this process. And I also found that the part of the project involves INCT for a long time, 5 years. So we have so many challenges ahead. So I feel really flattered to participate in this collective effort to rethink the problem of climate change in the perspective we are proposing here. Why? It's because this is what it's about. As Professor Pedro said, it's a hybrid theme. During a long time, it was quite centered in certain fields of knowledge, just like the theme I'm about to approach suggests for some that this transdisciplinarity is not possible. Some don't see themselves represented in the debates and the points that I'm mentioning. And this is why it's so important to have this meeting here. So I want to thank you and say that I really feel flattered because as I work with architecture and urban planning, we see our colleagues from Mackenzie present, Professor Rinaldo, nice to meet you. I saw the previous table and your presentation, and us at UFRN and in Brazil in general, we have been somehow been doing things our own way in the real world lab. In the extension projects, we had different modalities, those fields of knowledge that are more close to our heart, that deal directly with this real world. In our case, we have a closer bond to the vulnerable populations with a demand of collective interests that not always are, how can I say, allowing bonds to be established that are purposeful and productive with public management. So I can give you some examples. I could go in a direction that's a little different from the previous table because I'm going to talk a little bit about the failures, but failures in the dialogue, in the advancements we've made in this perspective. So in architecture and urban planning, we have actions in research that are related to territorial planning. So I'm going to be limiting myself to this action, which is my main field of work, and some other colleagues are also doing this for projects for architecture and buildings, but we're mainly doing this for territorial management and urban management. And in this sense, we have research dealing with discussions about density and infrastructure that are directly related to climate change and their challenges that were mentioned, the resources related to abandoned buildings, which we call urban emptiness, and their optimization can allow many vulnerable populations to live in those buildings if the public policies that are corresponding in case they're implemented, and some extension projects working in certain communities, and eventually some partnerships, including with the prosecutor's office. Because as I saw some comments about the prosecutor's office by Professor Venerando and other colleagues, we have a very productive dialogue, very profitable, especially with the prosecutor's office on the state level. And in this dialogue, we have transdisciplinarity always present. I have been careful enough that I've been participating in actions in the prosecutor's office, in my colleagues with geology, engineering, geography, and we advanced when we took many actions. So I wanted to say,
So I'd like to talk about how satisfied I am to be here. And I will treat then specifically about the territorial planning. Well, I did not bring any slides. because what I would present would be in a macro scale, the maps, and then I understand that sometimes it's harder to understand, especially for those who are abroad. What does that mean, right? And I'm going to make a few more reflections about the review process of the master plan that resulted in new rules that are in fact since 2022, and in my understanding represents huge failures of the collective action and the public action in the building of this territory. It's important to mention that this discussion about planning, yesterday I was not here on the panel, but I was watching it online together with other activities that I was doing, and I saw that the fight against climate change was talked about in terms of mitigation, adaptation, and the urban factory planning is in this context of an effort for adaptation to climate change. So urban planning is there in these paths. Then I'd also like to mention that on this path, we've tried to think about expanding protection strategies of the urban territories, notably the ones affected by climate change because of coastal erosion and floods. I know that that was also mentioned yesterday. And especially the urban territories of these estuary zones and coastal zones, and Natal is in that. And this constitutes the basis, the foundation of its spatial configuration, and also the root of the greatest problems, which is the occupation process along the years. And in this occupation process, what have we done to minimize the problems resulting from pressure from great economic agents that act in the sense of establishing and keeping this division firm between the vulnerable territories, the opaque ones, according to Milton Santos, those that we do not see, and those who are shiny because they are the interest of the state. So I think this opposition in the urban scenario, it's something that moves us as researchers here in the architecture course. Not only me, many colleagues work with me on this. I currently coordinate an extension project that is named Fora Direita Cidade. And based on this extension project, we act on this review of the master plan. So we included in this process we're not political actors of the academic sector, like isolated ones, but we do that as an extension project. The institutionality and the university was present. And we also participated based on it in the integration with national networks, including the INCT of the Klimapolis and the National Forum for Urban Reform and the also national articulation. So we have this dialogue with the national scale and in local by making this bridge with the vulnerable communities in the discussion of this process. So I should mention how this planning process was. A few things need to be said in relation to the planning process in Natal. The review process of the master plan began in 2017 and only happened because there was a legal determination of the statute of cities for that, because there was no plan to be reviewed. We used to say that all the time. The city was entirely to be thought of in terms of the previous plan. So this was a point of conflict in the years before the start of the process, because we insisted that there was nothing to review. We needed to do something different. And based on that moment, we were obliged, the society as a whole, to give in. And the process was concluded in 2022, including with 2 years of a pandemic in a remote manner, difficulty of having a social participation and all that. So the master plan of the city of Natal, it went through setbacks, and I named them failures. I'd like to say, because we identified that the orientation was not necessary, things repeated by the government, especially, and the representatives of the economic sectors that had to do basically with real estate and commerce. So that's why I'm bringing this conflict relationship, because that's what it's about. It's a discussion for the ownership of the land and how to manage these territories, and these territories that have social, environmental vulnerabilities that are visible. And it's not just Natal, it's Brazil, it's Latin America. So this is a situation that's visible, and it's clear, and we need to be in different areas of knowledge, because the geological situations need to be thought about. There are engineering situations, there are several articulations that we need to have. Unfortunately, in the review process, since we're talking about urban planning and territorial planning, somebody reads, but who talks about this? Who dialogues with this? And sometimes it's only an architect or an urbanist, sometimes a geologist. Fortunately, we have here a few great examples that are adding to this. And Professor Venerando, I'm sorry if I'm only citing him, but he has been with us during the process. But it's very common, as we are in the university, we hear people say, oh, well, what's bad about the master plan? Well, because there is a story that is present in the guidelines, and that sounds inclusive. It sounds like an inclusive perspective, and it sounds that it is fighting climate change, there are adaptive strategies, but when you go in the meanders of the details of the rules, and you see the establishment of what we call parameters for soil occupation, and this is, as far as I can see, the use of soil occupation, reservation of permeable areas, the delimitation of areas where you cannot occupy because of the ecosystems that we have there, and then we have mangroves, we have sand dunes, the estuary of Panteji. So you have a way to look at these things, and they affect everyone, not only those that are directly involved. So the master plan, with regard to these adaptations, when we talked to the planning people, there were 2 indications. The need for zoning that operates in this perspective of identifying the spaces that can be actually occupied with control, and an attentive analysis of the territories with special characteristics that need more attention. And the relationship after the statute, it named as special zones in very different colors. You have some social interest zones as well. And in Natal, we have a fertile ground for that. Since the 1990s, soon after the Constitution, the municipality of Natal was the first one to approve a master plan that incorporated these requirements, identifying based on the environmental conditions of the environment and the infrastructure available, what were the parts of the territory that could be more occupied and adopt a protection system of the environment that was a pioneer as well in Brazil, which is what I call environmental and landscape protection system. And this system was focused on the coastal area of the municipality. I'm focusing on the municipality now. And this system is even before the Constitution. It was from the 1980s of our master plan, 1984. And the master plan was functional, but there were special tourist area zones, and then, had that. Unfortunately, in these two fields, the master plan now in force just threw that away. So the zoning that we had before that lasted even before the report of 2007 already identified that you had 3 great zones in the municipalities. A dense zone that would correspond to the neighborhoods, the main neighborhoods in the first ring of expansion toward the south. The rest was a zone that did not have an infrastructure, so it could not absorb construction potential, and a great green belt identified as environmental protection zones. Since then, very much criticized. This zoning was very much criticized. And when it is criticized, well, after all of the criticism, it went away in 2022. Of course, we're not going to talk about the political context that we had until 2022 in all the spheres, because there was an environment in that that would happen. And in fact, it did. The same way that the occupation and environmental protection zones were pressured and some were changed. And some sand dune areas were liberated for occupation, mangrove areas as well, and that's what we have today. But what does all of this have to do with everyone? Do they only have to do with these people who are working on this agenda? So I'd like to say, and I'm almost going to the conclusion here, Professor Pedro, that of course that there are a few advances, but there's no time for that. You have an inclusion of green areas. We do not have that with the density that we have now. It is more detailed. You have an outlook on other things, but there are not other things in the discussion that we're having now. As Professor Soraya, yesterday I heard online, she said, we haven't done anything about climate change in 10 years, not in the state, not even in the municipality. And there was something in the rules before, but what we had, part of it just went down the drain. So I'd like to close by saying a few things. There are things that we should ask. Why the setback that we have now, when we think about the fact that climate change has no return? And here I'm talking about the cases of occupation at the coast. So we have the following situation. We have erosion that's intensive, it's complicated, it's documented, and we have a defense of the economic sectors that, the city needs that, it needs to put more sand. But at the same time, these sectors say, oh, but I want to build more buildings here. So how do we have this dialogue? Of course that you can't just, remove the buildings, but you can schedule for the medium and long term. And this movement is not there. There's an expectation of having public funding to improve and enlarge the beach, but there's no critical and collective work of the public administration and of the academia and of the population in general to say, okay, right, so let us build an occupation process, because you can't imagine that Natal can be Fortaleza or Boa Viagem or, beaches from other cities nearby, or Rio, for example, because the conditions here are absolutely different, even in terms of geology. And these occupation areas in the shoreline, they were all flexibilized with indication of increase of occupation. So that suggests severe problems that we're going to have to face afterwards. And lastly, I think what was said here by a few people, a participative process, and that includes us as the academia, as political actors of this process, we can be included. In the entire process, the members of the forum that I run and other academic units, they were not even heard, or they were even criticized because of their arguments. Science was put in question during the entire process. So these arguments were presented, all of them were. And I'm not even talking about their acceptance. They were actually approved by the legislative afterwards by the same representatives of the government. So I think those are situations that we need to be attentive to them. And in what we do, in the urbanism and architecture here, having a dialogue with APP, Public Policy Institute, with whom we have an important dialogue, and that also has the observatory of the metropolis. And we can say that we can advance in this discussion. And, looking for establishing this partnership that Klimapolis can allow us to do that, but knowing that it's not always going to be easy. And what is going to be our agenda in this process, how to establish these dialogues. Because with the vulnerable communities, we already do that. And we know of the difficulty of these communities for them to have access to spaces of power in the government. But I think this is a great challenge. And I'm a believer. I like the work that I do together with my peers from several groups that I have. So I like to say this, this space for participation can be reinforced by the occupation of social control spaces. I participate as a representative of the university in the councils, in urban planning, the council of the cities, the council of housing. We are a huge minority, and it's very hard to establish all that. And we all know that we have that in every city, and we need to broaden this discussion to know our place in this process so that we can build these alliances and these dialogues and these plans that we can move ahead. Thank you. Thank you. Now I pass the floor to Professor Moema. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to greet Venerando and Klimapolis on his behalf, Professor Pedro, everyone here, and the audience. I'm going to greet by greeting Professor Zoraide, who is the coordinator of the research lab that houses my research. When I was invited to speak here, the idea was to have a transdisciplinary experience idea. So I will show you a few images. I'm not going to be too stuck on them, but I am going to use the research that we developed, which is the study of the social environmental impacts of the wind farms on the communities and on the environment. So I'm going to talk about how we work in a real world lab. I think that's very close to this methodology that we have developed in the lab. So the first point that I'd like to raise is that the contribution of the forms of renewable energy for the transition and for the diversification of the energy matrix is unquestionable. That is something that everybody agrees on. I think nobody questions that. Our research leaves that very clear. But at the same time, that we started to know, or started to note, was that climate change, they affect unproportionally the most vulnerable, the poor, the Black people, and the traditional communities, the indigenous people, those who are marginalized. And when we walk around our state, we started to realize that the model for the transition that was developed here in the northeast of Brazil, it also affects the most vulnerable people, the indigenous communities, the Black people, the ones who are most vulnerable. And then we started to question ourselves, but what's that? We're trying to solve a problem, but at the same time, we're working in a similar way, and we're affecting those same people. So we have here, and Professor Dulce already mentioned, Professor Ruth actually, we have the sand dunes, and you have these places that have been decharacterized. You have wind farms that are privatizing our land. We have deforestation. We have the occupation of reservations. So we started to observe communities that still have access to water in terms of artisanal wells in a manual way because they do not have power and they do not have energy. But around them, we have lots of wind farms. We have a problem that I'm going to mention afterwards in the fishing community, and the so-called development is not really seen in practice. For example, the municipalities that have wind farms, they still face, for example, the reality of landfills and lack of basic sanitation, and so on and so forth. And I'm not even talking about other people in the extraction of metals for the manufacturing of wind and solar equipment. And they have this reality of the mining and the miners. It's similar to slave work and child labor. Women receive less than men. And in territories that are very vulnerable, like in the Congo Democratic Republic. I brought this map here. It has been updated on March 1st to show you the northeast of Brazil, and all the red dots are wind farms that are working and have maintenance or their construction is about to start. And here we already have the reality of the requests for environmental licensing at the sea here in the Brazilian northeast. Here we have the Rio Grande do Norte. So you see the number of farms. It's not a tower, right? We have each park here or farm with several towers. And here, the offshore ones. So when we talk about transdisciplinarity, what are we talking about? Well, we started to notice that our research needed to extrapolate the universe of the academia, because, the transformation, the transition of the development system depends on a decision-making. So we would need to talk to all of the affected bodies, but the participation of civil society is crucial because it's a civil society who's going to say who lives in the territory and what's the reality there. So we decided in this first research, right, Zoraide, to have a big articulation with organizations of civil society that lived in these places. Because for you to do research and that it can be considered serious research, you need to be absolutely sure that people are telling you the truth of the reality. And for people to tell you what's happening, you need to almost to be like an internal subject living in those societies. So you need trust there. It's essential. So we looked for these organizations, unions, cooperatives. We basically moved to these municipalities so that we could try to understand the reality. We worked with several methodological techniques, with focal groups, with interviews, with active participation, so that we could actually understand and start to systematize what was there. Because what happens there? We need to understand where we're coming from. Brazil in the Northeast is a producer of energy. We are used to producing to export primary goods. And it's very hard for us to counterpose ourselves to the hegemonic discourse. So you can imagine, even today in public hearings in the municipalities, when the research company arrives that did the environmental report, and the technicians arrive, and we go there, professors, the community many times, they, look at us with suspicion. It's embarrassed to say something because the community has the truth. They are the ones who live the reality. So we need to make this knowledge scientific. We need to bring this knowledge to the academia because it's knowledge that's as important as ours. And then there's another matter. In addition to this ability to have this articulation, we need to understand that our research does not want to counter what the managers are bringing. It wants to be a critic. We need to have a critic science, because in our state, there's no energy ordering or rules. So the wind farms, they're everywhere. The solar panels are going to destroy our caatinga, which is a biome that we have here, because there's no rule for that. There is no regulation. So we're going to have the first one in Pedra Grande, in artisanal fishing community, Deixo Queimado. There's no regulation in Brazil for the offshore energy, and the licensing is about to be approved. So this is an open field for those who, in fact, want to invest. And our struggle, our research is in the sense of drawing the attention, because the role of the public managers is essential for this regulation. And we need to draw attention because this is essential. And then we see the SDGs here. So how can we meet the purpose of having renewable energy by causing problems for the life under sea? Because I'm going to show you afterwards the pictures of how you have these offshore parks. There's the absence of studies. There is an emptiness of knowledge since the movement of the waves until the influence of the coral reefs, and also the influence on our coastal territory. We know that's going to leave these people without their homes, these artisanal fishing communities. And this, thinking about interdisciplinary, what this means is we will have to talk to the food safety or unsafety. Here in the Northeast, 60% of the fish that we eat come from artisanal fishing. And artisanal fishing, I'm going to show you afterwards, very briefly, it almost puts in the municipality the same resources as the royalties of Petrobras, with the following difference: the resources from royalties, fund from royalties, nobody knows where they go. They are not even shown anywhere. But fishing, those funds, they make the economy go. And if we end it, we're going to have a very serious problem, because on Monday, I was in an event of the Public Prosecutor's Office, and Professor Zoraide was in Seridó. I was in Macau with other fishing communities. And one person said, a fisherman said, look, if I can no longer fish, I'm going to Natal, and I'm going to live on the streets in Natal, because I'm not, that's all I can do. That's all I know how to do. So I'm not going to be able to pay rent. And my son is going to sell drugs, and I'm going to become a prostitute. I don't know if my husband is going to stay with me. So a fisherman told me that. And so we need to discuss violence and people leaving those places and going to the cities. And, we have these communities with a lot of people leaving because, these people have their lives with their routines in certain places. And this equipment, it gets in the way of that routine. In addition to all the healthcare problems that are overburdening the public healthcare system. People have insomnia, people feel sick. There are a few suspicions of epilepsy on the rise, problem in the production because of things. And the problem is not like a plane that we hear, but the infrasound that does not allow our brain to rest. So all of these are matters that we mention in our studies, and with a very strong participation of civil society organizations, with a group of professors, Professor Venerando, Professor Ruth, Professor Dulciana, together with other professors. And we have discussed these issues, and we tried to listen to the communities. We have just ended our mistakes here in the Mato Grande region, which is where we have the first wind farms, Professor Pedro. We ended up getting a group of researchers at Seridó, and that was the second offensive of the wind farms. And this group of researchers with very serious studies, we've been able to write technical notes and have public hearings. We are sending all of that to the state and federal public prosecutor's office and to Infame, and we were able to request new studies. Well, they requested, based on these technical notes, more in-depth studies, because this is something that's very serious. And what we realized today, unfortunately, Professor Ruth, is that in our state, the territories are also assets for liquidation. It seems like the states are just in a dispute to see who has more wind farms. And the money people that talk about so much from the bank is not for the state. It's a money to build the wind farms, and that's private. And we have 4 or 5 companies that own the Northeast nowadays, because you rent the land and you rent the air above it and the water below it in a very cheap money, and that is really not anything for the farmers, because if you were to buy the land, the price would be much higher. So before I conclude, just for you to see, here we have our coast, and these are the projects that await licensing for offshore parks. So just for your curiosity, IFAN recognizes this light blue here as a territory for artisanal fishing here in the Rio Grande do Norte region. And I did an overlap here, very simple, between these 2 red crosses. We have the proposition of implementing these parks, and that's exactly the territory of artisanal fishing in Rio Grande do Norte. And I brought here as well, this is something I still need to say. Sometimes we don't have funding for our research. So we are able to have partnership with the civil societies that have the support of Germany and Fundo Casa and many other places. So this cartography in 6 municipalities of artisanal fishing here was done with the support of Fundo Casa. It's a social map of social cartography done with the fishermen, and they tell us where they fish, where do they go. And here you have the wind farms that are to be built. So the type of fish and what do they catch and where are they going to go? They're not. So this is urgent. You need an offshore regulation, and you also need that so that everything is regulated. But just for your curiosity as well, Petrobras does a survey of the fish coming from artisanal fishing in the municipalities that are those where Petrobras works. And this is from Petrobras. It's not from the social movement, the data. And Petrobras sends to these municipalities 58 million in 2020. The artisanal fishing of that fish that went to the scale summed 54 million. So not a lot of difference. And the artisanal fishing, according to the data from Petrobras, employs 2,099 fishermen. According to the fishermen colonies, there are 4,090. But you see the difference that this resource generates local economy. And here it's not the fish that people are eating, that his family is eating, the fishermen that they distribute to friends. So it's very hard for us to have data. So we get the data that we can access. And so artisanal fishery models, they're going to disappear, maybe, and the economy at the place. the economy moving, several companies. And so to conclude, I'd like to show you the reality that we have today, because there's no energy framework in our cities, and because our state has sierras, although it's a caatinga, and the size for you, those of you who do not know, not everybody saw that, but the size of the machines and people in the base of each of the towers. And here, talking about transdisciplinarity, we have contact with geographers and cartographers and lawyers. We need to count on them as well, because the contracts with the communities, they're absurd. They are entirely different for the parties, and for a farmer to waive the contract, he has to work his whole life, and his child and the grandchild, and so he won't pay a fine. But the company can communicate in 30 days advance notice that the company does not have an interest to explore energy anymore, and everything's all right. So we need attorneys, and in the Sierras, we needed to go and look for archaeologists, because we have several caves in our regions, and we have drawings on these caves. And the explosions that are taking place, they're moving everything around. On Monday, Professor Zoraide, we had the secretariat in Jandaíra. They have 200 caves, and they are suffering from the explosions. And so you see the transdisciplinarity here is important. Here there's a video. It's an explosion in a place. The quality of the sound is not good, but we heard the birds before the explosion, right? We could not hear it now. So the message that I'd like to convey is this one. More and more, for us to be able to understand the complexity of the phenomenon, we need to work outside of our boxes in articulation. The world of work is different. We are in a 4.0 revolution. There's no factory floor for this type of project. We don't even know the owner, because he's at the other side of the world. And we need to deal with a company that it's an intermediary. We don't know who to talk to and what interests them. It's not the relationship with the place, but the profit that the pension funds that fund these new vectors are going to have. Several factors need to be analyzed for us to do research today. Thank you very much, and apologize for the time. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to pass the floor to Robson, and also to say that we began late. So Robson is going to speak, and we're going to open for questions, even if we are late, because we have lunch and we might need to delay things. But we are in Brazil, we can always delay things, right? My accent is different, but I am Brazilian. I'm naturalized Brazilian. Robson, if you will. Good morning, everyone. It's still good morning, right? For those of you who do not know me, I am Robson Henrique. I am the environment coordinator and sanitation coordinator of SEMA, which is our state agency of environment and water resources. It's interesting to talk about this agency, this secretariat, because several things were mentioned here. And it's interesting that we tell the public about the participation of the state in this panel. So first of all, I'd like to thank Professor Judith for the invitation. First of all, the secretariat as well. And the secretary could not come because of his schedule. He was working on some other things and he needed to be present for them. So I'm here on behalf of Secretary Bahel, and I'm going to try to talk about what the government sees in these matters and how we can reflect on them. Things that were mentioned here. Let me just put it over here so that I can try to follow my script. And then, in addition to Professor Judith, I'd also like to thank Professor Veneranda. I just saw here. And I feel honored to be on a panel of the Academy and people working a lot in their areas. But I'd like to say that I'm very proud to have been a student of Professor Venerando back in the day. It wasn't a time in which we talked about the environment, but to speak, because I also had a contact with the area, and I went to the master's at Unicamp in 1997. Nobody talked about the environment. It was one thing or another that was mentioned. I think there was only one ecology course at the country in UNASP. There was no environmental engineering course or major. But from then on, after this time, things became more serious. And we had the event of ECO 92 and several things happening. And to make a connection with what we go through there, the Secretariat has in its flowchart IDEMA, which is the licensing body, IGARN, IDEMA licenses the environmental part, IGARN, the licensing entity of water resources, and also connected to SEMI, we have CAERN, which is a company that works with the water supply. And in our job, the Secretariat, being a part of the government, it works with planning, formulation of policies, and that's where we also have these more general issues, how to solve these matters that are overflowing these problems in terms of the environment and water resources. We have a problem in the Secretariat, and the problem has been, rivers overflowing, roads that are disappearing because of the floods, and part of the Secretariat was working on that. And we also have an environmental front. In this environmental front, we have the policies that we've been working with, and from what we understood as the most urgent thing, I could mention a few things. Like one of the solid waste, we still don't have a policy for that. So we were able to include that policy. The reuse of treated water, once we are in a state that needs us to have direction of the potable waters for their priority in terms of use and supplies. So we need those waters, to have reuse of them. And we also don't have what I would like to say, talking about a few reflections in terms of what we've been observing based on what the government is saying. And we don't have an environmental education policy. So a lot is talked about environmental education. We try to have events and many things, but it's much harder for you to make adults aware of things instead of those who are still being developed, and to develop a culture to work with that and understand the values of what we think must be valued as an awareness that's more consolidated. In addition, something that is communicated with the event as well is the climate change law. It's a law that's very complex, we can say that it is concluded, the part of the commission, but it has already been returned to this technical commission for them to take a look. And then I'd like to mention that in our meeting with the academia, in our talk with colleagues and people who work on this, these policies are where you have this multidisciplinarity. The state does not have all the legs to solve all the problems. I say this because I'm there as a technician, and there is a bureaucracy that's necessary because everything has to be recorded, but I would say something else. I noticed a distancing from the academia and from the public authorities. And we realized that as I was in Secretariat working with this, but then to solve that, we needed to have committees to deal with these policies, and nothing better than to treat these themes that can gain scale, public policies and all that, than public policies. So the transdisciplinarity in this matter is in these committees, university professors. Our policy for climate change, for example, has the participation of Professor Venerando, had the participation of Professor Zoraide, Moema. And we still have time to work on several things that were mentioned here in this policy. It is concluded even with the outlook of PGE, you know. It was analyzed, it was formatted, and we saw that it was even outdated in terms of a few concepts. So we got together with the CEMAR team and we verified that we needed to have another round of concepts, and then we included payment for environmental services and methane collection and climate risk. Because, you know, climate risk, I don't even know if we had any event about this. But in other, Recife already has a mapping of the neighborhoods to show in what you can invest or not. So there's going to be a direct investment in those places that are going to require the so-called development. So there's going to be a direct connection, even with climate change. So we also got that, thinking about politics. And it's even going to have its moment of a public hearing. So this is something else that I mentioned, because it's our job to come up with these policies. And transdisciplinarity, it's a crucial matter for us to work, because any and every subject that we know need to be introduced to the society by means of the state administration. We always communicate with the professionals of that area. We even created programs to introduce the subject and deal with them there. At the time, with climate change, we started with Professor Judith showing us the problems, and after that, we looked and saw other policies. So if we look at least the script of what we have, let me just put it over here, of our themes, talking about transdisciplinarity, and always with the lens of the government. Well, when we talk about the challenges to come up with a climate and environmental approach about environmental matters, we have public policies. Even if we don't get to the public policies, we need to think about implementing certain things that can later become public policy. So we have an example in our secretariat, even being a very small sector, programs that we have implemented in contact with several other entities of the government. I'm going to give you an example of a program that we're trying to implement that draws the attention to another situation that you will note how much we need to give a step forward to be more attentive. And how can we solve these problems? We have a program called Mais Verde. We're trying to implement these programs, but thinking about how it could be implemented, it would be like, well, we're going to try implement green areas in those areas that the legislation requires to have. So you have the forest, and then you have the decree saying that the environmental regulation program needs to be established, and then we think, okay, what are these areas? Well, those are the permanent preservation areas and other agrarian areas. And when we go to the legal reservations, we had a few pilot programs from a few municipalities because the idea of the program is to work on those priority areas, either the areas that were mapped before, people from the academia and the ecology and all, either or the desertification areas. And, the legal reservations, they have not been analyzed. So then that's another matter. We also need to focus on that. And when we talk about urban areas, or, there's a law in 2012 that says that every property needs to have a legal reservation. And this has not been analyzed in the whole country, not even in a small percentage. So 20% of the property, at least in this region of the Northeast. So those are things that I believe we need to mention because there's a lot ahead. And we have a lot of situations so that we need to be objective to solve these things, but with the concern that how can you think about the scale? Because there's a situation and the government cannot be exempt from it, because when we go to the ranking of the states, a great deal of the things that are there, they are the obligation of the municipality, but the state needs to be present. The state needs to know how the integration is and how the municipalities are talking to each other. So another tip that I mentioned here for the academia and for managers who are here, and also for the event itself, is that the municipalities need to participate in this type of event. We have federations that can make these municipalities be represented. Here we have FEMU. So many times we have this rehearsal in the academia. I know and I like research. I had my master's degree in environmental geochemistry from Unicamp. I went to study the Vale do Ribeira region. So to research why heavy metals were thrown there, contaminating the water of an estuary at Ribeira do Iguape. So all of that, we can't escape from these because everything's interconnected. So we also need to talk to the municipalities. And, they're fragile. And there are secretariats, and we can also talk to them. And let's see where they're at least to inform them, because that's where we're going to do what we're thinking about. So from what Moema, for example, presented, many things are of the responsibility of the municipality, but they have no clue how to do those things. And sometimes you have a technician with a hearing and they don't know how to defend themselves, and who to talk to. So We even have a resolution that's now being worked for this part, and that's not SMR, but several times it was put there to be worked again. We even did the role of calling the society to hear the society. We had a minute made, and that was also sent to the environmental entity. And I think there's time. The society has strength and power to search for it. The public prosecutor's office is there for that. In our case, it's even there to be more transparent, because we're not going to say every time that there's no time and there's nothing to do. No. So what are we going to do? Let us list what we have here and let us call the public prosecutor's office to discuss with us. And that's what we did. We called Raquel Germán and said, doctor, look, we have this, this, and that. Those are the priorities. And so that you know. And she already said, look, why is that not there? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Why don't you transform this into a decree? So that's also transdisciplinary. And that means showing a little about of what the government has done in these matters. And it doesn't happen overnight. So just a joke to conclude, I went to leave my son for a teenage program yesterday, and he asked me, Dad, with this programming course, do I need to take the college entrance examination exam? Do I need to go to the university? It's like, yeah, it would be nice if you studied climate change and climate sciences, because we need that. You know, just to show the distance, you know, the person who has the information and the problems that we have. So from what I've spoken, yes, we need environmental education policies. It's very important because it goes to the basis of everything. The people, the schools, we also need climate change policies. It's enforced, and once again, it's going to be put to public hearing again, so that we can even include situations that must be there. And may we invite the municipalities. The municipalities, even if it's the representative, here we have a FEMU. So if we have a FEMU, who's going to give assistance to the municipality? Then we have an AGAN sector, which is a nucleus to support the environmental management of municipalities. And they have it there. We already asked for a presentation showing a checkup of how their view happens, if they have secretariat or not, because there are municipalities that you have, you know, secretariat of industry, agriculture, fishing, and the environment, you know, so it's a lot of things, you know, there's no way that these people know what's happening. So we need to get to these people, and we need to give them the proper assistance so that we can get to everyone. And I think Natal is a reflection of that, but in another scale, because there's the urban question. And this proximity, this representativeness that makes a society have more participation in events like these, that makes us notice the paths that we're leading, and we need to have more joint work, everyone knowing what everybody else is doing, and not just doing our own work, thinking that things should not be as they are. So this is, you know, like a general talk. I was trying to talk a lot about the things that were mentioned here, an outlook of the government, part of the secretariat. And I'd just like to add just the last thing that's important, and I think it would be interesting. I don't know if Professor Zoraide is there. Oh, she left with Professor Copa, but Moyama is around. It was said that there's no space for talking about energy. There's a policy for energy in the state. Maybe it does not have proper space, but it is a channel to talk about this. That was the transition. We need to think about gentrification as well. Transition. We need to think about gentrification as well. Do we want these transformations? Yes, but we also need social mobilization. And for all of that, we also need democratic governments that listen and democratic governments that incorporate the demands of the society. So I think this is a discussion that's essential in this context where climate emergence is obliging us to talk about all of these themes. Do you have any questions? I think we can have a round for questions now. Good morning. I'm Rosa Pinheiro. I work with coastal management at IDEMA in the state of Rio Grande do Norte. It's not really a question. It's just a collaboration that I'd like to make to broaden the debate. What I see is conflict that we started to have at this time, in which we require change in attitude to face the climate change that's coming as a country, because this is not a situation that only happens in our state. And there's no respect for all of those mechanisms that are in the national environmental policy, because our national policy is going to say that zoning, ecological, and economic. So where is the economic and ecological zoning? It's no place, right? And here we have, in the coastal zone, the zoning that's ecological for the East Sea. We have an extensive sea, and the east side goes until half. It's the humid part, and the north one, the most arid part, it's where these parks are. So we still have the zoning. The first one did not even talk about this need to have a transformation for the use of the soil that are so intense, like investing in energy in parks that are big equipment. Because, why not think about each home having its own? Maybe that would be less impact. So instead of defining a way of doing things and defining, let's do it this way because it's a great investment, it's a big investment, but, why wasn't the model discussed, since we need to change? Because we have that in other cities. They have more individualized models, and they account for that. So we don't have these plans in the state. We don't have the economic zoning of the state. We don't have that for the coast, and we're going to have conflict. And when we look at what we have today in relation to the coast, especially the less urbanized areas, we have indigenous populations and fishermen, the natives that live there, and the sea is their workplace, and it's their yard. And in certain places, they're more occupied. They were invaded by other areas. And in the areas that have been used the least, they are going to be invaded by the big wind parks. So that's what we need to discuss. And this is a national policy. We cannot solve it only in the state of Rio Grande do Norte. So if there is this need, the states are going to fight to produce that. So we could change that and start in the other ones. So I think that's how we have things. And just reminding that Houthi was called because the group at the university was the minority that was very loud. In the state of São Paulo, there's an economic ecologic zoning. It took more than 6 years to be produced. But it's essential that this is more and more implemented in all of the states. I think we have time for another question or intervention, and then we're going to have to end it. Professor Zoraide left me a question for each and every one of you, and I chose two of them because they were short. They were mine as well, so that would be great. And it's a pleasure, really. The first one is going to be to Ruth. So in what perspectives that could improve the social, climatic, and other perspectives, considering this integrated in your vision? Since we have a scenario in which you, Professor, said so clearly that is a failure, and in view of this perspective, what could you say that we could do to go from failure to a position that's a bit more comfortable? And also taking into consideration the failure, you know, because we always see success and we follow it, but failure, we have to learn from it. And I was very excited at first with the results of the nature-based, and we keep asking, those that did not work, in your case, what would be those possibilities of reverting those failures? I think you mentioned two examples, if I'm not mistaken. And a last question for you, it's very quick. Would you point to the green areas that were a success as an important element in this bet on carbon?
Obrigada, Venerando. Quer dizer,
thank you, Venerando. Zoraide is not here, but Zoraide in Venerando's. I'm going to try to be brief because, you know, our time is short now. Well, it's hard to answer that, but I think we can think in a few possibilities, even considering articulations that Klimapolis can make. And in this sense, the perspective that was mentioned here by Moema is that it's important to be close. We are talking about a possibility of a new design with new projects to deal with climate emergencies based on the management, but this management needs to be understood as public management in a broad sense that accounts for the interests of the community, and especially looking for this valuing of the popular vulnerable states, and that requires us something that some of us try to do. We try, but that's not a lot of it. And that needs to be included in the education, not only get to the projects, but last year we had an education course that was supported by the Forum for Popular Social Movements, because this can contribute to give visibility to all of these issues together with these segments. So students came up and they were not activists, let's say. So we spent 4 months working with them on several themes. We invited a lot of people. So I think we need to have a continued action in an articulated manner. And it's an effort that we need to have here among ourselves. And also afterwards with the public at large. And establish this dialogue can allow us to visualize what are the problems for this new design. Because actually I manage the master plan, but it's just one.
It's only one instrument. The actions of adaptability, they're not only going to follow the master plan because it becomes a normative text. But if you read, it's going to design the city. And in this design, how can we operate with specific projects in certain sectors in a way that's more articulated in your own competencies? We have another research which is called Fundiary Conflicts that Professor Dulce leads that monitors the discharge of vulnerable populations at the beach, not only in Natal, but other scenarios in the coastal zone. So these populations, they're forgotten about in a sense, without having access to information in most times, in a sense that they do not feel empowered to discuss their own issues as Moema brought to us. It is a long path, but we can search for articulation and raise awareness in our colleagues in other fields of knowledge so we can establish this dialogue. And as we say, as Rosa reminded us, the minority is noisy. So this is how we were working. Those groups appeared with articulation, with part coming from the popular segment and its representatives, and dealing with the discussion and the limitations of the master plan. The master plan is an instrument that guides
a produção de espaço a partir do
and foments the production of space from the private initiative, which is clear, but it does bring other elements, and this is a conquest post-90s constitution, and now in the 2000s we're losing these references. Some are maintained, but we are losing some of these references due to the current context of the management. Thank you. Well, it's very good to hear. We're almost done. Won't you let me speak? It's quick. Okay, I'm very disciplined. If you say I can't, I won't say it. I think that starting with the second question about the power of the green areas we create around, I think that's enormous. And we should think, first of all, green areas within the system of green areas, we should think about them associated to urbanism and especially associated to infrastructures as paths for creations of these new green zones. But so far, we don't have a system that's for a contemporary city that will handle the scale of green areas as we should have for all environmental services that are delivered. So if I release all the APPs of the city to build green areas, what's the shape that the city will have? We still don't know because we haven't dedicated to develop it, even theoretically, in a system that's integrated, that functions in a way that you can circulate and distribute activities. So this challenge has to do with putting down fires constantly as emergencies. So we cannot think even in the medium term, which is the master plan, because there is a barrier of restrictions to any action that is contrary to intensive, very intensive exploitation of capital over the space. So as we cannot even handle with these obvious actions such as historical patrimony, environmental preservation, and other things that are considered regular or normatized, now we have a huge pushback that might be overcome on the federal level, but on the states and municipalities, this vision prevails. So we have this perspective of how we can, besides dealing with these barriers for the medium term, we should think for the long term, because we are not building cities for our generation, but for the next ones. So when it comes to training, especially in an experimental character of formation and discussion of professors for undergraduate courses on how to teach students how to think ahead and not only answering to the contingencies of each moment. I think education has a role which is not only about spreading what already exists, which is hard enough to do, but thinking about a perspective for the future. When it comes to failures, I mean, this is a complicated name because when it comes to technical parameters, mainly, we are going to move through experimentations. And as the opportunity arises to do things in practice, we're not doing the prototypes, we're going straight to practicing on the streets. So this is all going to require knowing what's the performance that will have, how it will survive over time, and the maintenance. So these assessments that should be done for infrastructures that we have made, they are directed by Agenda 21 back then. Now we have other parameters that are more integrated, which was very nice. The change in power sources, the intrinsic interest, the SDGs. So we have an evaluation to be looking at what's technical and what's political and divide them, because the lack of maintenance is a policy that is against us. And the experience with the global south, not only in America, but Africa, Asia, this is essential because our cities obviously are not equal to the European ones, nor the northern hemisphere, nor they are similar to the socialist, ex-socialist countries, which is another characteristic. But what are the instruments we should adapt to our realities? This is something to consider. Thank you, Renato. Moema wants to speak in 1 minute. Yeah, I just want to dialogue with what Rosa said. There are countless experiences with energy transmission that's very participatory. With the following awareness, that the centralized model came to stay because we're pointing towards a need to organize, but at the same time, we can then learn from these fair transition and participatory transition emissions, lower and solar panels in the houses collectively in communities with funding from BNDES. Why not? Just to highlight something important that Hobson brought is that we had on Monday in this seminar, the prosecutor's office came to speak, and it had to do with mayors and secretaries of environment in a sense that they would become appropriated of their realities because they are also decision makers. So to make a decision by either model is decision making, right? So, or two, or I mean, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was quite an excellent morning, full of sharing knowledge. I would just like to take the opportunity to say that we did this publication called New Things for Climate Emergencies for Maryland High Schools, which is in the repository of USB and the IE website. So for you to share with people who work in schools. Thank you. Thank you so much. What time do we come back? I'll make the announcements. Thank you, Professor Jacobi and all of the speakers. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. The Klimapolis Committee is very thankful. It's really important to have this debate. Before we go to lunch, I just wanted to, by request of Judith, to apologize. She was not feeling well in the morning, but she'll be here after lunch, as you mentioned her name a few times. She was watching, so she asked us to let you know. So we're going to interrupt now for lunch. We're just half an hour late for it, and we'll be back at 2 p.m., okay? There was a change in the order of the afternoon sessions because some people have a flight to catch. So at 2, we'll have the table about funding and not Saldiva's lecture. So we changed the order for people to catch their flights. Okay, so I'll see you back here at 2 p.m. Let's start on time. If not, we won't have enough time to finish today. Thank you.
Não tem importância, não tem importância. E parabéns.
later and catch their flights. Resuming now the afternoon sessions of the second day of the Klimapolis Symposium with a lecture of Professor Saldiva on health and well-being in the cities. And I'm going to invite first our mediator of the table, Professor Guy Brasset, who's a leader of the research group and climate modeling in the Max Planck Institute of Technology. Please, Guy. And we'll take the chance to invite Professor Saldiva to join us on the table. He's a professor of the Department of Pathology in the Medical University of the Federal University of São Paulo, with 25 years of research on the effects of air pollution in health, including experimental, epidemiological, and clinical trials. And he is going to bring us his presentation today. And I'll first pass the floor to Professor Guy for a short introduction.
So, good afternoon to all of you. After the exciting meeting and discussion this morning, we're going to hear today two keynote speakers. I don't know what keynote exactly means, except to say that they're important and that they are given by important people. And so before I go and introduce the first speaker, I thought that, in order to get to warm up a bit, I wanted to show you two slides. They are coming from the IPCC report that came out, I think it's 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago now. And the first one shows you, as a function of time, the warming that we have witnesses in the past until, let's say, 2020. And then you see how the temperature will continue to evolve until 2100, based on 4 possible scenarios. Very low, low of 5, intermediate, high, and very high. But what I find interesting is to see here the people and how they have been evolving, and they will be evolving during those periods. In the lower part are the people born in 1950, the old generation. They have been kind of working through a period where they haven't known much of global warming, and now they're starting, you see here, 70 years old, starting to know that global warming is there. If you were born in 1980, you can see that half of your life will be under strong warming. And if you will live now, let's say 2020, your whole life will be a life of warming. And when I say warming, I mean climate change, of course. And of course, we don't know exactly which scenario we will follow. But so you can see that it's going to touch people in a very different way that it has in the past. My second slide to warm you up is also an interesting one. On the X scale, you see the emission per capita in 180 nations. So the highest is here, by the way, 4070. This is probably the US. But you see then, we represent here the relative average national vulnerability per capita through an index that goes from 0 to 100. And what this shows you is that the people who are the most vulnerable to climate change are the people who are emitting per person the less CO2. So that brings, in a very visible way, the problem of environmental equity or environmental justice. So think about those two slides and think about that, because they have really an implication about us as people and for our society. Now I'm going to present the first speaker, the first keynote speaker of the afternoon. You all know Professor Paulo Saldiva. I know him for many years because the first time I think we met was here in Natal during the IGAC meeting that Judith organized so well, just like now. And we met several times at the hospital or the Faculty of Medicine in Paulista, Sao Paulo. And I've been really amazed to see how much work has been done, and not only the scientific work, the deep scientific work that Paulo was doing, but also the way he was communicating it to the public. And as such, he has been a very key figure, not only in Brazil, but also internationally. In fact, we met several times at WMO, I think in Geneva, where you are regarded as a real expert in this issue, a worldwide expert. So the word is yours. Thank you very much for coming and telling us something important today.
Dr. Gui, thank you very much. Eu vou falar em português.
I'm going to be speaking Portuguese.
O fato de falar em português não me...
The fact that I speak Portuguese is a cognitive issue I have. You have to get used to it. But I usually get stressed when I speak, and the stress increased because I'm a doctor who is speaking about things which things I say are too simple for you, while maybe some things I say are not too easy for you to understand. So I will try to speak shortly, so there's time for discussion, which was the initial objective. I decided, as we're talking about transdisciplinary research, I decided to talk about the interaction between three factors that dwell in the city streets: microclimate alterations, global and local, air pollution, and also vulnerability, which is intrinsic to the city. The cities, they transform us from hunter-gatherers, which our society, which is more egalitarian, has when it comes to a community of people who could meet in person around a fire to live together and survive together. But now we're touching heads. The heads are large. So that's why we need physical capacity. So we survive as a species through collaboration, not by strength, by our claws and more. You have to stay erect because you have to release space for your shoulder and your arms to exert the potential creativity in your bunch of neurons and circuits in your head. And this leads to a biomechanical problem because there is a straightening of the hip, and the shoulders and head are large, which creates an obstetric problem, a dilemma, which makes, unlike a primate that could give birth in 15 to 30 minutes and the head won't turn, we had to create a screw to twist the hip and the sacrum of women downwards for the baby's head to twist the other side of the baby that is looking towards the mother's back, which makes delivery in isolation nearly impossible. Everyone needs help. So for me, this is what is remarkable about the beginning of human civilization: solidarity. Margaret Mead mentioned a while ago when she found a femur, a bone of a fractured femur in from the Mesolithic period, which someone took care of it because that person would no longer hunt or gather, but they could be solitary. But when you have a big head and you cannot hunt or gather, you'll be domesticating the population, allowing the number of individuals to grow, which created cities. And not based on physical attributes, but mental constructs we have creates differences between people. Some sow, some store, some give the orders, some speak directly with God. And so you will have a lot of people together, which makes it possible epidemics, commercialization, and wars, and you will suffer for the future because you have to stock things. So what you gain as a gift is anxiety and fear of things that might never happen to you. Well, this was a short story to say that cities will have conflicts. All conflicts are inescapable. Urban soil, is it a common or a commodity? So this is a central aspect. The very benefits of science, they are for those who need them the most or for those who can afford to pay for them. These are things that academia should consider. Well, having made these general comments, I'm sorry if you are anthropologists. One of the things that happened in human evolution was gaining extreme latitudes. You have to leave parallel 10 and go upwards. So you have mechanisms that are physiological, such as the temperature which reaches you. You have skin receptors that will go to sensitive neurons, and then you're going to process this information. Part on the cortical level, the other in regions which are not conscious. These are processes in the hypothalamus. When it's hot, you sweat, you hydrate your arteries. The metabolic rate drops, and if I want cold, you do the opposite. Well, this works well, right? Not too much for babies because their thermostat's not mature yet. And for the old ones, it doesn't work either because the thermostat's broken now. Or because you have atherosclerosis, so you're going to be creating circumstances that are different. These mechanisms, they take place in seconds or minutes. These mechanisms are more general, such as brown fat, which is a kind of internal heater that newborns have. You live from 37 degrees and then you're out in the world. So the baby needs a warmed crib, such as premature ones, they stay there for longer. When your baby has a fever, the fever is high because they cannot control well. And the elderly, on the other hand, if you wait for them to have pneumonia and fever, well, they'll die of respiratory failure if they have the fever because their thermostats are broken. But brown fat is a way for you, when feeling cold, to increase through the fatty cells, those pink dots, and then there's too much ATP, so they are going to acoplate to ATP and release energy, like it's a heater. And we thought this would disappear when you would go into puberty, but it's not. You can brownize your fat again if you go to the cold. It's an adaptation mechanism that's for the long term. It takes years, really. And there are other mechanisms that take centuries, such as a change in skin color, like the Inuit. And you have an Ethiopian shepherd, their biotypes, their families of receptors are really different. You have to run after goats uphill, so they will never win the marathon because they are programmed to go uphill. They can practice as much as they want, it won't work. Though Inuits, they have a surface volume ratio which is different. They do not have atherosclerosis because those who were doing it, they died early, so there was a natural selection there. But there is a social network that the direction allows, which involves building, clothing. They share, let's say if you have a big whale and you have leftovers, they're going to share in places where people move around because they don't require freezer, so they just leave it there. So solidarity together with physiological mechanisms, they both act in your ability to dominate different and extreme climates. Let's go back to Brazil now. This study that was published on the Lancet about a network of health researchers that studied for 15 years, the graph shows temperature in the city, the range during those 15 years. Here you have the percentiles in this bar 5% and percentile 95%. And here they defined arbitrarily the zone of least effect. And the difference between going to the left or right is a thermal comfort zone where very little happens. So when you look at Toronto or Stockholm, for instance, they will go from -15 and it worsens when it's a little over 20, right? Toronto's vulnerable for heat zones. Very little. Same thing for Toronto. It's not only the biology, but the structure of the city, the way the city was prepared, how people dress, their culture as they established. If you have older cities such as Madrid and Rome, London, they will have responses to heat and cold. New York is much more prepared for the cold than the heat here. In São Paulo, it has a zone of thermal comfort that's too small, and it responds more slowly to the cold. But it increases a magnitude. In the extremes, it's equal 50% extra deaths. In São Paulo, it means every day 150 people die. Relative risk of death. It means when you do the weather forecast, instead of wearing a coat or using an umbrella, go visit that person, your old aunt, or control your blood pressure. And you can see how the average temperature in São Paulo, when you look at London, the average is around 12 degrees, but the thermal comfort zone is a little to the right. Which means if you live in a colder place, which is less than ideal for you, because the challenge of leaving Ethiopia and moving to the northern hemisphere was really adapting to the cold. So it's easier to light up a fire, put on a coat. So the mechanisms of control against the cold are physiologically more effective than the ones that control the heat. So you live in a colder area, then it would be ideal for you in this case. When you go to Brazilian cities, where we have Natal, for instance, Natal has a thermal comfort zone which is large, around 15 degrees, Recife as well. São Paulo is near Teresina. When you start dying in São Paulo is when the temperature is around 5 degrees, and you start dying of cold in temperature in Teresina when it's below 25 degrees. Which means that in Brazil, there are different thermal comfort zones, and this is completely due to the long-term adaptation as well as the constructive type of local microclimate. When you go to the city of São Paulo with such large thermal gradients, I have two examples. São Paulo was like this. By phase, this is an average for the city, but if you look at every district and you have enough numbers of people for you to have statistics. Here, when I am in Itaquera, I can say that this is the day between the change in temperature and the day you die. Here, this is in days, this is the minimum temperature, and this is a relative risk. When you are in Itaquera, which is a concrete desert, you die due to the heat, and very quickly, in 1 or 2 days, you die, usually of cardiovascular death. When you are in Parelheiros, which is on the south, you will die of the cold. So there's no point in creating a policy to control and minimize unless it is personalized. This would be a good idea for Klimapolis to have this and study the variability, maybe in the sub-district scale, not mortality, hospital admissions, the number is higher because there are different outcomes for different ages. In Brazil, like in Germany, you can get health data that are regionalized, including scales below the district in sensory aggregates, pieces of 3,000-4,000. You can assemble a puzzle of 3,000 or 4,000 people to study the hot spots that require intervention in a scenario of, let's say, resources that are not endless. You have to know how to direct mitigation resources, right? From the perspective of the age, when you look at hospital admissions in Brazil, hospital admissions, these are data for 1,800 cities for 15 years, adjusted for each, let's say, temperature in a city. So when you reach a percentile above 95 or below 5, you will generally find children and the elderly who are going to respond, and women more than men, especially post-menopausal, when the thermoregulation system, well, if you have been through menopause, you know. It's a disorder, which is an estrogen reduction that's causing for thermoregulation. And women, they're born with more fat as well than men because they have to produce milk in the hunter-gatherer period. When the winter came and wars, where would they get the fat from? They would be malnourished based on the component of the fat they're going to use to produce milk. From the socio-economical perspective, when you stratify per socio-economical level or levels of education or income or the quality of urbanization, GDP per capita, or the OECD classification, the same increase in temperature will be an important modifier of the effect, which means this is an increase of a case study that's crossover. We're going to study all the hospitalizations in Brazil by the public network and divide and see how the effect goes in that region for that social and economical level for that individual who died. You have the individual basis between all the 2 million hospital admissions, work that requires such a certain work. This is why we call it scientific work, because it's a lot of work. It's fair enough. So you'd say, what is the thermal comfort zone in a city? This depends on the income, how old you are, your comorbidities, and also your social and economical levels, which complicates a little the idea of decision-making in general. You should create public policies with precision, because if you have precision, you're going to be creating public policies for decision-making. Here's the city of São Paulo, which we created a social economical level. GEO says it's an index including all of the databases for violence, income, education, sanitation. What we don't use is the Human Development Index, because in the Human Development Index, it includes life expectancy, which is affected by health. So you cannot predict health with a variable that already contains a health variable. That's important. So we analyze the main components and what is called geocaching, because the city of São Paulo is like that. In general, what is the risk of your dying in medicine? That's simple. You either see a ball, you see a hole, or something is clogged. Usually you die of clogging, and second, you die of balls. And if you can unclog, it's the main treatment, or the ball or the hole. So this is how medicine works in 30 seconds, okay? In this clogging, which would be the stroke and the infarction or heart attack, the risk of dying before the right time or before the age of 60 varies a lot due to what's clogging. The zip code is more important than the genetic code here in determining risk. So if you look at this risk by district in São Paulo, if I use only the distribution, you can predict this. R2 adjusted is 0.67 in this geostatistical model. So in medicine, I teach pathology So I teach how you would deball, de-hole, and declog. And there are so many hours for that. But what I teach is only 33% of what they need to deal with early death due to cardiovascular disease, which means diet, lack of exercise, and treatment. So it's not up to healthcare anymore only. If this was the case, tobacco, you just increase the number of residents for chest surgery or oncology or pneumology, and you would be working in boxes. But if there are no changes in habits or customs, medicine won't work. It can speak, though. We can make society protect humans and speak on their behalf. This trend in the middle of São Paulo, it's the region of Bom Retiro and Brás, where you have poor homes and slums. So that's how. As we applied for Brazil, it works reasonably well because São Paulo reflects Brazil. The adjustments for early disease in Brazil, when you use the data from the states, is that we have done per federative unit, and it explains mortality reasonably well. Now, this is an article we published. I can give you the reference later. I think it's in Nature and Time. It was published 2 years ago as a global study of where climate change in the past 20 years was more impactful in terms of increased mortality. Not in absolute numbers, but the variation. And the variation, in this case, is more democratic than we used to think. But the area of Latin America pays a very high price for it. And in the white spots, why Africa is not included? Because there is no data. It's not that it doesn't exist. We had to deal with data coming from countries who have data on mortality, daily data, that you can correlate to the daily temperature, you know? So there are many things to do in terms of 50% of the people who die, they don't find a direct cause. You can either write heart arrest, which is not very creative, because everyone who died that I know, no heart's beating by now. So you can see the situation that's physiological. You see on the news, what did they die of? Heart arrest. I'm like, okay, someone died of a heart arrest. Can you find me someone whose heart hasn't stopped when they die? Either you don't have any record, they die at home, so you have to use methods for estimation as there is such imprecision in the global burden of disease based on questionnaires and families' opinions. And in São Paulo, you have air pollution. Air pollution, as we measured in this picture we took of São Paulo from the top, the same moment of pollution. This is CESA, where the medical school is at. 10 micrograms per cubic meter of PM, 2.5 increase, 2% of mortality. In the east, in São Miguel Paulista, this will lead to 12%, 6 times the mortality rate when you have the family income, education, and other facts that confirm that in the micro scale, the social and economical factors are important modifiers of this effect. In 2023, we decided for the money. Sorry, I don't know if I can say the name of the person because it shows. But let's say the one who say I put a price in human life, but actually you can compute the loss productivity when you die before time, not the hospitalization costs. Because for COVID, how many families were ruined by people who were falling down and they were working and they couldn't go to the hospital and they couldn't get the documents so they would have a leave. So people who are ordering food from the restaurants, they don't care. So you have to calculate and adjust. And the problem for you to do this and adjust by the GDP per capita is that a life in Switzerland is worth more than a life in Guinea-Bissau. But you can have the percentage of GDP here, which is what we used to create this map of temperature in Brazil, as we had it, and how much you lost in that region in terms of productivity due to excessive temperatures. So you're saying how much you estimate the health cost for productivity when someone's sick and the loss of productivity due to early death. So the coin is called PALI, productivity adjusted life years. And this costs around in 20 years for Brazil between the year 2000 and 2019, 20 years, this costs around $100 billion. So you're going to divide by 20, which would give you $5 billion associated to economic loss due to climate change, which is a good argument when you're discussing public policies. It's an instrument for the manager. And you're going to remove this aspect of the polar bear because you start saying that it's the polar bear who is very far away and the individual says, oh, I don't like bears, they're big, they eat people, I'm not right next to him, he eats other animals, and it's up to the bear. And no, you have to bring it to your reality, to your lifetime as a window. That means that they can suffer something as well as the people they love. So it goes from the outside, from the animal aspect to the closer normal health aspects. So this is in downtown São Paulo. Sometimes the morning is looking like this. And this is an autopsy lung. And you have the carbon tattoo. This is a carbon in the lungs. This is what we find. It's a tattoo of carbon, we call it. It was described in coal miners, and then it was described in smokers, but now pollution can on its own do this. This is a bus stop that is right in front of the medical school, which is between the cemetery of Araçá and the clinical hospital. The university hospital connects the hospital and the cemetery. So the bus stop is for people who are leaving the institutes to get in the avenue. And the levels of pollution, we have fine particles that if I asked to do an intoxication as an experiment in people with heart disease, cancer, chronic disease, and exposed to 100 micrograms per cubic meter of particulates that are fine, the ethics committee would not allow me. I don't need this. It's just putting during those persons and measuring the pollution through a natural experiment, which we do in our real life laboratory, an intoxication chamber that's experimental. Also a heater changes temperature. So, well, you'll see here, this is a street, this is a hydrogen, NO2 levels, and this is a cemetery right in front. The distance is meters away from the cemetery, and this is the avenue, the Dr. Teodoro Sampaio Avenue, which is really busy. But the avenue has more NO2, and here in the cemetery, 400 meters, this is the middle of the cemetery where in theory there's no traffic, at least in the material plane as far as I know. So you will have an increase, a parabolic increase of pollution. The new chimneys are avenues now, that's it. That's the summary. And you can measure. You can measure the area of the lung and quantify through metric units. You can look at the lung and study people's tissues and see this is a non-smoker with respiratory bronchiolitis. Carbon is not graphite. It comes tempered with other things and the lung is divided, so the particles that go in is like there is a transversal section of the metastatic tube that will lose kinetic energy, drop and deposit, so there is an inflammatory reaction such as a tattoo. You know why a tattoo hurts? Because it is inflamming the system, the circulatory system, when this inflammation is going to hold the ink for you. But anyway, you want to study urban fabric, not human tissue. But let's look at where this person lives and their habits, and this is the study we did. We measured carbon, and this is what we did. This is the CETESB station. These blue points. Each ball is a person we autopsied. 700 people or so with a questionnaire of active smoker, passive smoker, how long they were living in São Paulo, whether we knew how much traffic there was in the street where they live, how close it is to an avenue. So we did these two things by adjusting the carbon deposition for the age. I mean, the older, the more accumulation, adjusting the carbon deposition for smokers, active, passive, occupation. Then you find, regardless of these factors, once again, pollution is more in the peripheries. So you would have something which is, you would have an estimation of the dose that the network will provide, and you have a carbon measurement, an estimate that's based on what's in the lung. How is this conversation? In average, it works. Though the residue, what we call the sponge, the misclassification is not distributed in space at random. Like traffic is going to the center, as CETESB measures, the pollution is biggest in the center, right? But people who have more carbon accumulated, they are in the peripheral areas because they stay in the traffic for longer, so they're closer to avenues. So you have a quantitative measurement of the environmental bias. In average, you would estimate these two things. When I have the distribution of this index, the median is close to the environmental mismatch index. It has the normal distribution, and the average is here. The estimate's not any different. But there are people who receive less pollution than predicted by the network, and some people who receive more pollution than predicted by the network. And where this dose is minimized in those who live further away, which solves the problem of pollution. It's not only about technology and electric cars. We should improve transportation and also the matter of housing, really. Not only the chemical aspects. It has to do with using soil and thinking differently. And transportation should be mass transportation to reduce time, because it's not only about pollution. There is no choice for the poor. A person from Paulista, in average median, we know how much represents smoking in the average 2 or 3 cigarettes a day is the average smoker, if there's a choice. So this could be much more if you live in the peripheries, but much less as well. So a pregnant woman should leave the place where people are smoking, but this kind of cigarettes she cannot get rid of. So besides the habitation aspects, there are also fundamental rights of people involved, citizenship and human rights matters, which won't be solved unless these components are incorporated. I have 7 minutes left. This is the ratio, okay. This is what's in the network after estimates of acute death in a global scale by using global estimates for mortality and monitoring, and the curve of increased risk of death for based on the concentration, there is no security level. There's none. It's kind of like the cigarette. Each one of us has a level of security. You have Nehemiah, besides his architectural perversities, you have to live in a building that's a sculpture at the same time. It looks good, but to use it's terrible. And it's a city that has segregated the most people in the satellite cities, because the idea for you to separate and don't predict any room for the city to grow is completely authoritarian. Completely authoritarian. Then you could ask yourself, well, but this was 100 or so years ago. But the genes also affect. People, sometimes they die of cancer when they live with people who smoke in the same house. So depending on your age, your genetic patrimony, and your repair mechanisms, how many cigarettes can you smoke? For some, oh, for some, none. So this is what it makes regulation difficult, because you'll always have to do concession of how many deaths are acceptable due to the possibility of your living and producing pollution. So there's no level that you could just say, oh, that's green, nothing works, because our code for regulation, it's actually old. And the CONAMA is a National Council for the Environment, which says how not to learn about the environment or support it, because it was dominated by the productive sector that accepts a vehicle produced in Europe to pollute more than a vehicle produced in Brazil, and it punishes manufacturers who want to build clean vehicles because they don't have any incentives. So you can, well, I don't have any basis to imagine that a Brazilian is more resistant than a Swedish person or German person biologically. So even when you want to do what's right, you can't, because there is an oil company selling sulfur content, and you have the Tamar project involved. I love turtles. I had asthma. They say turtles, they take your asthma away, as well as evil eye. Turtles will deviate the evil eye people cast on you. And then we needed a turtle from Galapagos at the university because it couldn't handle the capacity. It was under dimensions for its purpose. But I'm not against turtles, but this is called greenwashing. You're doing something that's sustainable outside your sphere of business, then you co-opt the entire sector. Can you also divide per outcome in this curve of dying by lower respiratory tract infection, stroke, chronic pulmonary disease, lung cancer, and ischemic heart disease? So we're now seeing in the medical texts and in the medical papers in the Lancet, the Winner Journal of American Medical Association. So if you want to know if pollution is bad for you and you need money, maybe for reproductive and cognitive diseases, you can get money. But if you want to find out whether cigarettes are causing cancer, because this is why now the policy is to reduce and not to manage or investigate possibility. Let me just say something which is involving global wildfires. It's a study on estimates about what's produced by pollution in forests, fires, so you can estimate these things. And you find in Brazil, with the burning of forests, you see how the effect is large. Here there is an increase of 5 micrograms per cubic meter of fine particulate material, which increases, and 5% general mortality on the following day. And on the 3 following days, you die due to the pollution you're breathing on the first day, on the next day, and on the third day. In some places, it's even negative, which is called the crop effect. You are susceptible, so more people are sick. So there is an effect of burning biomass. This is like the curve of dosage and answer for the different outcomes. It's not due to a lack of indicators. When you say it burns so much, it worked like this and you want to estimate. And for Brazil, it's the same. What you use for hospitalizations is a number of regions where we studied. You have the number of hospitalizations in average per year. And here you see how much particulate material is estimated from the forest wildfires in Brazil. This is the average and this is the maximum. You can see how it designs, it draws really well the borders of the center-western region, but the wind is pushing this to other places as well. And this is kind of like how our curve was bigger than estimated for the global average of what happens with burning forests. Once again, children, and the elderly, they're mostly affected. And here you have the cartography of economic losses caused by these wildfires. So I'm out of time now, I have to stop. But usually when I tell my wife that I'm going to have a presentation, I know the slides, I have to stop based on how she looks at me, so I'm prepared, because this usually happens when I'm running late. But anyway, this is a cost in millions of dollars. So what is agribusiness given in terms of profit? I'm not against agro, but the way it is practiced is through burning. So it's not economic for you to change processes. Well, it depends. Once it's computed, are you calculating the life cycle of the process in its entirety? So this could guide encouragements for those who are not burning. And by doing that, you would have economical mechanisms to award for quality. And that's all I had to tell you. In the end, to finish, is that it's so difficult now when you have a city of science and the need for you to interpret phenomena requires understanding things that go from the chemical aspects, analysis, satellite, to management and incorporation of humanities, because science has its consequences. Yeah. So that's a field where you would have basis for multidisciplinarity for real. I think, talking about specifically, because Klimapolis invited me to get some kind of award I could not teach this lesson at the medical school either. It's hard, it's too exotic for it. But the suggestion I have to give you would be using Brazil and its availability of health data to understand. And then you would have this inter-municipality variability with a study with 1,860 cities representing urban characteristics that are favorable per region. And I would get the large cities such as São Paulo and its metropolitan area that can give you data in a scale that is sub-district.
E consideraria cada cidade, cada distrito.
And I would consider every city and every district as if it's a city on its own. And then I would do a kind of application that would guide investments for priority areas, knowing you cannot do everything at once. And this would be a large contribution to incorporate health in the weather forecast and to help the health system prepare for the demands, as well as each individual can control their chronic disease properly. So that's my suggestion, to develop data in Brazil, and I really want to thank you profoundly for the opportunity to be here. A big hug for you all.
We have time for, well, first of all, thank you very much. This was great. And now we have time for a few questions. So please, I'm sure that there will be some question or reaction or suggestion or comments. Muito obrigada, Paulo. É sempre muito inspirador.
Thank you so much, Paulo. It's always so inspiring to hear you speak. The last time was a while ago, but it's always good to hear the last results and hear the community of Klimapolis is really happy to have these health data gathered with climate data, with pollution data, precisely. It's what we want to do, link those different areas and to be able to apply those data to improve the quality of life for people and society in the cities. Yeah. So my question is really whether this link between the economic value there is in the cost it has in having people sick due to the pollution. And when we use these numbers for managers and to say it's worth investing in having better air quality because it will reduce costs in other areas such as health, this is really something that has been done for quite a while now. It also comes to the climate variables as well. But even so, IPCC is also touching on the topic in its most recent report, and even so, it seems that for many managers, this is still not really generating any effects in management in terms of numbers. In your opinion, what is this associated with?
A pergunta é fundamental.
This is a fundamental question. First of all, we should downscale and deal with the mayor. I think the agreement with the mayor is much better than agreements between nations because they involve citizenship and globalization and interests that are hard to make compatible. The second thing is about a change in the generations, in culture. When someone gets a car and the bakery is precisely 400 meters away of their apartment, I could either walk or go by bike, but some people will get the car to buy 300 grams of bread. Do they have a pact with the devil? Are they a goat from the knees down? Not really. It's just that they're used to doing that. It's just something they have incorporated, such as the smokers. It took 25 to 30 years for you to be doing effective policies to control smoking, because for each unit of investments in the productive chain and the income that the productive chain of smoking generates, you'll be spending 6 in health. So it's an industry that produces, but you are really attributing the subsidies that are going beyond what you put in your business that's working. So it took a while for you to de-glamorize because you created the idea you would be seductive. If you smoked, men would be more macho, walking in a horse in the desert, or a woman would be very charming in the beginning to wear a black dress, and people would be lighting up her cigarettes. So it has a symbolic value, such as a car does. So the university itself is old-fashioned. It's using standards that if we don't change to make public policies, will become irrelevant. But the problem is that medicine also interfered because life expectation also increased. So the turnover became slower in a sense. And as we have both a geriatric university as well as a geriatric political management, people maintain and they won't drop the ball, professor. We want to study and get orthopedic centers and having politicians who had fractures that required removing bony fragments and interview them because politicians have left their bones behind, which was rare, and they will have plenty to say to us and teach us how to drop the bone once and for all. So I'd say I'm optimistic because pollution started gaining force in the 90s, 35 years ago. So it would be impossible to be talking about this thing 30 years ago as we're talking about it now. But it takes a while. There is no consensus. No consensus. It's impossible. There's no way there is a consensus. And then you have to have the unpopular measures for certain segments, such as Peña Loza, that did the Transmillennium in Bogota. He couldn't be elected to manage his own building after he built the Transmillennium. And after the benefits came, he was reelected. Can you imagine today, in reality, in Brazil, a politician saying he's going to do things right, even though it will cost his mandate? It's out of question. So these people should disappear. We don't want to wish the death of anyone, but nature will do its task, like they did with smokers. Getting rid of nicotine is the most difficult addiction to drop. So if the Brazilians were 30% and now they're less than 10%, it's not because people stopped smoking, but people died of smoking. And there is a new generation who's free of this symbolic symbol that cigarettes had. So I don't want to have the frustrations from my generation in the youth because we're growing older and we're getting grumpy. And you're, piercing the balls of children playing and the ball comes to your side, but you're just piercing the ball, but not too much. So the child will recognize that was once the ball that gave joy. So you should leave the mark of hate. So we are piercing balls, nothing will happen, we are in a reality, so we're not contaminating ourselves with our own frustrations, because I won't see it. Maybe from below, where I'm probably going, but I will see it. It could be from above or from below. I'm surely going to see a change. That's how not to create. Generally, we are culturally, in terms of citizenship, a few decades behind Europe. So we are reaching this awareness that citizenship and respect to people's dignities is worth it. And we're still missing this in Brazil, especially for the majority of the population. Brazil is an authoritarian and unequal country, and we should move on, but it will take a while. One quick question.
Go ahead. Meu nome é Lara, sou da UFRN.
I am from the university. I'm Lara. I am a statistician, and today I work with the meteorologist from my group. And I have a very great difficulty in making this multidisciplinary work, which was the case of your work. That's very interesting and kind of comical, because for us to be in an audience like this, for everyone to be paying attention, I think it's interesting to also joke with a few things that we're going to face. But one of the difficulties of being a demographer working with meteorology was to, we need, in order to do this interesting work that's multidisciplinary in source, we need to have scales, and our scales, demographers work with ponderation areas, with the municipalities, with the administrative areas, and all of this data that you have for healthcare, from seeing some ask, I'm sure they are, yeah. Well, but, weather has no boundaries or borders, neither does pollution. So it was a very hard work for me to develop, and thank God we've been able to do a few things together, but it was very complicated to get to this consensus that we need to have areas because of the demographic census. You were saying that we have important databases in Brazil, and demographic census, afterwards, we're going to have the results that are going to be important for us to analyze social vulnerabilities. But our scale in the census is municipalities. So if the administrative area in Brazil is like that, weather, again, has no borders. So it was hard to get to an agreement, to think that we needed information and we needed indicators for extreme measures as well. So I'd like to know if there was any difficulty in your experience. I need to be brief, right? I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll just simplify it. And if you send an email to pepino@usp.br, it's a simple email address. You can send it, and I can send you the PDF files, and you will see why there are methodologies that combine artificial intelligence algorithms. And for pollution and temperature, we have approximately 1 kilometer on the side, right? So there is a way to do that, but you need people who know how to do that. That's why it's a network, because nobody masters all of it. So you need to talk to a good individual that works on it. For example, our institution, INPE, is going to help with that a lot, because they have people who know how to do that. So I think that, I'm convinced that the segregation in smaller spaces is going to help two things: understand the variability of the phenomenon, and especially allocate resources for the areas that need it the most. It's what the surveillance does in certain areas. It's not going to invest in the entire country, but in those areas that are more risky, that's done. So for the climate, we're going to need to think about civil defense with a forecast, of course. But that's not for now. Sorry, I answered that. My time's up. Yeah.
You can keep it. Okay. You can keep it. But nevertheless, we're going to conclude now the first keynote presentation. And I think now we're moving to another panel that will be talking about financing of transdisciplinary research. So,
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Professor Saldivia, eu acho que eu posso falar em nome dos...
Professor Saldivia, I think I can speak on behalf of the host and the entire committee. It's actually our pleasure to have you here, to have you accepted our invitation to come to the symposium with all these contributions. So thank you so much once again for coming. Yeah, you need to fill out the form. I'll send you the link, and you'll fill out the form, okay? Right. Thank you, Professor. Right, so now we will continue with our panel, and the next one, as Professor Gui said, it's a panel about the funding transdisciplinary research in urban development and climate change and perspectives for international cooperation. It's going to be mediated by our host, Professor Venerando Eustáquio Amaro. So if you will, please come to the stage. He works at the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte, and we have the pleasure of counting on an introductory presentation by Professor Rubens Marimbondo. He's a prorector of graduate programs of our Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte as well. And I'm also delighted to call our participants. We will have our supporter here, Márcio Weichert. He is an executive manager of the German Center for Innovation, DWIH, but I believe that he has a hat by DWIH, yeah, right, but he's also going to talk about DAD. I'd also like to call Professor Gilton Sampaio, president of the State Funding Agency of Rio Grande do Norte. And we also have the representative from the DFPG Office for Latin America, Dr. Cristina Peters. Thank you once again for having accepted our invitation. I'd also like to call another participant, Professor Dalila Andrade Oliveira, Director of Cooperation for Innovation of the CNPq, our federal funding agency. And last but not least, our Professor André Luiz dos Santos. He is the president of the Research Funding Agency of Maranhão, State Funding Agency of Maranhão. So we have a big panel, and Professor Venerando has a challenge to do the mediation. So Professor, I now pass the floor to you. I can be here in the corner, no problem. After everybody sits down. So first of all, it's a great honor to have you all here once again. And we're very thankful for this panel and for everyone who is here for the availability of being with us. And I'd like to be very brief now. Two of our colleagues need to leave earlier than we thought. So we will begin with two talks from Marcio and Cristina, and then I open for questions so that they can contribute to the debate. And then, if we're not done, I'd already like to thank you for your participation, and we would continue with the panel if that is the case. Right, so let's see. We had a very big concern when we came up with this panel to present a few things that are essential to conduct the research, especially on this theme. We did 3 general themes on a form of a question, and each of us here can talk about these things according to his or her own expertise or convenience, and with experience, of course, if the person can speak on behalf of the institution. So these 3 themes are here. You have the current tools and future perspectives for promotion of funding, and then nationally or internationally and state, because this panel is composed by these 3 levels, and they involve interdisciplinary research and urban development that have to do with climate change. So this is a central thing. It could be isolated, but we would like to hear from you in the possibility of thinking about how we can maintain these resources, how we can discuss that. It's one of our great challenges to start a certain job, but then the funds end, and many times we have to interrupt important collections and captures that would be important for time series research, and also associate that with human beings, because when you interrupt things, sometimes you block a few activities in the knowledge and education, not only for resources, but also in what has to do with research. And so what are the challenges for us to promote and expand the synergy between these funding mechanisms and the education of human resources? So how can we work and think about the possibility of associating them? Are there perspectives? Are there models that we could follow? I heard today Professor Saldiva commenting on a few things that I thought were very pertinent to a PPP project that can have good consequences. So I also like to think about adaptation and mitigation of the effects of climate change in the cities. So I'd like to, first of all, pass the floor to Marcio, whom I thank in advance. He's going to do a brief presentation. Thank you very much, Venerando. Could you please pass the slides? All right. So first of all, I'd like to thank you very much. I'm going to make a very superficial presentation about the offers of programs. from several agencies, German agencies, except the DFG, because Christina is going to talk specifically about DFG. But this transdisciplinarity that Venerando mentioned, that was something that we were thinking about, because actually the agencies usually work with the scientific sector, but reflecting, you have a few windows in which you have this possibility, and a few programs that are joint projects for scientific research. There's always a possibility of having a public administration or a company doing that, but they need to come with their own resources, and they can then participate in a project that the agencies can only fund the scientific part. And we have several episodes of that for the DAAD and also BFG. So other partners need to have their own resources and outside financing. I'd also like to highlight that the programs that I'm going to present, they are for Brazilians, either as scholarships to go to Germany, or also the collaborative projects, but there are several scholarships for Germans to come to Brazil, either as invited scientists or professors on a temporary basis, or even to study doctoral degrees in Brazil. There are scholarships for Germans to come and have the doctorate here in Brazil. There are scholarships from the Humboldt Foundation for German researchers to do a postdoc or research as seniors in Brazil, senior researchers in Brazil. So there are all of these possibilities. So you here from Brazil, professors, researchers, there's always this opportunity of inviting colleagues from Germany, and they can also apply for these programs. So I'm going to try to speak very fast. I would like to thank the organizing committee and congratulate it. And I'm saying all of this beforehand because we're going to leave during the event. Priscilla and I will have to go to the airport to catch our flight. So very briefly, our center, German Center for Science and Innovation, it's not a promotion agency. We are part of the DAAD. The only possibility of funding something is events that serve, as I said yesterday, to promote the networking of researchers and the interchange of scientists. And only the institutions that are connected to our center can apply for these funds. German organizations, like the case of Max Planck Institute, by means of the Max Planck Society and the University of Cologne, that are the two that are part of Klimapolis. And they are apt for asking for funding from us, okay? So when you have partners in Germany, you can always see if they're part of our cooperators and if they can apply. We always have calls annually. So from the DAD, which is an academic interchange organization, it's the largest in the world, we have programs for to study German as a language and knowledge. Here we have an interdisciplinarity. We have this EPOS program. They are graduate programs that have to do with sustainable development, postgraduate programs. There are generally master's courses, but also doctorate. And a little while ago, they had specific scholarships from those who were not from the academia, but who were professionals and could multiply the knowledge. I think this criteria is no longer in force, but it is a master's degree for training in sustainable development. The Helmut Schmidt is another program that can meet the expectations of some here. It has to do with public policies and good government. So those are also master's degree courses, those graduate courses. So from 1 to 2 years in Germany. And then we have the doctorate program, which is the chief program of DAAD in Brazil for all areas of knowledge. So people who are working in academia can do that. And we also have programs for professors and researchers, either research stays or organizing visits by groups of students. And we also have here is the only program that has a cooperation for joint projects, Progral with CAPES and PROPASP with FAPESP. So those are collaboration groups with mobility for doctorate. And we also have a program for postdoc, which is special. It's 18 months, but you spend 12 months in another European country and 6 months in Germany. Well, DFG is going to be presented by Cristina. The Humboldt Foundation is considered the education of the scientific elite of Germany. We have here a program for postdocs and senior researchers together with CAPES with 2 calls per year. And we also have transdisciplinarity. There's a program for climate protection, which does not have an academic degree. It's 1 year that you stay in Germany doing research, of the research of your choice, and you can look for a host that does not need to be from the academia. It can be from public administration or the company or a government entity or an NGO. It's free. So this is a program that I think meets your focus. And also the Chancellor Fellowship to educate leaders in any area. This is also 1 year that you can stay in Germany doing research without having an academic degree in the end. So it's just to train someone to occupy a position of leadership in his or her own countries. Well, the main institutions of Klimapolis, they are not from Bavaria, but Bilat is Bavarian. So maybe people have partners there. There are a few programs. This is a program that seems to be very new. It's a program to fund initial projects until 6,000 euros, research projects. We also have this one, which is with partnership of FAPESP to organize workshops. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's 2, one in Germany and one in Bavaria and one in São Paulo. And this one is for students who are completing their graduation or are doing masters, and they can do their final project, their final paper in Germany. They can do the research in Germany for 5 months for a master's thesis or the final paper of graduation. And here is AIF, which is the German Federation of Industrial Research Associations. It's also funded by the German government, and it has this program which is specific. It tries to gather companies from both countries, research institutions from both countries, to try to promote the search for solutions. It's usually a specific of a certain sector. It might not be just one company, but a group of companies, 5 on each side, looking for solutions. So this information is here, but I think June, there will be another call in June. And this is where you can find us. That's it. Thank you. I hope there are times for questions. Let's see. Cristina, if you please, I'd like you to say a few words now. Well, good afternoon. First of all, as the previous people said, I'd like to thank you for the invitation and also to congratulate the organizing committee, the entire Klimapolis group for the event. I have really enjoyed, especially the integration of public and political sectors. I think it's a project that's very successful, very beautiful. And I also really enjoyed the fact that it is in Natal in the northeast of Brazil. So congratulations for that. And I'm going to try not to speed up too much in my presentation, although I have little time now because, yeah, Marcio and I have to go to the airport, but I'll try not to be too quick. And Marcio already said that the Society to Support Research is also housed together with other organizations in Germany, in the German Center in São Paulo. And we were even talking about the fact, were we going to speak freely or were we going to show slides? But I decided to show slides because the German research funding system is very complex. We have several agencies funding a lot of things for the production of knowledge in the entire chain, and the German Society is only one of these agencies. So we will get to know it a little bit more so that we can also know how it can go to funding a project like Klimapolis, for example. And I apologize because my slides are in English, but even then, I hope the basics is understood. So DFG is an agency that funds basic research. It is the largest agency that funds this. We call this curiosity-driven research. And this is important to emphasize because this means that DFG is not like other agencies. It does not look for themes. It does not choose themes to be researched in an anticipated manner. DFG works a lot based on a principle that we call bottom-up, as you can see. So actually, things to be researched, they come from the scientific community, and that means that the scientific community can make proposals to DFG in any area of research, social sciences and hard sciences, from one to another. So in principle, DFG does not put priority themes to be researched. Unless, well, we have a presence in Latin America, which is the office that I mentioned. But regarding the funding principles, as I said, it's free. It is bottom-up. It can be a research in any area. And we don't work with deadlines. There are no deadlines in principle to make a proposal to DFG. But we have a few exceptions. And I'll go into details later, because we work sometimes with thematic priorities and even with deadlines when we have international cooperation. And these exceptions, I'll explain them in our international work together with Latin America, and above all, Brazil, because depending on the several agreements that we have with agencies here in Brazil, sometimes we do have a few priorities and we prioritize some themes, but I'll explain this further. Well, here you can see a world map. I emphasize that we have a lot of agreements, international cooperation agreements all over the world. In Latin America alone, we have 15 partner organizations in 7 countries. And in Brazil, as you can see, we currently have agreements with these organizations that support research. So as you can see, there are 2 national organizations, CAPES and CNPq, and we also have state agencies. And I'll show you some of them, at least, and the activities that we have now, and also explain how we work together with these agencies, because that's interesting, especially to the Klimapolis community, so that people can know how funding can be made. So with CAPES, with which we already have cooperation since the 1990s, we do, and we used to do thematic calls for an area in engineering, but also chemistry and law. This does not mean that we don't open calls that we will not open in other areas, but meanwhile, they have always been calls on these themes. But with CNPq, we have long-term cooperation, and we also worked with thematic calls, but now we are calling we have a dialogue about maybe open for more areas. So just to have this a bit in mind, to see how it's going to be, that in the future, we want to continue this priority partnership with CNPq in the future. And I'd like to mention, lastly, out of this list, our partnership with FAPESP, with which we have a long-term partnership. And differently from thematic calls, here we work in a continuous flow. This means that the process here, the funding mechanism here, is very much similar to DFG. You always have researchers from the state of São Paulo submitting proposals in any area at any time to have partnerships with Germany. This is one of the few international mechanisms that are established, that we have for a long time now, and it's successful with FAPESP. I'll further explain this too, how the process works. We have other two agencies that are partners, PEMIG and FAPERJ. I'm not going to go into details here because I think very few people are present from these two states. But one thing that's very important to say is that with all of these agencies, we always work on a principle of co-funding, as we call matching funds. So the German part of research is funded by DFG, and the international part is funded by the Brazilian side. So let's see how this mechanism works, both for the calls and also for the continuous flow, submitting the proposals. First of all, it's important to say that the proposals are joint proposals. So it's a sole project that's submitted to both agencies. In the case of FAPESP, it would be to FAPESP, and it would be to DFG. They're not two proposals. The essence is the same, so they're done in parallel for both organizations. And from them, we have the advisory part and the review. This is... Is it moving? No? So the evaluation of proposals is done in a separate manner. It's not usually done jointly. Each organization does the assessment according to their own regulations. In the case of FAPES, all of you know, for example, the thematic project. So this is done according to the regulations of FAPES, and even on the side of Germany, according to the regulations from DFG. Afterwards, both agencies have show of the results, an exchange of results, and if there are good results, if those are projects that are chosen for funding, then both agencies are going to fund. This is important to say because the projects are only going to be funded if they have a positive assessment from both agencies. We do not fund, for example, if there is a rejection on the part of FAPESP, for example. I always mention this case because it is the most elaborate, let's say. And if there is a recommendation from DFG, no, in this case, the funding is not going to come out on the German part, because we don't consider that there is a German part and a Brazilian part. It is a project, that it's a joint project. Well, just to explain a bit how this process works, and here you can see that we have this established in Latin America, in addition to the organizations above, Colombia and Costa Rica, and we also have that with FAPESP, and with two modes. The first, let's say, which is the main program of internationalization, which are research grants on the part of FAPESP, but also for coordinated programs, which are big programs. long-term ones that have more PIs. This is very interesting because we are able to do that with a short number of organizations. So here also a few regulations. The proposals need to be written in English normally. This is important to say. DFG always funds these projects with its own regular funds. So we do not separate one fund that's separate for internationalization. So the projects are going to run and compete with all the other projects that FDG has for that area at that moment. But what are the programs that are mostly used in this international cooperation? Well, this depends a lot on where you are with your contacts and your international contacts. What types of partnerships do you have? What state of elaboration? For a partnership, or let's say to start a partnership, DFG has its own instrument, which is this initiation of international cooperations. And it's possible to have a proposal for that on the German side, and that brings funding of almost up to 12 months, for example, for research stays, guest visits, and also workshops together. So it's like a funding that's very interesting for seed money. Now let's talk about a stage of cooperation that's more advanced with established projects, and it's a program that I mentioned. It's the main program is the research grants. It's funding for bilateral projects of up to 3 years, and they can be renewed. And lastly, for excellent cooperations with groups of several PIs, it's important to apply for international research training groups, and they are academic programs that involve young researchers, most of all, and the so-called research units that last a little bit longer. The international research training groups can be funded for 5 years, and then there can be an extension of 4 more years, while the research units can last almost 8 years. So this is very interesting for long-term projects. I still have time to show the research grant, just for you to see what type of funding it offers, this main program of DFG. It is funding that's in modules on the side of DFG. So you can fund both human resources and also in consumables, and also travel, instrumentation, publication. And this is also very interesting. You can ask for funding for a paid position of up to 3 years, not 13, sorry, it's 3 years over there, in a German institution as well. So this is called temporary position for principal investigator. It's a very big name. But in fact, indeed, it is a paid position for a postdoc, for someone who already has a doctorate program. So it's funding of a postdoc, in which the institution in Germany is going to be the institution that's going to employ this person. It's like a host institution. And so this is very interesting, and I'd just like to emphasize that from the DFG side, the research grant is a form of funding that can involve several PIs. It's not only restricted to one PI. I think this is slightly different from FAPESP, for example, if we think about it. And I'd also like to mention, very briefly here, this funding of the international research training groups, because I think it's very interesting, also considering the group here. It is a program that goes much further than a double degree. It's an academic program to educate doctoral students, PhD candidates, on a research theme. So it's an academic training program, but it has a lot to do with research. And the PIs from several universities, with international partners, they develop this program together. And they employ, or they're going to engage 10 to 15 doctoral students on each side who participate in an exchange as well. They can be from 6 months to a year at the partner institution that's international. So it's very interesting because it has another value to the project, to the research for these students as well. And you can also involve postdoctorates here, but here the focus is on training doctoral students. But of course, I cannot involve here higher funding, and it's mandatory that there is a co-funding from the partner. It's a program that's obviously more expensive because it involves all of these students and they're young, but it's a program that we're able to co-fund with FAPESP. We have already done that. It's just an example of a good practice, let's say. We had for 9 years this international research training group that was for physics, and it involved, for example, the University of São Paulo, INPE, the Federal University of São Paulo, and several universities, the UFABC, and several universities in Berlin, and also the Potsdam Institute for Climate, and that it was also a project that was for climate change. And so, for those who need information about everything, I will leave these QR codes here so that you can get more information. And I'd very briefly also like to mention one mode of this research grant for the Germans who are here. We were even discussing that during lunch. A few parts of Brazil, from the list of the Development Assistance Committee, they're considered developing regions. So for these regions of Brazil, at the time, you have Rio Grande do Norte, for example. In this classification, the Germans, when they apply for a research grant, they can also apply for researchers from these regions when there is an argument, of course, when it's scientifically based, and this brings additional value to the project. This program is called a module of the research grant for developing countries. So I will leave you my contact information. Actually, it's a colleague of mine, the one responsible for this program, a colleague from DFG, especially for the Germans who are here. Maybe that would be interesting to know that you have also this mode of funding. I'd also like to leave you this information here, where to find more information about all of this, about individual funding, but I will skip this, and this information will be available to you in the presentation afterwards. And I'd just like to mention this GERPRIS database, in which you can find all of the DFG projects funded currently and in the past. It's very interesting for those who want to have more information and want to look for partners in Germany. So thank you very much for your attention. This is also a QR code for those who wish to follow us on LinkedIn. And I know that I'm absolutely out of my time here, but I'd also like to, because I've just received a call that I thought was interesting. So I'm just going to do like an advertisement for FAPESP, but actually, but I don't know if you know that there was a call today that came out together with Canada, UNFRF. I'm just going to read. It's a collaboration, international collaboration initiative for research for adaptation and mitigation of climatic change, IRRSCC. And the interesting thing is that involve agencies, support agencies, research agencies from Germany, for example. So actually, it's a call that looks for an articulation of several partners. So the projects need to bring 3 funding agencies. So not only Canada, but maybe Germany by means of DFG. I'd just like to say that here, because I think that for the Klimapolis group, that would also be interesting, to have this information. We have, for example, a thematic area here that is risks for social ecological systems in coasts for low altitude, right? And I believe that would be right up your alley. So we also have here an event from FAPESP that's going to be recorded on the 18th of April from 10 to 12. I don't work for FAPESP, right? But I'm just mentioning this to you because I think it would be of your interest. I think it's a match. It's a perfect match. I thought it was very interesting to mention this to you. And DFG is indeed involved on the German side of this project as well. So thank you very much. And sorry if I spoke too much. I think we have time. I'd like to open for questions. Anyone who would like to make a comment about the proposal? Sorry, I'm not seeing very well because of the light here. Yeah. Thank you very much, Marcio and Christina, actually. Christina. I don't think you spoke a lot, Christina, or too much. I think there's a lot of support from Germany, right, that we have, and they're interesting for us here. There are a lot of options, a lot of possibilities, and it's great to have meetings for our project in Klimapolis, the old one that's about to close this year, and the new one from IMCT that we're going to launch at this moment by means of the symposium and also in our meeting. So we're going to have a lot of opportunity to discuss what would be interesting for us, several options there. I don't know when you're going to have to leave for the airport, so I was thinking of a question. Okay, so I'll really ask this question now, but not before anything else. I'd also like to welcome Professor Rubens, our pro-rector and postgraduate of our university. I'm still not able to talk to him. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And also Dr. Dalila from CNPq, from the Innovation and International Cooperation Center, right? Yeah, welcome. I'm glad, I'm very happy that you could come. I think this completes our panel. It's already very full of people. Thank God a representative from COPIS did not come. No, I'm just kidding. He was not able to come. Otherwise, we would not have space for him. Actually, we really wanted COPIS here on this panel, so I'm just joking. Anyway, so I'm going to ask a question now. It's actually a tease, a provocation. It's for all, actually, all of you. Because, as a person who's interested because of the Klimapolis, I am German, but I'm Brazilian in a professional sense, because I am a professor here of the UFRN since 2011. For those of you who do not know, I teach in this university, and now we were able to have resources from INCT, but they are resources that are not directly, I don't want to turn my back on everyone, so I think I'm going to be here so that I can look at everyone. So these resources from INCT, it's more like a program than money for research directly. And we were able to have a big network from Klimapolis over the last 5 years, thanks to this resource from the German Ministry for Science, Research, and Investigation. But it was more to form a network for technical visits and events. But in this network, there are 70 researchers, and it's growing. And we have inclusion of the managers as well, the executive, legislative, with the collaboration of the project. So how can we establish and fund research of the individual groups and also transdisciplinary research that we were committed to funding in this context for our experiments in real world? For example, this morning we were learning about these events, real life experiments. We already have that in São Paulo continuously. And we also chose the city of Natal as a prototype to represent the capitals of the Northeast, almost all of them on the coast side. So what are the possibilities? Here in the Northeast, our part is very small. The state is small. The budget of the state, as a consequence, it's also small. We are not FAPESP. We would like to have a FAPESP here. We would really enjoy that. So what are the possibilities of researchers in the Northeast of Brazil? I'm not only speaking on my behalf here at Rio Grande do Norte, but from the Northeast, to get funding for international collaboration, because we have several groups from Germany included here. And so what would be the possibilities? I already had the pleasure of speaking yesterday to the representatives of FAPEMA so that we can have ideas. So maybe the FAPs from the Northeast could get together in the consortium that we already have. There's the Research Council. Oh, perfect. Yeah, we were not able to call more FAPs on such short notice, but that would be a possibility to maybe increase the possibility that of having a counterpart for the Brazilian side to get FAPs together. But what could we do to be in this scenario to support FAP and FAPERN and maybe increase the FAPERN capacity to support research, and so we could create a stronger support for this international research, transdisciplinary ones, and not only transdisciplinary ones, but in our case it is, so that we could develop this here, because it's still hard to really have this funding for the research itself. Thank you. It's already a provocation, a tease for all of you. I know that you two are leaving, Cristina and Marcio, so maybe I would give priority to you. Well, very briefly, the DAD has an agreement with all of the FAPs by means of a COMFAP. So it's a program, doctoral program. So either Brazilians who have doctoral scholarships here in Brazil, either by the FAPs, they can go and do research in Germany for 6 months. And there's a complement to that, and they still have the regional FAP scholarship. This is a program that it's already there. Otherwise, there's not a quota for the Northeast. It's competing with others. I don't know how successful are the candidates here in this state. But even in the Pradal program, we have, and we used to have, but we still have, because this program is 25 years long. There are a lot of programs that are funded for the Northeast, so it's not the regionality that is an obstacle to that. Many times, people need to take the initiative. That's what's missing sometimes. Yeah, in the program copies, it's directly with copies. FAPs, well, I don't want to speak for them, but usually there's a problem of lack of resources that really, compared to other states, it's much less funding. Well, my suggestion, I don't know if I can make a suggestion, but I'm sure they know that. But my suggestion would be to have a guarantee of budget like FAPESP has, connected to the budget, but we know that we even have that in the law for some states, but the governments do not respect that. But that provides stability, even if it's a little bit. And maybe answering on the DFG side, or trying to answer this question, well, without putting pressure on us, but to us, it would be ideal to have a joint activity with CNPq in the future. And from there, we would need to see how the relationship would be. Yes, we are starting to discuss that. That's why I can't announce anything. We cannot announce anything yet. But of course, that would be perfect, because we would have an agreement, an activity for the entire country. Yeah, although they're the ones who are leaving. So we already had a first talk. We received DFG at CNPq, and our discussion from our point of view, CNPq, it was very productive. We started to see possibilities in CNPq, recover what we had in the past. The idea is to have something broader that could promote internationalization, the construction of networks, research networks. We don't want to focus on only one area, considering the last 4 or 5 years that were very difficult for us in Brazil. So it would be harmful to not open up for more areas now. But the idea is, in the shorter term possible, is for us to get to an agreement for a call, maybe at the start of next year. That's very open to support internationalization and the consolidation of networks between Brazilian groups and German groups. That was what we talked about, yes. Any other comment? Well, then I would like to thank Christina and Marcio very much. I know that they don't have a lot of time, but thank you so much. The information that you brought to us, I think at least they guide us in our discussions. And on behalf of the symposium, on behalf of the organization, I'd like to thank you for being here. We would be delighted if you could stay more, but that's okay. It was wonderful anyway. I know. You can contact us on email, LinkedIn, Twitter, email, telephone. We're always there. And we're trying to meet your demands, so thank you. Can I come here now?
Não, fica muito difícil para as pessoas transitarem. Bom, eu vou então dar continuidade.
Well, then I'll proceed here. I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. Lila, who is here. I'd like to thank you very much for being here in a symposium. Our focus, I think, it's very well established. Professor Judith did a good summary of that. And after hearing from these institutions that are international, hearing about funding and research, we would like to hear from you about what you just mentioned and everything else that you can bring to us, thinking about transdisciplinary projects focused on these matters that have to do with climate change and the impact in the lives of the cities and everyone. Thank you, Professor Venerando. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that I have very little time, but I would be remiss if I did not say that I regretted having missed the conference from the start, because the part that I watched from Paulo Saldiva's lecture was fantastic. Your ability to speak about something that's so complex in such a clarifying way for those that are not even close to this area, like I am as a researcher, that was admirable. I was delighted with your conference, and I think we really need people like you, Professor, with this commitment of someone who knows the area, searches for knowledge, but in a committed way. Wherever I can, I'm going to tell everyone about your conference and your work. And Brazil needs people like you. So congratulations. Well, thank you for the invitation of being here. It's an institutional invitation. So I came here representing the directorship of CNPq. And one of the reasons for my presence here is that, as was said by Professor Helena, if I'm not mistaken, Judite, by Professor Judite, one of the reasons is that you have just been contemplated by INCT, so it is a new INCT that has not even received the funds that we hope we will have, because the truth is that it's not only those who are in the executive power that has inherited a lot of problems. We know the agencies also have problems. So CNPq has a lot of problems, not only CNPq, but many agencies from the federal government. And we are working very hard, because I'm saying that the month of March has been the longest month of my life. I've spent 11 or 12 hours at CNPq working, because it's an amount of information. It's so much that we need to account for and we need to answer at this time. So we are working very hard so that we can, for example, get the 300 million that this last call of INCT, it's a call for 300 million reais. These funds are not from the ordinary budget of CNPq, it comes from the FNDCT. So we need to ensure that FNDCT will give these funds to CNPq, so CNPq can pay for the INCTs that actually they have just received something like 12 million from the 300 million. So you received probably a few scholarships, but we still need resources, and they're not little. One INCT receives in general from 5 to 7 million reais. So let's say it's the most robust calls that we have inside the CNPq and the INCT as well. And it's a call that began, well, it's a program that began in 2010, and we consider it a program that's already consolidated. It's a program that's strategic for the scientific development of Brazil, because it's precisely what we see here, you know, that INCT program aims to support, because it's not that it develops. If there is no network, it's not going to be able to do anything, because it's a call that is very competitive. And in this last call, we had 58 proposals that were approved with funding. So what we call priority number one, it was a call that was, a lot of people ran for it. And now we have 102 INCTs going on. And in these 102, we're not adding the new ones, because we're only going to say that when they are paid. I also had prepared slides to show internationalization at CNPq, but after receiving an email from the organization of the panel saying that we were only going to have 10 minutes, and you can even let me know if my time is up, I said, well, then that is not the case of showing any slides. But since the panel suggested, the idea was to talk about 3 points here, the ones that were mentioned on the slide. And of course, some of them, of course, that CNPq cannot answer, because they're very specific. But with those questions, I thought about bringing here, first of all, the idea of this new board, because with the new administration, we hope, as I said in other occasions, and also in the morning here, we were at an event at FAPERN, all three of us, we were at the same panel, I think, in the morning, and our idea is to rebuild bridges that have been broken. And so, to tell you the truth, in terms of internationalization, a lot of bridges were broken, because during the last administration, many agreements stopped, they were no longer in force. We even had a meeting with DFG in the sense, because in the last few years, nothing happened. So what could we do about that? And it's not just with Germany, sometimes with countries that are neighbors and very close to us, but no talk happened with them. Bilateral programs stopped existing. And so we are trying to rebuild these bridges and build new bridges too, because the times have changed. We know that the borders of knowledge they are not as the same as the national borders. We cannot only think about national borders. And also, the borders of knowledge have changed a lot. So to discuss these borders, this is important. That's why these networks, as I understood, I don't know if it's Klimapolis or Klimapolis. I used to say Klimapolis, but I heard Klimapolis so much that sometimes, it also makes sense, right?
Então, é esse modelo mesmo de redes.
So this is the model of networks that we understand that are going to be rupturing with the traditional boundaries of knowledge that is more interdisciplinary, but it doesn't mean we lose emphasis in disciplines, as though interdisciplinary knowledge and transdisciplinary knowledge is important. When we have domain overs is when we can do transdisciplinarity. So in this sense, the message I bring from the board of directors of CNPq is that we intend in these new times to have a dialogue that's permanent and very close to the academic community, which is something that in the past few years we were seeing difficulties, even with all due respect to the past board of directors of CNPq. I was participating in the deliberative Congress of CNPq representing scientific areas, so I can witness the efforts made by Professor Ivaldo and his team in the past few years to maintain CNPq and reach the calls we had in the past 2 years, especially in 2022. We had many calls at CNPq. So I'd like to briefly say that from the perspective of instruments, the current instruments we have and its perspectives involve us continuing having agreements, which are sometimes bilateral in terms of internationalization. We have some calls which are, for instance, Brazil and Sweden. We have one that just closed in a specific call area. So we want to maintain these agreements and rescue these bilateral agreements by opening new ones, as in this discussion we're having right now with the FG and other international partners. So we have international agreements for larger groups of countries, such as ProSur in South America, PEC-PG, which we do alternatively with PACs, such as the BRICS program, which is one of the most powerful ones with an interesting design, and Brazil is one of the BRICS country. It has huge importance in this. Also having our president, Dilma Rousseff, as a president of the bank, which will likely be raising more awareness in terms of knowledge, of resources that are common for BRICS, for scientific development. And other instruments we have are order in CNPq, with some orders we work.
Ou chamadas ordinárias,
and the calls that are ordinary for our ordinary CNPq budget, as well as the calls which use resources of partners or FNDCT resources. The mechanisms to ensure stability, it was mentioned in the end, that involves ensuring state policies, because FAPESP is only FAPESP because ICMS, which is a tax in Brazil. São Paulo is the state that makes more money with this tax, and this is what ensures FAPESP now to have a budget that's higher than CNPq. So it's really important, but as all foundations that give support to research in the states, that foundation can only in its origin fund Paulista or researchers whose bases are in São Paulo. So the researchers from São Paulo or Paulista, they are well funded, or they have more chances of getting funded in Brazil than researchers outside of São Paulo. So we have capacities as FAPEMIG and from Minas Gerais, FAPESP in the second place. So this capacity to have funding for the institutions that give support to research, we do know how this capacity varies according to the budget of each state.
Que tem o Brasil, a gente...
So it's hard for a country with the asymmetries we find in Brazil to reach a regulatory mechanism. We were in a meeting of CONFAP last month that they proposed the creation of a national fund precisely to correct a little bit of these asymmetries. But until this occurs, the national agencies, SNPQ, CAPES, FINEP, they are the ones who have to somehow help correcting these asymmetries. And in this sense, we are very sensitive. Also from the perspective of CNPq and CAPES, but I'm talking on behalf of CNPq, we have to ensure the recomposition of the budgets of CNPq, which is working with the budget on the very limit that has been enough to pay for scholarships, basically, not even enough to give more scholarships. We do know how strangled the careers of productivity researchers is going through in all fields of knowledge, as you have such higher demand than the ability for funding that CNPq allows. So we need to ensure the recomposition of the budget of CNPq that has grown from 2003 to 2014. If you look at the graph from 2014 until now, it drops. It drops the budgetary capacity. So we should recompose, and we are working the budget of the order of 1 billion and 1 million. So we should get at least 1.5 billion in the next LOA. But we're still working with a budget that's not from this government with a pluriannual day, which is not of this government. So we should evolve thinking of a state policy that will allow the stability. The Germans to come here and say that they can really have an agency that's federal or national working with continuous flow. Why aren't we working with continuous flow in Brazil? I'm from the time, you probably remember, that CNPq was working with continuous flow, and we can send the project when it was coming out of our work capacity, which ended many years ago. And we cannot work with continuous flow because there's none. So each call is negotiated as an existence. So in this direction, we should guarantee as a state policy. So to conclude, our challenge is precisely to have this third aspect about human resources, training and research and the role it plays. This is a role CNPq has. In the past government, they tried to end CNPq's activities, saying they would merge with CAPES, but they wanted to close CNPq and say this is a problem of the Ministry of Education now, because CNPq exists and is bound to the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation. So it's actually older than the ministry. And CAPES is bound to the Ministry of Education, which has a very large budget. Of course, for health and education, it should have a much higher budget indeed. So the merger for this merger not to occur, because this would mean the extinction of CNPq, we had to do many changes at CNPq, including internal restructuring. So now what we want is to reaffirm the role CNPq has as an agency overall of investments in research, in training researchers, in developing scientifically, understanding that scientific development many times implies in the formation of human resources based on research, because people can only learn how to research by doing it. And this work and this activity should be done with a very close dialogue with the academic community, but also the productive sector, the society at large, because CNPq needs to be very sensitive to the problems Brazil is facing. And there's this dialogue with the communities and sectors on how to tackle these problems. So in this sense, we are searching for a dialogue that is closer to CAPES, entrepreneurial sector, and I was in different events in these sectors with the international partners, the universities, especially. The universities are our main conversations we have in general. And the board of directors at CNPq, they respond for the institutional and international relations and innovation, which I want to make clear that I'm fully available to continue with the dialogue, but also the president, the board of directors to count on us on whatever we can to help. We're here to support you. That's it. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dalila, for your availability, for beginning when you said how hard the work is that you're doing for reconstruction. So we really thank you for making this effort to recompose this universe of research and formation in human resources, which is fundamental. So I'm going to leave the questions for the end, and I would like to move to the FAPES. We've heard the international side, the CNPq, how it's been showing us information. Now we're going to listen to the needs and the perspectives of each one of the FAPES by starting with our colleague from Maranhão, and then thank you. Good afternoon. Just a small correction. I'm not the current president. I was a president until February. Since 2019, the governor changed, so the management also changed of the presidency, but I was invited to come share my experience together with the foundation and some propositions that Professor Venerando mentioned. He was actually my PhD supervisor in Rio Grande do Norte between 2010 and 2014, but I have lived in Natal in the region for a long time. It's such a pleasure to see Gilton once again. He took charge in 2019, yeah, and then he left and he came back. That's right. So the perspectives of what was stated, explaining what our colleagues Marcia, Cristina, and Dalila mentioned, I have some ideas of what we have lived in Maranhão and in Brazil in general, which are opportunities maybe to potentialize this new NCT. So in the meeting we had with CNPq, with all the NCTs from the previous call, have learned the potentials, and Maranhão, my state, didn't send a proposal because we need consolidated groups for it, such as a group of something that didn't exist. So Klimapolis found a focal point there. And I believe an important step right now is to identify in each state a researcher that can be grouped to this new NCT to assemble a network that is actually more consistent for Brazil in general. Even for us to later request to CNPq the resources for it and see this potential. I think another way is that each foundation can, with CNPq as a group, through CONFAP, have an agreement made, as we have INCT, Ocean, Energy in Maranhão. Besides scholarships given by CNPq, FADEMA also gives these scholarships, so it's easier to do this. Because CNPq has a cost paid and foundation as well. FAP uses 3 million, so you'd have 7 million plus 3, so you'd have 10 specifically for it. Now the renovation of this NCT came, now we have more, even more scholarships. So FAP, depending on its capacity, can work in each state as a specific fomenting agency, but we need to have a conversation with CNPq. So this is clear, like we have a larger counterpart than the one I initially had established as a plan. Another idea that's interesting is to have a consistent action with CONFAP, as we have here in the Northeast regional section of CONFAP João Pessoa, I think, or Alagoas, with Fábio. So Fábio is a regional coordinator who can also hear the needs of the Northeast to fight for something similar to what we did in the Amazon in Maranhão as part of the Legal Amazon, which is Amazon plus 10, with FAPESP that is interested in adding resources for research to have exchange programs of researchers between São Paulo and each state with a very good starting point. So in the Amazon plus 10, São Paulo started with 10 million and each state entered with this possibility, meaning 52 million reais for the edital. They have strategies, Northeast plus 10 or others, something plus 10. So it is a possibility that's quite interesting for us to do this action with FAPESP. CNPq, but together with FAPESP isolated, it allows this exchange of researchers, and the resource of FAPESP, of course, will be much bigger. And we have this limitation, which is a constitutional percentage, which is not really given to the states, so it's below the specific amount. Other important aspects that become a problem for Maranhão and should be replicated for other states is that many times researchers, they don't have a previous partner in other European countries. So this conversation of Germans, Brazilians, to have this done virtually is important because for some editons that are European, such as H2020, Newton, Fund, and other German fomenting agencies, they request a previous partnership for you to start with. So you must have something ready, a published paper, a partnership built, so you get approval. Many times researchers don't know that the editors are open on the international level with CONFAP, so they send to each foundation that sends to the universities, but sometimes it doesn't reach the researcher, those that are mostly interested. On the other side, there are limitations such as language, both for the professors and the students, the master's and PhD programs. When you talk about exchange programs, it's a problem to send students abroad because many can't speak English. Even in Portugal, in some places, you need English as a second language. So maybe making an effort to train these students so they are able to go abroad to have exchange programs. In FAPEMA, we had a sandwich scholarship for those who had the scholarships of FAPEMA. They could go at any moment, have part of their master's or PhD programs studying in another country, having an interconnection with international groups. It's a possibility we thought that we should build on. CONFAP, or the funds of Horizon 2020, that now is called Horizon 2030, sovereign funds, the national ones is another possibility that the colleagues mentioned. The Amazon Fund is another possibility. Sudene, the Bank of the Northeast. Mechanisms to ensure cooperation with FAPESP as being really important. And in FAPEMA, we had editors for national international internship and international cooperation internships to allow more cooperation between states in a call where students could go from one state to another to do some kind of exchange program to learn about equipment or methodology and later apply, or bring in a sample to do analysis in what they have in their own state. We were going to stop doing the editor, and suddenly we did a technical reserve, which is similar to what they have in São Paulo. Each student who holds a scholarship in FAPEMA, they could request financial aid to go do this internship. If in the traditional method, the professor would approve this resource or maybe bring in a researcher from abroad for 1 month to work in the States, which each foundation could verify the possibility and see the possibility of having this action, as well as making a call for patents, because sometimes many products are generating patents, and this action was strengthened in the state. And the challenges for simulation and continuity has to do with ensuring resources from the states more constantly, because in some states you have an oscillation, maybe 40 million, then 10, and then 30 million. It's not consistent. So, Judith, we could also talk about how the undergraduate and graduate courses could be connected to these actions that Klimapolis is interested in working with. As a specific case we had of our port company called EMAP that gave 40 million for FAPEMA to do applied research. The initial focus would be on master's and PhD students to do research to solve the port's problems. So many graduate students, they came to us and they said, how constant are these resources for the port? Because we do have lines of research in our graduate programs that are not really associated to the port's interests. So changing our lines of research or creating a new one is a possibility within the programs that can be more associated to Klimapolis's interests, which is working and trying to delineate actions and strengthening also INCT through the ACT I mentioned in the Northeast with more scholarships or extra financial aids or the technical reserves it would have that would lead to an interesting initiative. And another idea is to have either an editor of the foundation or an editor of CNPq, to have the doctors as PDC or EDC, as Ida said, inserted in a larger fixation of doctors, because you have qualification for people who just ended their PhD programs. The government has changed. Until recently, there was no perspective for those people who are PhDs to be in universities doing research. So they were neither doing research nor anything. They were beyond that. So having this person fixed locally so you don't have the brain escape happening. PDCTR is a very interesting editor for us to think of a way to catch those qualified staff and keep them locally or within the states from one state to another, doing those actions to train other doctors, masters, and all the network that's being formed. These were my considerations. If you have a specific question, I'm here. Thank you. Professor Gilton is the current superintendent of FAPERMA in Natal. Director President in this case. First of all, good afternoon, especially in the heat of the North, especially Natal. I would like to greet Professor Dr. Venerando, the coordinator of the table, and also our Professor Dr. Judith here, one of the coordinators in the Commission of Klimapolis. And thank very much each one of you for this moment and this opportunity to say that indeed, Dalila, it's a new time in Brazil. We spent 4 years without gathering with the board of directors, and only this month we have met 3 times in events in FAPESP, in FAPERNE, and now here discussing and solving partnerships. And a program that was still slow for FAPERNE to get resources, I spent 4 years trying to solve, and now in between events, this was already in the system Mais Brasil approved. So it's indeed a new time and our suffering ended. I was just saying that those who have seen the past 4 years for fomenting agencies in the field of sciences knows what suffering means, and really getting hurt to defend was obvious. So I would like to greet each one of you and say how happy we are and thank for the happiness of having brought us here. And I would like to especially greet Professor Agaciel Alves, my director at the university in the field of bioenvironmental. And he's so happy. He's a general director of the campus who gave projection to my name in the state in the Northeast over there at the UERN campus, which is really far from here. It's not near. You should look at the map. Natal's right here, right? At the S of the elephant. We are the red point in the elephant's nose. So this is where we are. But I invite you all. It's very welcoming. It's a city of resistance in many senses. Well, I would like to greet the table and our former colleague from FAPEMA, and always our friend and research partner, Dalila. And we spent the entire morning together. We had lunch together, and I thought we were going to eat in separate tables. I cannot imagine. We didn't know we were in the same table. Professor Maribondo, who's a partner of FAPEM, and we are always meeting. So as I have already saluted Professor Venerando as well. I will try to answer and later comment on what FAPEM has done in this area. As soon as we regulated things with CAPES, regularized agreements, with all the difficulties we had, we were able to agree in 2 things. One is PDPG, the plan for development of the post-graduation programs. It's been 12 years that this didn't happen. With CAPES, we were able to recover because the government was a woman who believed in science, Fatima, and we will see how the state gained independence in FAPERN 30 years after the Constitution. So this is in a second moment. Let's talk about the products, which is the most interesting for you. I was looking and in between meetings with Dalila and yesterday, it's not possible that in the 20 or so programs we approved in the PDPG, there are no programs in the field of climate change. I was so happy. I'm like, wow. So let me greet you all because you really made beautiful projects. You came here and we have 3 programs that were funded for projects. If a partner has resources for real research, guys. This is a challenge for social and environmental management and adaptation to climate change in scenarios of risk and vulnerability, social, environmental, especially in municipalities of the semi-arid, the PPU, urban and regional development. Urban and regional studies, I apologize. Here are all 3 projects from UFRN. Social, demographic vulnerability and resilience in the septentrional semi-arid, the northern semi-arid, vulnerability to extremes and climate change in the semi-arid. And the other one, I forgot to highlight the name, which I think is number 6. 6 and 17, never mind. These 3. And then, Dalila, these are all from CAPES. I have a copy for you, and some are cross-sectional. I have information for those in the table, but not enough from PDPG for everyone, but I think each one on the table can get a copy. I will talk with CAPES about it. Together with this CAPES program, we have made a pact, as we did in CNPq, to ensure the scholarships, and we would guarantee the resources, because as Professor said, there are many requests in Rio Grande do Norte saying, Professor, can you please hold the scholarships, but give us money for events, for the costs, so the counterpart should always be placed in the financial resources to pay for costs for activities themselves and also investments. And this is a partnership with CAPES. We already have this in general for scientific development in the semi-arid of the state, and in the program with the young doctors with CNPq that just got 40 scholarships approved, Dalila. Don't say bad things about us. We're still getting things right. We have 40 scholarships here, are 58. What's the name of the program, Dalila? What, can you tell me the one with 6 million now? Fixation of young doctors. And the first installment, CNPq came with 4 million, then we came with 2, but so far we don't have the nice materials to show, but we'll be making those about the programs that won. You get the names and everything for propaganda. I have 3 that is in the field of climate change. Climate change, yeah. So I want to tell you that we have reached in these general editors to include the theme of paying for events and the investments in these events. When it comes to funding specific programs for specific activities, I'd like to ask you to distribute those around, please, because what we don't have other resources. FAPESP is even shiny. I did my PhD in São Paulo, so we do know how it is. So the budget of FAPESP we have in this meeting now at FAPESP, included in São Paulo 2 weeks ago, and we presented 2 billion or so for budget. And you're like, wow, that's a budget for the entire state of Rio Grande do Norte.
It's another dimension, but that is no problem, you know? We can still work. And because this has advanced, and I can say to everyone here from the different states, after 30 years of having our fund created by the 1988 Federal Constitution, and 2019, when we took it up by determination of the government, and we acted in many ways to make the constitutional fund effective, still in 2009, in the Planck law, they began to have resources, and only 1.5 million or 2. It's very little for us to have a lot of things that we thought about, because with the state, with 4 months of salaries and suppliers, we could not have a source 100, as we called it. They were impossible. So we started to work, and many of you helped, to have a new regulatory framework. In 2022, we were able to approve a new regulatory framework for the foundation, and then I was telling Venerando here, there was a very good negotiation, getting from here, a little from there, because nothing is easy, when you have a crisis, because money does not come from trees. So somebody needed to leave someplace to be able to have that. And we were able to have 2% in 2022, 3% in 2023, and 4% starting in 24 from royalties of those two. So oil and gas and energies, renewable energies and other matters. So we are doing a calculation that we can get to know, I just said a Portuguese expression here, I'm sure you don't know. But anyway, we can have 11 million this year. It's little, it's not enough. It's very little, but for those who did not have anything, only debt, as I was talking to Professor Leila, we had more than 40 agreements in the first 2 years. It was just a lot of people trying to make things better and clean things. So what can I tell you? First, in this macro program, we are already there. Partnerships. I can talk to Dalila here. Dalila, if you think of a project with a tripartite agreement, or if we give a part, of course, that there needs to have a ratio, right, a proportion. And then we can do that. We can think about things like our director on campus know, the sensitivity for this theme is not necessary because we already live and we already know it. This in a perspective of a big program that has a lot of resources, international scholarships and the like. If you, with 5 programs of UFRN, have approved projects with us and on climate change, if we would like to see something, some you cannot do because that's with CAPES, but I think 2 or 3 were with the NPQ. The one that does not have, that needs a scholarship or something, you need to look for us. I think it is possible because they have already been approved. The things are there. They already have the scholarships, postdoc, doctorate. You already have the resources that you're going to ask for us, waiting for the support from internationalization. We can see, if I cannot do that in the agreement because it's something that we have with NPQ in the agreement, we can think about a specific call based on the agreement, only for those who are in agreement, and then we can solve those things. And I am committed to this with you. For those who have approved the project with us on the theme of climate change. That's the point. And the second one, because I'm trying to answer 3 questions here, right? So the third point, the third question, the third thing is, well, in local things, then there would be Venerando or somebody looking for me. And then in this material, with which I'm working, there are 3 pages that I show how we do things. And we have a lot of that, trying to solve local problems. So not a lot of money, but in terms of climate change, we can do a call for that. So thank you very much to each and every one of you. And long live science at last in this country. Thank you, Professor Gilton. Thank you, Andrea, Dalila. And now like to pass the floor to Professor Marimonde, our pro-rector for the postgraduate programs. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Professor Dalila, once again. I'd like to thank you for your presence in our state. Feel our hug and be embraced by the largest institution that we have in our state, which is the Federal University of Rio Grande do Norte. Professor André, thank you very much for your presence. I have just found out that Venerando was the one who was your supervisor in the doctoral programs. And I, as well, like you, I asked him not to call all his students here, not to name them, because I thought he was much younger than I am. He must be, but, also more experience. So Professor Venerando and Professor Judici. we started at the top of the pyramid, talking about the funding of the agencies from Germany, the international cooperation, the funding of research. We went through a federal level, talking about CNPq, and the local approach and the experience of FAPEMA and our PAPER. UFRN, the university, is not a research support agency, but it's much more important. It's the one that makes us have the DFG, the DAD, the CNPq, CAPES, FAPERN, FAPRIAN, FAPES, because it's in the institutions, the teaching institutions and the research institutions that we educate human resources that are going to touch the country afterwards, each in their specialties. And with that, we have the responsibility to think about the strategy and to think ahead of what we do today. And that's what we have with the climate changes. In 2009, 2008, Professor Francisco Alexandre da Costa, who's there, our Chico Macaíba, there where we had Augusto Severo being born, who is the name of our technological park that we began last year. We started to look for, within UFRN, saying that it was strategic for the Rio Grande do Norte, it was strategic to have researchers working in the area. And we came up with a postgraduate program. At the time, we did not have vacancies for professors, but we were able to have that with professors working with different departments. It was a very big effort from the institution. And we had Professor Carlos Nobre in the inaugural class, inaugural lecture, the president of CAPES, and he's a reference, world reference when we talk about climate change. He was a supervisor of Judith, or at a certain moment he was that person, right? EP back then. And of course, after that, we were able to create and hire a series of professors who were chosen very carefully. They are the best that we had available in Brazil within that scenario. And then you see Professor Judith, Professor Weber, who's there, sitting back there, Professor Davi, whom I saw there. And then we created a department, an undergraduate program. And this new group, when we talk about science, 10 years is not so much. We were able to consolidate this within the international and the national scenarios. And we need to think, as we think about graduate programs, 10, 15 years ahead, where do we want to go? In this context, the university came to a very important decision, I think 2 years back at the start of the pandemic, which was to support with its own resources international networks for research. We opened calls, very significant ones, robust ones, calls with resources from the university to support networks that needed to have national cooperation and international cooperation. Of course, that in CT. For us, for our surprise, we received more than 100 excellent proposals, but of course we could not fund them all. So what's important? Because this shows that I can be working and researching. I can't do that exclusively with my room with someone who's researching the same thing that I am. I need to have a scientific approach today that's much more transversal within a theme that is strategic, but each one with its own tool, each one with its own knowledge that's specific, and uniting efforts. And when I look here, I see Professor Coca, I think it's José Taide, his name, his official name, from ecology, Professor Osvaldo, who's the coordinator of the postgraduate program in science and social sciences, and then you had Professor Alex back there, from the Humanitas Institute, Professor Alipio, who was in the opening, who is the director of the Humanitas Institute, which was another strategic action that the university had, trying to take people out of their little department boxes, you know, those knowledge boxes, in which we were educated and we feel comfortable in them, right? So what can the institution do? Well, we can think about strategic projects, and the state will come. If the university did not make this decision to invest, we would not be here. Climate change, environmental matters would not have been discussed here as they are now. Of course that we don't have, and we will never be really happy. Otherwise, if we are too happy with the money that we have for the projects, it's because we're no longer having ideas, right? We're no longer having motivation so that we can continue. But we are constantly maturing in gaining knowledge and thinking about the INCT, Professor Judith. That's the dream of every researcher. I was speaking to Professor Dalila in the morning. I was saying that maybe that's a very interesting measure to reduce asymmetries, that CNPq could ensure at least one INCT coordinating each state of the federation. I don't know if this is even possible, but I think approximately coordination for INCT, there's a scientific nucleus that can get more resources naturally ahead. And we need to be patient when we talk about science, when we talk about technology, because things take time to happen. I have someone saying that I should stop talking because I said that I was going to speak for 3 minutes and I'm speaking more than that. But it's just to conclude, the university is always thinking ahead. I think we should look for, we should try not to be restricted to funding from CAPES and CNPq and the FAPs and even the international agencies, but we need to strengthen networks and be able to get funding in international networks. We already do that in an isolated manner, but we need to improve considerably so that in the future we can be part of projects with the European community and funding from BRICS and outside funding, and that we follow the same metrics that researchers in Europe follow. Of course, that we need to be mature for that. Not everyone is going to be like that, but we need to start thinking about this so that it starts to happen. We will all feel in the future the effect of this type of action. And I think something that we also need to have in mind, and I felt that when we were analyzing the proposals from the networks, is that sometimes to win a proposal, we give numbers and indicators, a lot of them, and when the resources arrive, it's not enough to meet everything. But we learn by doing. This type of sizing, we need to do them. So thank you very much, Professor Venerando. He was not my supervisor, although he could be old enough to be that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Marimbondo. It's wonderful to hear the management in those times and to note the sensitivity, because we have a sensitivity indicator for these demands, and we know that we can find an echo, a reflection in what we believe, which is science, technology, and innovation in the institution with resources. So I will conclude this panel so that we can talk a little bit outside and have a little time for coffee, unless there's a possibility for a question. Professor Judith, yes, would you like to ask a question? Right, so one sole question, because our time is up for a long time now. Sorry, we will soon have coffee. Well, I'd like to thank you very much, all the members of the panel. I think that was very rich. this contribution from each and every one of you. I would love to have an hour more for us to discuss more, but I'm just in the beginning to try to understand how this funding world works and how we can have more funding for research to the northeast of Brazil, because this is my interest, not only for myself, but for the colleagues here from the northeast, especially in the Klimapolis network. I have one comment. It's the last comment, Professor Rubens, and also to Dr. Dalila. The INCT, I think I need to say, because I would not feel well if I did not say that. I am just a vice coordinator of this INCT. It's being coordinated by Maria de Fátima Andrade, who's here with us. Well, she just left. And so this INCT is connected to the University of São Paulo. Actually, it's not one of the projects of the network from the Northeast. And it's a pity, of course, because the idea is, because I would love to have coordinated it, but there is a prerequisite, and there is a productivity scholarship for a research one. And in percentage terms, I think there's a small number of researchers who have these scholarships here in the Northeast. So sometimes that's where the problem begins. We really have many people who are interested, people working there, but it's not just an international network. At this INCT, we have a lot of plans for the Northeast of Brazil, and we came to stay. It's not just 5 years of INCT, but actually we want to continue this network and this work, and maybe become an institute with this area, climate. But maybe this is a problem to have more INCTs. Maybe we would need to have other criteria or think about other productivity scholarships for the Northeast. I don't know what the solution would be. But of course, this was a limiting factor for sure. I think, well, yeah, maybe the FAPs could also have a productivity scholarship in an elevated level, and the CNPq could consider these productivity scholarships as, yeah? Oh, great. All right. We cannot hear what she was saying. All right. Good to know. But I'll be there one day. All right. So I think the rest we can actually leave to the outside. Just a last comment, very briefly. We said that the support of research, and when we want to do something, sometimes thinking about values, that would be at least based on a universal call of CNPq. That's what we would expect from our FAP, right? I know that I don't need to comment on that. It's difficult, right? And it depends on the money that's available by the state. But nowadays, just like a funding of 10,000 reais, we can do things, right? And not much else. We can't really do anything because tickets are more costly. Of course, well, it helps. Yeah, it helps. I'm not going to be ungrateful. But yeah, but the ideal is that one day there would be an articulation with the state so that there would be more resources for FAPEN so that we can give a higher contribution to strengthen the research in the state, right? And this is our desire, our dream as professors and researchers. And the other thing is the indirect support and funding of research by means of scholarships for young people, postdoc, doctoral students, researchers. This is something that is missing in the universities. We have students, postgraduate students. Sometimes they're excellent students working in a very independent manner, and we even consider them as researchers, but they leave. And then there are the professors. And now our scholarships were removed, many of them for postdoc and NPD. So a lot of research groups, there was one professor and several students, some were more independent, some were less. But that puts a lot of an overburden on the professors for the research. We really enjoy doing research, and many of us enjoy doing research, but we also have teaching and extension, and we need to do everything, and it's a demand from the universities. So we need to have something in the middle between the student and the professor to strengthen the research groups of the university. I don't know if it would be by means of scholarships. The ideal thing would be to have permanent posts for researchers as well, not professors too. I know that has to do with infrastructure. It's a dream, but it's something that we feel so that we can do research. I'll be brief. Yeah, I'd just like to make two comments that have to do with what you said and maybe are important to say to a broader audience. First, yes, there is an imbalance in the INCT call. We were talking here when Professor Murilo talked about one per state, we were saying that we don't even have states that submit because there's such big requirements. The level is so high for an INCT proposal that sometimes the state is not able to do that. So it's an imbalance because that generates other imbalances. The PQ scholarships in Brazil, they're very much focused, like many other things, in the southeast, in the south of the country. So when we go toward the northeast, there are less and less PQ scholarships, especially one. And in PQ1, you have the small letter, right? Or we have less and less B or A. Of course, that for an INCT that's so competitive, to have a PQ1A researcher in the coordination, that meant eliminating another analysis. So, but that was a very serious issue in this last INCT because the call it wasn't like that before. You had a level 1 researcher or with an equivalent profile, and this or an equivalent profile that was removed. And this caused problems in very important groups that could have won an INCT. They lost points because the professor either was not PQA or because he was devoting himself to something else and he did not have the condition. So we have talked about this at CNPq, and on the next call, we're going to include this equivalent profile, and that's going to have a change in that. Something also that's important about the second comment is because we need to think about how we can correct these distortions and the partnerships with the FAPs. It would be very important to have partnerships with the FAPs in the sense that we should finance INCTs that are strategic. So we need to open these channels for talks. We need to think about the future and how to correct these asymmetries. Because in many of the CNPq calls, we use a few correction criteria for inequalities. For example, in the PQ scholarships, in general, we use the regional criteria and in the universal one. So we tend to have a specific quota. If I'm not mistaken, in the last INCT, there was a specific quota for regions, but they also had for the humanities, which was 30%. They already had 30% advantage. But if it does not gather the conditions, it's not even apt to be in this quote. So it's very important for us to think about the correction of the factor at the base of it and not at the top. One other thing, to be very brief because I know that our time is up, but we're also discussing now at CNPq that a postdoctoral scholarship of a year does not make a lot of sense. Another day I heard from someone to say, look, the postdoc who wins a scholarship for a year, he spends 3 months publishing what he did on the doctoral, and the other 6 months he has to think about what he's going to do after the scholarship is over. So he's going to look for work. So we're thinking now very seriously about, we're starting to design these proposals in terms of changing the structure of the postdoctoral scholarships, stop this junior and senior scholarships, just create scholarships for postdoc for a longer period, at least 2 years. And that these postdoc, that senior, can become something else, maybe a visiting professor in another model that's different from what we have now. And we're even discussing and having studies about the possibility of hiring, we even talked to a few German colleagues to see how that works in Germany, to hire young doctoral students. Of course, that the universities would be the focus point for that. For example, for 2 to 4 years, as a contract, really, to work in the perspective that Professor Judith mentioned, as a researcher, being paid with labor, social security rights, so that he can be okay to devote him or herself to research and the academic career. Because sometimes we only think about the academic career, but that's also in the productive sector that's important, because not everybody wants to follow an academic career. And there's not a vacancy for everyone. So sometimes that person is an excellent engineer, he wants to go and work at a chemical institute, and maybe to have this type of partnership, that would also be interesting. So we are studying all of that. And I think it would be important to leave this here as a sign that we are aware of these problems that you brought. They are important. And today we are looking at them, even thinking about scientific diaspora, because our colleague here mentioned it. And we are discussing a broad program to see if we can attract the Brazilians who went abroad and could not come back. And they don't come back because they have nothing to do here. There's no promise for work, there's no scholarship. So we are also at this time studying the possibility of having a program to attract our young doctors who,
I shouldn't be using the word young because some are not too young. Our researchers who are around Brazil, outside, because they could not come back, and at the same time invest in programs like this one that was mentioned here, with fixation of our young doctors and research. This is a very beautiful program where funds are putting fomenting and the scholarship. So it's a way for us to have a young doctor initiating themselves in academic life in a way that's a little more careful or a little more relaxed. So I just wanted to say that we are attentive to these problems, and in dialogue, we improve these processes. Thank you.
Mas eu tenho certeza que no próximo edital você já será.
I'm sure in the next edital you will be in the CNPq. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Vamos dar continuidade.
Let's now continue with the final panel, but not least important, as another lecture we have here in the symposium, Klimapolis, and we have the great pleasure to invite Professor Tessio Abrisi, who's a professor at the Department of Atmospheric Science and Astronomy, Geophysics and Atmospheric Sciences of the University of São Paulo, and he's working in the field of atmospheric sciences with emphasis on dynamics, modeling, numeric modeling of the atmosphere, anyway, meteorology. Professor Gui Bessel is going to be mediating once again. Professor Gui, you have the floor.
Too much time because we're a bit late, but I'm really happy that Tessio is coming and is giving the second keynote talk about, if I understand correctly, the nexus between climate, natural disaster, and cities. And we are very good friends also from USP, and I'm really glad this scientist with a high international reputation is here and will give us his view on all these topics related to climate. Thank you very much, Guy. He's really a very good friend. Well, last presentation, please don't get sleep, don't go away. Let's wait a little bit. And the presentation is going to be in Portuguese, sorry, Guy. So then in the bar we can translate later on, okay? Ok. Eu também acabei não preparando os slides.
I did not prepare the slides in English either, so they're all in Portuguese. But anyway, the idea, guys, is talking about the climatic variability and the urban impacts it has, and talk a little bit about these days and what can happen tomorrow with the climate change. So I'm going to start by showing some extreme events. This year, they had snow in excess in California, rainfall in excess in California, heat waves for those who came from Europe. They have been through an extremely intense drought. We had Cyclone Freddy reaching Madagascar and Mozambique, really intense. So here in Brazil, not any least exciting. We had, unfortunately, floods in Santa Catarina, landslides in our coast, and at the same time, tremendous droughts in Rio Grande do Sul with extremely high temperatures in various regions, and also much rain everywhere. Well, there's something happening in the world and in our country. The fact is that we're going through 3 different types of emergencies. The crisis in health due to pandemics, the crisis of loss in biodiversity, and the climate emergency, which has things in common, but also things that are different. In terms of similarities, there is no doubt science is the key to solve these problems. The second is that the evidence, we are using too much the natural resources of our planet. Third, there's lack of global governance in each of those items and crises. And there are social and economic impacts that are very strong. In terms of differences, the main one is in the temporal scale, while in the health crisis, this could be gone in a few years, as in the case of COVID-19, that is not gone yet, but is very soft. And climate change will last centuries, while the loss in biodiversity is forever. Once you lose, it will never come back. So this is really important, and even more. We have seen evidences that many things are changing in climate, such as increased temperatures, hot oceans. We have lost ice caps in the poles and mountains, severe events, acidification of the ocean. So these changes are happening now. But what can and what has been modifying the climate? I like to use this image because now it seems that the youth is more aware of what is effectively happening than the older ones. But somehow we know what's being modified. Our springs are being altered. Throughout this workshop, we have heard many things in this sense. We have consumed very much, thus factories are in full steam effectively, but the steam is really toxic. garbage filling everywhere. Everyone wants to own a car, so fossil fuels burned, and so on, deforestation. So all of this clearly something should happen. So when we look at the variation in temperature from 1850 to now, or the concentration of carbon dioxide gases, we see how the variation in temperature, even though it oscillates through time, it's growing, which means the atmosphere is really heating. While almost linearly, we see the growth in CO2 in the atmosphere. And again, what makes this gas, greenhouse gas, grow? We do. Actually, the poor land use, fires, cars, industries, and so on have made these gases increase in the atmosphere. A point that really calls attention of everyone in the world is these are the extreme events that have been taking place. So there's always this question whether the variabilities in the climate or the climate change itself. Are events due to climate change or are they really part of the natural variability? This is a fair question to ask. We should try to answer. In 2003, on the other side, Europe had one of the hottest summers of the past 500 years. So there were fires in Portugal, many deaths, as we heard today earlier by Professor Paulo. There's clearly a fact that the heat kills more than the cold. We are prepared for the cold, but not for the heat. We've had interruption in transportations in Germany and in the UK. Throughout the past few years, systematically, Europe has lived with heat waves, including the generation of droughts in many regions in Europe. And last year, beware, there was never a temperature of 40 degrees in the UK. This was registered in London. So when you see the variability from month to month, especially in 2022, the temperature of 4 degrees was recorded there. So this is somehow affecting the planet as a whole, and this is a figure that shows a percentile, which is a record of hotter regions, much hotter than the average, above the average, normal, and then below average. When you look at the globe in 2022, the average from January to December, you see that almost the whole world was hot, with some region being extremely hot. When we look data from 1988 until 2022, last year was the hottest year ever recorded in the world. So if you look at these 10 hottest years, you can see they're all after the year 2000. In terms of rainfall, some regions are very dry in Europe, much drought in the US, some regions in the country, in the south, and more rain in the central area, in the northeast. If you change those percentiles into temperature anomalies or deviations when it comes to temperature, there are clearly certain regions with temperatures above 3 to 4 degrees, some others around 1 degree, and in Brazil we had regions that were colder due to more rainfall. This graph shows anomalies in temperature considering ocean and the land, the average from January to December. So you see in the beginning of the past century, the temperatures were lower. We had a transition period, and after the 70s and 80s, we've had this increase. There was significant positive trend. And I have here the same type of analysis, just considering South America. And when you compare the two figures, they are so similar. What does this mean? It means we have to be careful because what's happening in the world is also happening in Latin America. It's the same trend for anomalies. Likewise, if I consider now the last summer, again, particularly in the south of South America, there are record temperatures well above average. And in 2023, it's when, well, it's not the hottest, not the coldest. For now, it's intermediate. What is the consequence of the increased global temperatures for climates in South America and Brazil? What we have seen throughout the past few years is that there are various extreme events taking place in South America, and the drought in Venezuela, Solimões, floods in the Amazon, São Paulo,
Vale do Itajaí, tempestades, ou seja, claramente nós
heat
temos
waves in the Itajaí Valley. We have seen extreme events in all of South America. And some do call attention. In 2005, we had the droughts in the Amazon. And everyone was saying it was the most intense drought in the past 100 years. And then 5 years later, in 2010, another drought was extremely intense again, signaling that you have in reality an extreme event happening, and now it's happening more frequently. I have this out of curiosity for everyone. In 2004, we had the Catarina hurricane, the first Brazilian hurricane ever recorded. It was a small one. The intensity was 1. Hurricane's intensity varies between 1 and 5. But as any good hurricane, it had damaged places and people lost their lives. But it's a system we had never seen or recorded ever before. So when you look at these data from insurance companies, I have here until 2012, but here I can get information from the USA. When you look at meteorological events, hydrological events, those floods or climatological events such as droughts and etc., you're clearly seeing a trend in increasing extreme events. And when you translate this into money, you just go to the USA and you see these bars representing fires, floods, extreme storms, and etc. If you look at 2020 alone, in terms of damages, financial damages, the US has spent around $450 billion with these events. This is from 2017, showing that only with 3 hurricanes, 2 storms, and fires, 3 forest fires. In 2017, they spent $235 billion, which is 5-fold the deficit we have each year in the Brazilian bank account. But when it comes to South America, this is an average of rainfall and average temperature, minimum, medium, maximum. When I got this information from Salat and collaborators, average between 1901 and 2004, minus the climatology from 61 to 90, and we see that for this average, we had the Northeast. We have had rainfall below average, a little above average in the South, and a little above average in the North and the Southeast. Temperature, regardless of looking at the medium, maximum, or minimum, they're all really intense, especially in the Northeast, 1.4 degrees above average. So it's been hot everywhere in the country. It's interesting to see at that data for other periods, such as this one from 2001 to 2020, minus 1981 to 2000. For rainfall, you have a deficit of rainfall in every region. And now, behold, it's less in the Northeast. Actually, the Northeast recovered the rainfall from the climatic perspective, while temperature prevails high. There is a pattern there. More extreme events are being verified systematically. In 2008, in Blumenau, Santa Catarina, it rained more than 1,000 millimeters, causing commotion, people died, landslides, and so on. And everyone remembers 2010, the disasters in Rio de Janeiro, where more than 200 people died due to this disaster that was created in the Center of National Monitoring of Disasters, CEMADEM, due to this all of these more extreme events. In 2020, in Belo Horizonte, Minas Gerais, and cities around, there were very strong impacts. And between 2022, the closest again of an extreme event, more than 240 people died with landslides and these types of extreme events. And then for the same year, really, in the summer of 2021 to 2022, we've all followed the intense rainfall in Bahia. And there are cities where I want to discuss a little more, such as this recent work by José Namarengo and colleagues, that looked at stations in the north and in the central area of Minas, central of Bahia, north of Minas, showing that in certain stations it rained more than 400% of the expected. This is a climatology for November, December. How much rain accumulated in the anomaly here, where we clearly had regions with an anomaly that was above 250 millimeters of rain. So this could only cause floods and disasters. There's something I want to mention. See, these disasters is not because it rained. The question is, why did it rain so much? Since there are many meteorologists here, we should wonder why it rains so much. Particularly in this case, we've had displacement of the South Atlantic convergence zone going towards the north, where it was stationary for a couple of days. And there was a favoring of the oscillation of May and June, no, May and June oscillation. Well, the meteorologists know it favored this type of rainfall. So we should really pay attention not only in extreme events and why it rained and the amount of rain it fell, but why it rained, so we can understand the mechanisms and thus improve weather forecasts for certain regions. Recently, we've seen floods in Recife and the surroundings, as always, landslides, floods, and things as such. And there is a study from Marengo and his collaborators analyzing from 2020 to 2022, considering data from the National Institute of Meteorology and the Agency of Pernambuco for Water and Climate, APAC. So it shows a clear trend for more extreme events taking place associated effectively to each of these years. You see simulations of how the floods would be in all the canals and rivers you find in Recife. When you look at the anomaly, considering the 25th and 28th of May 2022, we can see the anomalies with a high rate of rain volume and what caused this an undulatory disturbance on the east, which we call east waves that propagated. There are two waves coming to the region from the east. They caused much damage, which we should be paying attention to. Here in Natal, once again, you are following the news. This is a truck that fell in a hole, another hole that appeared on the road, and we see on the presentations here. The presentations we saw about Natal, how this kind of thing has been happening. And this is a very interesting work as well and recent from Daniela Rodrigues, Gonçalves, and their collaborators who calculated the probability of having extreme events here in Natal, considering 30, 60, and 90 millimeters of rain. You have the peak of probability of these events taking place in June, but they also have Gaussian going to 30, you start a little earlier, really. So when you do the plotting, the variability effectively of rainfall month by month, we have the outliers here. And these periods have caused extreme rains. So when you have a temporal series and the blue bar is the median, and from 1984 to 2014, you clearly see those peaks or trends to see increased extreme events here in Natal. So they made an extremely important graph that we were discussing here about the impacts in the city of Natal, where they occur and why they occur. And it shows here what are the regions in Natal where there's more. It's easier to see these happening. They are more vulnerable to natural disasters. So, reaching São Paulo, where I live, this is a common scene, such as this one from 2004, and this one from 2011, and this one from 2019, where you see a city looking like this when it rains a lot, it floods. This is 2020 again. And I've made this study many years ago with a master's student, Amanda Dufek, where we calculated data from 1950 to the year 2000, and we calculated the trend to see an increased rainfall above 20 millimeters, and the trend for extreme events, the 5% most intense. So red is the positive trend, the biggest the ball, the biggest the trend. So we see clearly the state of São Paulo, a trend to increase rainfall all the time, including a trend to increase extreme events as well. More recently, I remade the analysis considering São Paulo and showing how the anomaly in precipitation varies from the 1980s to present time, and from the year 2000 on, we've had in São Paulo an average rainfall below average. But when we look at the percentile 95, or the 5% of most intense rainfall, then you can see this pattern of rainfall that is more intense, which is effectively meaning there have been more extreme events in São Paulo. I like to show this image, which is a painting that's in the Museum of Ipiranga in São Paulo that reopened. If you have a chance to visit São Paulo, you should go there. It's looking beautiful. That's the downtown area with the creek and the delta that expands. It actually expands during the rainy season. So what we have been doing is just urbanizing the city by placing walls, as they did here, as we saw in the presentation. So when you use the wrong techniques, you have major problems. The fact is that the city of São Paulo since the year 1800s has expanded in urban terms. This clearly shows an increased population with an increased area. As the population grows, the area increases, and in terms, meteorological terms, it has rained more in São Paulo, and the temperature is above 3 degrees. We're talking about an average global warming of 1.1, 1.2, in the city of São Paulo in 100 years has grown more than 3 degrees. So when we look at data for the city, we effectively have two stations, the Gran Santana, which is in the west of the city,
do IAG, claramente, né?
And the IAG station, where we clearly have data from IAG since 1936 to the present day, and we see not only an increased temperature throughout the years, but also a reduction in humidity due to urbanization. So in the Marengue in collaborator study, when we compare Mirante do Santana and IAG, we compare indicators, including the one for more intense rainfall. So when we highlight rainfall above 80 and 100 millimeters, clearly after the 1980s, we have seen an extraordinary increase in more extreme rainfall. So what does this mean in the graph? It shows that in São Paulo, it has rained less, but when it does rain, the volume is extremely intense and for a short time, which causes indeed flooding in the city. This is a simulation that was made by the Noble collaborators, Nobre and his collaborators for the city of São Paulo. The resolution was ETA at the time, so not too high, but even so, with all the indicators for temperature, total rainfall, heat waves, they all indicate there's a trend to increase. So what's happening today is probably going to continue in the future, according to the climate projections. But I've mentioned plenty of rainfall, but not only of rain, the man will live. Unfortunately, we have the other side. So in 2014, we've had a tremendous drought in the southeast, especially affecting São Paulo. Like here, in the Cantareira system, a reservoir that supplies for almost 9 million people in the city of São Paulo. The red one here, you see in 2010, it was practically with its maximum volume. It decayed until what we found the dead volume, as we call it, in the following year, where we simply had to pump area from the most deep areas of the reservoir to supply for the city. And why wasn't it able to fill the reservoir? Because during that summer, it rained less than 222 millimeters, And then, no, minus 222, and in the following year, minus 258. And the summertime is when the reservoirs are filled because this is the maximum precipitation period. So this is a density curve and probability, which gives us kind of like the beginning of the rainy season. This is for the beginning of the rainy season. This is for the end of the rainy season. And in 2014, it even started when expected, but it ended 1 month later and it didn't rain anymore. And in 2015, it simply started 1 month after the expected rainy season and it ended a little earlier. So this is why we had this idea of why the reservoirs could not be filled. But when it comes to the meteorological aspects in circulation in the large scale, for meteorologists, once again, there was a study by Coelho and his team that identified why there was no rainfall in the southeast. But you see how there was tremendous rainfall in the western side of Brazil and also in the south, simply because these rains were due to an atmospheric blockage in the region where the cold fronts could not pass. So the humidity coming from the ocean would turn around and rain a little further west of the country, And why did this happen? There was an anomaly in the temperature of the ocean in the Pacific that generated a wave pattern, which generated the stationariness that favored that block and therefore droughts, as we saw that year. In reality, when you're looking at the following years, the next summers, they are all starting to present rains below average. Simply after that period, we've had rainfall below average in the southeast of Brazil, where last year alone there was practically climatology. In the Northeast, when you do the same type of analysis, consider rain, summer, fall, winter, and spring, we find there has been less rainfall anyway. And as we're talking about droughts, who doesn't remember the year 2020 and the wildfires in the Pantanal causing loss of biodiversity in the flora and fauna, and the generation of smoke, which reached various states, thus increasing pollution in those states in a way that's impressive. In São Paulo, one day, there was a coincidence that I didn't put, but there was a cold front, a very heavy one, together with the soot from the fires, which simply darkened the day at 3 p.m. It turned dark. But anyway, another study from Marengo and collaborators has shown why this happened. There was a very interesting conjunction of factors. It was already dry in the central part of South America, the center west of the country, and there was a heat wave that came and generated warming. So it was dry and you heated. And then the temperatures of various cities in Brazil have risen, reaching almost 40 degrees in many places, which affected and favored wildfires in Pantanal later. So we did a dynamic analysis in this study showing how this was effectively the Indian Ocean heating, which generated the wave pattern, which generated the heat wave in the region. Since heat's important, we have the study from Paulo and collaborators that was very interesting in showing the risk of stress, thermal stress, in various Brazilian cities, including here in Natal. It's interesting when we look at the part that shows the increase in temperatures that are usually close to the coast, which you already mentioned in the workshop. So when you look at the vulnerability index to thermal stress, we see how much is stronger in the interior side of the continent as expected. So this is really interesting. They made this for several capitals in the country. But why is this happening in the city? There are different factors. The city geometry is really important to define where you will find thermal stress. The type of activities in the city, such as industry or something that emits plenty of heat. This will increase temperature. The type of materials that the houses are made of, the asphalt, this will contribute for this increase. And what would contribute for the reduction, which would be rivers, lakes, and other types of water and vegetation, which can contribute for the cooling, then you would have a city that is effectively a thermal bubble that's quite intense. And what are the future projections? Here we have a projection of a model that considers extreme events, considering the maximum release of greenhouse gases, and the model is really oscillating a little less, but giving us very high projections until the end of the century. In 2013, the Brazilian Panel of Climate Change has made this analysis that shows in different Brazilian biomes how the projection for increased temperatures or reduction of rainfall would go in different biomes. There is a projection for less rainfall, and the increased temperatures works for all the regions in the country. What about the new IPCC reports, both in the scientific basis as well as the ones on impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability have shown us? They were published in the past 2 years, right? There is this figure which is extremely interesting, where there's this chance in terms of probability of having more or less probability of temperature, warmer and colder. If you do a projection of the pre-industrial era, you would have this figure. If you'd move to a moment where it's hotter as it's happening for the same temperature, you would increase the probability of having a phenomenon occur. And for the same probability, you would have a higher temperature. So you can explain in probabilistic terms why are we effectively increasing extreme events. So we do know that as there's more CO2 released, you would have an impact in temperature, as we already established, in billions of tons of CO2. And if nothing's done, we'll have a problem because we intend, or at least we would like, by the projections, to have less CO2 to maintain the temperature of 1.5. And if this doesn't happen, it could be around 2. And if nothing is done, really, we're going to have major problems because the temperature will increase up to 4 degrees. There is no doubt we are responsible. In 2,000 years, we've had a variation in temperature that's extremely stable. Actually, there's been a drop since the year 1500s, and then it was up and up extraordinarily. The models can effectively reproduce this pattern. In terms of sea surface temperature, the projections are for increase in the ocean levels that have increased in the past 40 or 50 years, around 23 centimeters, and the projection is for it to increase for 1 meter or 1.5 if nothing happens. But there's more. Many of those extreme events I have mentioned here today, one of the factors that contributed was the variability of sea surface temperature, which is extremely important, and the sea is simply absorbing the extra heat that's going to the oceans. And in these values, it's interesting because as they increase, you will have an impact in terms of temperature changes in the humidity of the soil, especially more intense days in terms of the forecast. When you look at the rainfall itself, a pattern that has maintained, whether increasing the temperature from 1.5 to or 4 degrees. In the southern areas of South America, there is an increase in rainfall, and in the north and northeast, we see a reduction. In the northern areas, it's a little less, but this pattern has maintained itself. In the 3 last ones that I have followed closely, the 3 past reports from IPCC has shown this systematically. What is interesting when we think about extreme events and what IPCC has done is precisely how much increase in the frequency of those events are happening when it comes to the 10-year return or 50-year return when increased temperatures in 1, 1.5, 2, or 4 degrees. So you would have an event taking place once every 10 years, okay? Okay, cool. For a normal temperature. Then you'd increase from 2 here. The temperature is the frequency that increases every 3 or 4 degrees. The frequency could be 9 or 10. So this means the frequency of extreme events increases with temperature. This is the same for 10-year events or 50-year events where you see a trend to increase. In this case, we have 4 degrees, increasing in 39.2 times the chance of that event happening, the one that was happening once every 50 years. So when you look at an event of extraordinary rain in Natal, it never happened before. Well, yeah, but within this characteristic, if we continue with the heating or warming, this event will take place much more frequently, as I've shown for the Amazon region of Brazil. So this is also valid for events of heavy rainfall or even droughts. As you increase temperature, you're going to increase frequency. When we come to South America and Brazil, you can show this type of variability. I won't focus on it, but this is in the IPCC reports. So to summarize, what I have to say is that the climate's changing, temperatures are increasing, the sea level as well. There are changes in rainfall, droughts and floods, and we must adapt. And this has an impact precisely in the field of university human settlements. And then obviously you must have an adaptation to it within a path that's economic by using technology and good governance. And with this, you can mitigate emissions and concentrations, and then you will have this type of impact avoided. But when we consider the cities, some questions are eventually more natural, such as what are the main climate risks dealt with by city settlements and vulnerable populations now? And how will these risks change in a world that's 2 degrees hotter than by the middle of the century, around 2050? So climate change will and is changing the physical environment in cities and settlements and creates or increases several risks. Increased temperatures and heat waves will cause human diseases and morbidity, as well as degradation and failure in infrastructure, as strong rains and increased sea level will make the floods worse. Low-income groups and other vulnerable populations will be more affected due to where they live in general in dangerous areas, as in this year in São Sebastião. And why or how cities and settlements and different types of infrastructure are especially vulnerable to impacts of climate change? Well, cities, settlements, and infrastructures become vulnerable when the decisions for investments don't take into account the risks of climate change. This is fundamental for today, and these failures might result in the lack of prioritization due to conflicts in lack of access and technology that's appropriate, as we saw here today when we're talking about sanitation. All over the world, small cities and poor populations are more vulnerable. They suffer more with time. An important question would be what adaptation actions in human settlements might contribute for reducing climate risks and building resilience in buildings, neighborhoods, cities, and global scales. It's interesting as settlements gather many activities, so climate action will be more effective if it's integrated and collaborative. That's fundamental. Well, we really want to fight. This requires incorporating information about the risks of climate change in decision making. That's important. 2, training community and institutions, using both nature as well as traditional engineering approaches for solutions that use nature is extremely important, working in partnerships with different local planning and community organizations. and sharing best practices with other settlements. So that's simply a lesson on what we really need to show our decision makers for the cities. There are also actions that will reduce climate risks, and again, this demands good planning for the city. Finally, there is no doubt that investing today for a safer future is what we should do. If decision makers would calculate, they would find they would be saving more if they invested now in adaptation in the cities to make them more resilient than simply later having lives lost, properties lost, and you have to restructure everything. Either way, the idea is to develop or improve the system for early warnings for extreme events, thus avoiding deaths, as we saw in São Sebastião, increase the capacity of community actions, particularly between the most vulnerable ones. It's fundamental for everyone to be together, especially those in more vulnerable regions. Implement best practices for civil construction and treatment of water resources, which is fundamental to avoid floods and minimize impacts. Expanding the use of information about weather and regional climates by planners and decision makers is fundamental for the weather forecast to be well made and to establish actions to face the inevitable extreme events. Anyhow, co-president of IPCC, Perry, said, in an unequal world, climate change will increase even more inequalities. So we say that Brazil is still a developing country, probably for many years, with high poverty rates and social inequality. Thus, it's potentially vulnerable to climate change, which is something we have seen indeed. Having said that, we should deal with a great challenge, which is adapting to climate change and extreme events. Thank you for your attention.
Sorry.
All right, thank you very, very much. What material. Now we have to think very much about all what you said. Let me ask you a quick question before we see if the audience has question. You didn't say very much about climate intervention or geoengineering. So what's your view on that? I mean, this is, of course, a topic that is coming by the industrial world, by the political world. It is danger in a certain way, but it could also, for others, solve some problems. So what is your view on that?
I think it's still a matter of research. People are trying to do experiments, but they are trying to do big experiments. And I think we have to do simulations, make the experiments in the laboratories. Otherwise, you can have a very big problem. One of these geoengineering, climate intervention, is in terms of put aerosols in the atmosphere and helping to reflect the sunlight. And this is quite dangerous because you don't know where this aerosol is going. And then it can, for instance, if you don't have a good agreement among the countries to do that, if you do that in your country, if this material goes to another one, they can say, you see, you just give me a headache because it's going to affect my agriculture, plantations and commodities, like things like that. A pergunta é o que eu pensava da geoengenharia, né? Você já deve ter ouvido.
Questions about what I thought about geoengineering, you probably heard about it. They're trying to change the name not to geoengineering, but climate intervention, which means you're going to move to the easy path, simply trying to change the atmosphere in a way we can reduce global warming. So I think that's really dangerous because if you don't have any more research or simulations, this will be more harmful than good.
Yeah, and I think one of the big issues is that there is not any international agreement to protect us from any initiative that could be taken by one country to support their problem and completely neglect what would happen otherwise. So that's one of the big issue that we have on the international level. Okay, any question? We can take one. Okay, we'll take two. I'm very nice. Go ahead. Then you. Ok. Professor, parabéns pela apresentação, gostei bastante.
Congratulations for your presentation, Professor. I really enjoyed it. And my question for you is, how do you see the matter of energy as a tool to help solve these problems and help us solve the climate change problem? Relevant information. That's so interesting. I'm Eduardo from the University of Hamburg. And actually, I have a question and a reflection for us in the field of Klimapolis, considering public policy, science, and technology that have different timings. And in sciences, we want to have these messages for the public policy makers, the investments that are made now, how they will affect later, but public policy, Renato knows how it works in a different speed. So mandates are short, they only think about now, and the problems that are already accelerating. If we look at a perspective of the end of the century, they're not interested in solving the problem now because it's only going to affect later. And in social movements, as I saw in the panel in Germany, in Hamburg, about the same theme. In the same panel, there were representatives of civil society, Climate for Future, Last Generation, and politicians and science agents. And it's interesting that the youth, unlike prior generations that only thought about progress, now they're thinking about going backwards, and they don't want that. So how can we mobilize and help somehow, not only by presenting data, but looking not only at public policies, but social movements, especially involving the youth, and even in the scope of transdisciplinary projects to foment this, because it's through social mobilization that changes will come. If we expect public policies, they won't come. What's your experience with that? Can you talk about this? Thank you. Yes, one of the first slides I put of the child talking with his father, the child is paying attention and the father doesn't know what's going on. So effectively, you are very right. The young people will be the leaders. Actually, we are like in middle age now, most of us. And those there in the future, in 2050, it's almost certain I won't be here. No, I might be, but many people won't. So this mobilization that's been taking place in Europe with, what's that called? Greta Thunberg, trying to bring the youth, it's good, but it should spread. We should start creating networks for the youth and motivating them so they will start fighting, because either way, at the end of the day, when they graduate, like you could eventually become a politician here, even a president of this country. And if you come with this baggage, with this momentum, surely we're going to see transformations. So we should overcome the generation that did not produce much. It's the contrary. They don't have the proper understanding of the importance of saving the planet because they're worried about the economy, but they also don't understand how the economy is bound to it. It's easy for you to use a piece of land for agriculture for a long time without doing anything to it because it will be worn out and you waste if you don't think about the future. So I'm always positive whenever I tell my students in the classroom or the students I'm supervising, I propose that they are the future and they are the ones who are going to make changes, not on my own time. I see that as though we fight a lot, that's not now. It will take a while, but we need to start and the youth will lead. Good afternoon, Abris. It's a pleasure to meet you in person. I'm Zoraide from UFRN. I'm here in the incline with all of the Klimapolis group and looking at what you said and following your work in the group for a while. And now thinking about the provocation of the colleague who just mentioned what to do. And as I said, there is a lack of political will. In the studies we have been making about the city, you mentioned the La Poli and Torre works that we also incorporate. We see a lack of goodwill from the managers, but there's also a lack of social mobilization, right? And we are looking at a process that mentioned 3D, unequal, different, and differentiated. And we need to have more communication when it comes to the risks involved in climate change and grow social mobilization towards changing cultures and education towards risk and climate change. We are not arguing that. I'm worried because with such a selected audience of intellectuals and researchers, I feel we're missing more mobility in the institutional government of the managers of this city and state, but we can't communicate. I even joke with my partners, Chris, Coca, Jonathan. We usually work together on how can we talk about this for the decision making to be more effective. We have the aspect of differentiation in technological access. We do know we're not mitigating. So what to do? For us to think of adaptation in the level of comfort, we should eliminate vulnerabilities, because what is giving us more attention is not the rain falling. The population, they live there. It's because they're under pressure in the northern shore of São Paulo. And in the map, when we see the heat islands, where are they? In the north zone of Natal, where the population that's poor lives. They live in this relationship and we cannot reach them. So how can we make change when we have a country that is continental, which reflects its size, but not in terms of technology change? We saw in the previous session, we do have science, but science is differentiated regionally, where research won't arrive in every region. Here we have differential processes for access. If we think about every level to compensate of what us in science is called ecological modernization theory, is that it's not responding. And all the social, environmental, and climatic movements, they believe in social innovation through technology, but it never reaches a country that is contradictory and unequal as ours. So how can we think of social mobilization then? Because political will won't cause it. So what's the path? Do we have one? Even? Thank you. It was a pleasure. Sure, you're welcome. It's really difficult. I coordinate through the University of São Paulo an international project together with the University College in London, which is precisely how to make us transmit this knowledge of climate change to society. Within the project, I have some sub-projects which are precisely moving towards schools, trying to educate educators so they will teach students. So we must start in the basic. If the bases understand this, they will be the future. When we're young, we're voting for the youth. So that's the basis that is effectively knowing what's going on and how we can improve, how we can improve the environment. Because that's the discussion here. When we're talking about the environment, what does it mean? They are sustainable in what you do should be more proactive and knowing that that region where you live is important for you. So you should have trees, no dirt, and you should be better prepared. In a country where people don't have anything to eat, it's hard. How can they think about climate change if they couldn't eat that day? I do understand that, and we should start from the schools. The schools should prepare students to be the future of our country. That's it.
Okay. We are a bit late. We are an hour and a half late, so we're going to take, so thank you for your question. We're going to take the last question. Can you be brief, both, and so that we conclude soon? Oi, Técio. Eu sou o professor Cristiano Prestrelo aqui.
Tessa, I'm Professor Cristiano Prestrelo from UFRN, and I just want to tell you some information about the development of the work we did on the drought in São Paulo and the importance of monitoring. We have followed the use of the water from Cantareira that was increasing, and the amount of rainfall needed to increase the level was not being done for a while, so we were monitoring for the drought not to be a huge problem, and we saw this every single month, this anomaly happening. By the end of summer, we started this study.
14, 15, 16 no
And
Nordeste.
in 2002, 12 until 17, we had the longest drought. In 14 and 15, I was in São Paulo going through the drought there. So it took me the entire day to study and talk about droughts.
Projeções de mudanças climáticas para
So when we see the projections for climate change, when you're talking about droughts in the Northeast, if there's a region with adaptive capacity for droughts, we are the ones because we're used to it for a long time. But thinking about extreme droughts, events in a region where the drought is not the norm, there's an extreme event. We should be very worried about this drought, having this as normal. And we had this concern about visualizing the desperation. It was the drought of 14 and 15. So can you talk about this impact? It's really bigger when the extreme is of a certain condition you don't live with normally, such as a drought. And after the event of 14-15, the city of São Paulo, did you notice it heard the message and became more prepared in case other events of drought came in the future? In the storage capacity of water or population demands that grow. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. In reality, there was a lesson. One of the things that happened was that one of the main reservoirs was out of water. We had followed in our group of climate studies in the department that this was happening, and the culmination was between 2014 and 15. The water sanitation company of São Paulo made arrangements because if it doesn't rain in a main reservoir, many times a cold front comes and it rains in the surrounding areas. So many of the other reservoirs have more water than the main one. So what did it do as an emergency to minimize it? The connection of several reservoirs, but it wasn't helpful. It did minimize things, but it didn't solve them because we would need more awareness, really. Because one of the studies have shown that the main problem is the increased water consumption. As people don't value water, they waste water. So some laws were established for the city of São Paulo in order to minimize it, but I don't know the level of awareness that the population gained after that event. Like Brazilians are used to think that things are gone, so they're over, let's wait for the next crisis. And that's not how it goes. This education should be constant and reminded at all times so we can modify the scholar curriculum to include this type of information in the children's curriculum so they will have this idea on how to save water and energy, turning off the lights when you leave a room and so on. So we still have a long way to go, and it's up to us educators to contribute a little for that and spread the knowledge for society somehow.
Thank again our speaker, Tercio, and all the other speakers of the day. And I think now we're going to go to the conclusion. So, Diego.
Thank you, Gui. Dado a avançada... Bom, obrigado, professor.
Given the time, thank you, Professor Tessie, for your presentation. We were able to make it, Dr. Gui. Due to the hour, we won't have the final panel for conclusion. Instead, we're going to do something similar but shorter, which is passing the floor to our hosts. We'll be doing a short takeaway message for the symposium. Professor Venerando and Professor Judite, I'll pass the floor to both of you so we can declare the end of our symposium Klimapolis in Natal. Thank you. Well, I'll be short because we're so late. Let's simply thank you, everyone, for your participation and for your interest in our Klimapolis and our future adventures with HafenCity in the next 5 years. I thought we had discussions and debates that were very rich in the past 2 days, very effective, as a good mixture of different segments such as science, management, public ministry, and so on. We are very happy with this first symposium of Klimapolis, and I hope you have enjoyed, I hope you have felt inspired to board in transdisciplinary research with the activities that we intend to do in the Northeast, especially in our real-world experiments. And now you know what it is here in Natal, and we'll be making these in the next few years. And that's all. Thank you. I won't speak too much. I have spoken and asked so much today. And I will just briefly pass the floor to Venerando. And thank you all for participating so actively in the tables with the lectures, keynote lectures, and also the audience who stayed until now and participating so much. Thank you. I would like to reinforce the thank yous and say how important it was for us here in Natal. We have talked in various occasions about the importance of Klimapolis here, but I was expecting, you know, according to the experience coming from the group from São Paulo, I was so happy that you boarded our idea. I'm so pleased that you are here in the group of researchers, and the exchange of information and knowledge for us will be extremely enriching. And I do hope you leave here with this perspective of the Northeast, with this perspective, which is not built on medias. So it's important for us to raise awareness based on this and build the NCT, which is our main focus right now. I also want to thank you for your feedback and helping us build the content, whether it was good for you and useful for all of this discussion. So I really want to hear from my colleagues and the assistants some feedback about what you saw in the past 2 days. And thank you all the speakers and for all the questions you asked, because they have come to contribute immensely with everything you heard here today. Thank you so much. And you're always welcome back to Natal whenever you want. We're here, always.